What's happening up at Fairmont State these days?
Lots of things. Hey Falcons, I'm joining you from the Shaw House. We're just getting started for Day of Giving. We're already at almost $42,000, which is about 5%. We're over 5% of our goal already. And you can see their donations are rolling in. You see athletics is leading the way already with $18,000, over $18,000. And then College of Science and Technology is right behind them with $5,000. Student support, arts and culture, College of Business and Aviation, scholarships, student organizations, all in that $2,000 range. Lots of donations coming in. We already have donors from 23 different states and 327 donors. So we are off to a great start. You'll start to see matches show up. There aren't any listed right now, but as we get into the day, you'll see matches roll out, and we really want to make sure we hit all of those. We've got 90 participating areas, over 90 participating areas, and over 70 different matches. So let's really make sure that we hit those matches. I'm going to go. There'll be some content playing for the next few hours. You see some videos from me from all across campus, filmed in the middle of the night. And then at 7 a.m., we will join us for Good Morning Fairmont. Me and Tony Antonini will be here. And then we have a festival, celebration, carnival in Gym 1. So either join us online or come down to the campus, join us in Gym 1. We will be there from 7 a.m. till just after midnight when we see how we hit our goal. So hopefully we see lots of you out there. It's going to be really exciting. Remember, anybody can give. One of the things I'm encouraging people to do is if you're not sure, check us out. Come see what we're doing, and I guarantee that you'll be excited by what you see. It's been really exciting to look and see who's already given. Right, Jason Pizzatella, who's our chair of our board, has given. I'm looking at this list. Dr. Jana Bredesen, Chad Newsom, Kim Pillell, Cheryl Lewis from the president's office. There's lots of different people giving. We're going to give lots of shout outs throughout the day to lots of people giving, and we're hoping to see you at midnight when we're well over our goal of $800,000. I'll see you then.
I may come back. Got it. Yeah.
How are those curds?
I haven't got them yet.
Thank everybody for coming out tonight for our Day of Giving kickoff party at Short Story Brewing. So thank you for Short Story for having us. So I have Dr. Davis here with us this evening to give us a few words. So.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, that's really loud. I got to remember I'm going after Amy, so if I'm yelling into it, it's really loud. So one of the things you'll hear a lot tomorrow is when I arrived here during my interview, when I first got here, I kept hearing Fairmont State's the best kept secret. Fairmont State's the best kept secret. And I said, we're going to stop keeping secrets. Right? We're going to tell everybody how great we are. From our day at the Capitol and traveling around the state this summer, I think the word's out. People know about us, right? Which is what we wanted. So now we're going to start to transition, right? We're going to start to ask the question, why not us? Right? For too long, I think we've said, well, we can't do this, we can't do that. We're done with that, right? Why not us? The answer right now is we don't always have the resources to do what we want to do. So tomorrow, we've set an ambitious goal of $800,000. And we're going to hit it because we need to. All right? So there's over 90 funds tomorrow. There's lots of challenges. The biggest thing tomorrow is let's make sure we hit every single one of those challenges. We don't want to leave a dollar on the table. So show up tomorrow, bring all your energy, think about who in your networks you can call who might not have given. We did a really good job at the end of the day last year calling people and making sure they were donating. So come ready. We're going to put you to work. Bring your checkbooks. and we're ready to go. So I'll see you all tomorrow. We kick off in the Falcon Center at 7 o'clock for Good Morning Fairmont. That goes from 7 to 10. After that is the community carnival, then on-campus happy hour, and things all the way through until midnight, when we'll far surpass our goal. So show up, be ready to go. Let's Falcon go.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Amy Snively. I'm Director of Alumni Relations at Fairmont State. And I'm here this evening at Short Story Brewing at our kickoff for Day of Giving 26. And I'm here with Nick Fantasia, who's the president of the Alumni Association. He's going to talk a little bit to you about Day of Giving.
Day of Giving is a great opportunity to give back. You know, the beauty of being president of the Alumni Association, Amy and Tina and Susan bring back the 35,000 odd alumni over the course of a year into Fairmont. You get to see the great successes that Fairmont State fostered, and then you get to watch those successes give back to the students of today. And that's your opportunity with Day of Giving. I mean, obviously every day can be a day of giving, but one day a year, we focus on an opportunity for you to give back to the institution that has given you the opportunities of your life. It's been great for my family. I know darn well it'll be great for your family. And we can come down here and meet with people. It'll be a fun time. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Hi, I'm Amy Snively. I'm Director of Alumni Relations at Fairmont State University. And I'm here tonight with Mitch Moore at Short Story Brewing. We're here to kick off Day of Giving 2026. And would you please tell us, Mitch, a little bit about why you think it's important, Day of Giving is so important to Fairmont State?
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity for us to really set our students up for success. And like Dr. Davis said earlier tonight, it's no longer about who we are, but it's about what we can do for our students. And that's why everybody's here tonight. It's not about pride, it's not about who we are, it's about who our students are. And so Day of Giving gives us an opportunity to give back to the institution that gave so much to all of us. And so giving these students the opportunity to have whatever it is that they need, whether it's equipment, books, tools, scholarships, that's what it's all about.
And we appreciate you being such an engaged alumni or alumnus.
Yeah.
And what keeps you engaged as?
Sure. I mean, the institution keeps me engaged, right? I mean, I firmly believe in what it is that we do at this school and the opportunity that any student has who wants to go to Fairmont State and what that can mean for them, setting them up for future success. That's why I'm here tonight.
Okay. Well, we appreciate all you do for the university.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Snively. I'm Director of Alumni Relations at Fairmont State University, and I'm here with Patrick Snively, swim coach at Fairmont State University for the men's and women's team, and Pat. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about why giving back to Fairmont State is so important as an alumnus and a coach. So.
Absolutely, and as Amy's husband, I'm here live at Short Story, and the Day of Giving event is very impactful for us in men's and women's swimming. We have a lot of alumni, a great alumni base that are always asking throughout the year how they can give back to their program that they represented so well for their time at Fairmont State. And my immediate response is, you can provide opportunities for our kids, come back for events, but Day of Giving is very impactful for us because they have an opportunity to give directly to our men's and women's swimming programs, and we utilize those funds for several things throughout the year and trying to make our program better and better each year. At times take some funding, and we're excited that we've had a number of alumni reach out so far this year and are ready to give, and we're excited to see what the day holds for us.
Thank you, Pat.
Absolutely.
Okay, ready?
I'm down here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm down here.
Okay. All right, ready? We'll face here first, and then we can talk. Okay. So, hi, I'm Amy Snively. I'm Director of Alumni Relations here at Fairmont State University, and we're here at Short Story Brewing celebrating the kickoff of the Day of Giving 2026. I'm here with Julie Soul.
Hi.
She's my sorority sister.
Way back.
Yes, and also a member of the Alumni Association Board. So, Julie, would you talk a little bit to us about why Day of Giving is so important to you?
I love Day of Giving.
Look at the day before Day of Giving. Could there be any more excitement?
Yeah.
This is what it's all about. Getting excited about Fairmont State University, getting excited about all that we offer, all the programs, athletics. When you look around, every group is represented here.
It is.
Like you said, sororities, old sorority sisters, athletic teams, alumni association members, just community members and business members that call Fairmont and Fairmont State home. This is what it's all about.
Yes, thank you, Julie. Hi, everyone. This is Amy, Director of Alumni Relations at Fairmont State, and I'm here with Ashton Loudon. So, Ashton, can you tell us today a little bit about why you think Day of Giving is so important for Fairmont State?
Well, I would say that there's really two reasons the Day of Giving is so important to students, right? So first, it's a day where we can all come together for one cause, and there's just one Fairmont State, and students choose it for a reason, right? We're a hidden gem, but we're trying to get ourselves out there. But two, our programs are highly specialized. Students devote so much time into their studies, and the scholarship at Fairmont State is second to none. So we really want to be advocates. We're the result of our scholarship, right? So we just really want to be the advocate for the university.
Okay, well, thank you, Ashton.
Yeah.
And thank you for all you do for Fairmont State.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Amy Snively. I'm Director of Alumni Relations at Fairmont State, and here I am tonight with Allie Quigley. She's a young alumna, and she's a part of the Alumni Association Board. So thank you for all you do for the university. And I'd like to ask you why you think that Day of Giving is so important.
Yeah, so I think Day of Giving is important because it really helps us as a university fund some of the student organizations and clubs that go on. I know that when I was in school at Fairmont State, I was really involved in the Honors Association, and that helped me throughout all 4 years. So.
Thank you. And what keeps you so involved as a young alumni and wanting to give back?
Yeah, so I think part of it is my experience in the Honors Association, that it helped me get integrated into different campus activities and help me feel more confident in my leadership capabilities. So I think that's why. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
You're welcome.
It only takes one day to make a lifetime of difference. On February 26th, the entire Fairmont State family comes together for Day of Giving 2026. One day, one goal, one Fairmont State.
Thanks to scholarships, I'm the first in my family to go to college. I found my passion here and the confidence to chase it. Your gift, it makes that possible.
Your support fuels more than just opportunity. It powers innovation, community, and the bold dreams of Falcons ready to take flight.
Every class, every friendship, every late night study session, it's shaping who I'm becoming. Donating doesn't only help students like me, but it invests in a future we are all a part of.
On Day of Giving, your gift, no matter the size, supports scholarships, academic programs, student life, and the heart of what makes Fairmont State special. So whether you're a proud alum, a loyal supporter, or making your first ever gift, this is your moment. Make a gift on February 26th and help us reach our goal for Fairmont State Day of Giving. Because together we are one Fairmont State, and together we make an impact that lasts a lifetime. One day, one goal, one Fairmont State.
Hey everybody, it's about 1 a.m. I'm outside the Falcon Center. If you remember from last year, I was in the Falcon Center all night by myself, bringing you content. Well, they locked me out this year. So I'm gonna be walking all around campus until 7 a.m. when we bring you Good Morning Fairmont. There'll be other content rolling all night. So join us, donate, follow all the donations on the Fairmont State Foundation page, and see you at 7 a.m. I can feel this one in my brain.
I just thought, why am I eating it so?
Hey everybody, I'm in the Falcon Center on the campus of Fairmont State University. Looking around me, it's quiet right now, but in just a few weeks, This gym will be hopping with activity, games, laughter, music, food, fun, interviews, and most importantly, generosity. But all that doesn't happen with just a snap of fingers. It takes dozens of people working over the course of many months to put together such an impactful production. One of those people is Renee Allison, Chief Operating Officer of the Fairmont State Foundation. Renee, it's great to see you.
Great to see you too, President Mike. It's exciting to think that in just a few weeks, this gym will be overflowing with people united in one goal, helping our students succeed in class and in life.
For those out there that don't know, what is the Fairmont State Foundation?
The Fairmont State Foundation is the university's nonprofit fundraising partner. We work closely with the university and unit leaders on Fairmont State Day of Giving. We help identify fundraising priorities, engage donors and sponsors, and share the impact of giving through coordinated communications.
So what exactly is Fairmont State University Day of Giving?
Fairmont State University Day of Giving is a 24-hour opportunity for the entire Falcon community to come together with one shared purpose. On February 26th, alumni and friends will unite as one Fairmont State to support our students in the programs that help them succeed.
I love Day of Giving because it's such an intense, powerful day. It doesn't just raise funds, it also raises spirits. It shows all Falcons how their generosity creates a lasting impact.
Absolutely. Day of Giving is more than just a fundraising event. It's a demonstration of a shared commitment to Fairmont State and the students who call it home.
So how can the people watching this video demonstrate their shared commitment?
Make a gift. Every gift matters, no matter the size. Every donation helps fuel scholarships, academic innovation, and meaningful campus experiences that shape tomorrow's engaged citizens and help lift our region.
Renee, when someone makes a gift, how do they know how and where their gift will be used?
They can choose. They can select specific academic programs, sports, organizations, or student support units. A full list of giving areas will be available on the Day of Giving website. I really hope everyone watching this will consider making a gift on February 26th during Fairmont State University Day of Giving.
Thanks, Renee. That word Renee used, impact, is what Day of Giving is all about. Do you ever feel like you just want to change the world, make lives better? Well, when you make a gift during Day of Giving, you will change lives. That's no exaggeration. These gifts fund scholarships for deserving Fairmont State students from your hometowns. They help us create innovative academic programming that prepare career-ready graduates. And they help us educate and graduate engaged citizens who go back to your communities and make them stronger. Our 24-hour Day of Giving will be streamed at the website below on February 26th. That's 2/26/26. You can watch all the fun there and choose an area to support with your gift. And if you're in the area, please stop by the Falcon Center and take part in the fun in person. There'll be music, food and drinks, and games. Most importantly, there'll be dozens of Falcons working together to make Fairmont State University a great place. And I hope you're one of them. See you there.
Hi everyone, my name is Joel Dugan. I am professor of studio art here at Fairmont State University, and the project I'm standing before is a new mural that adorns the interior wall of the pool inside of the Falcon Center, which in many ways is our central building in the middle of campus, the center where all things happen. As you will see in the mural, it is a depiction, a landscape depiction of the relationship that exists between the university and the Fairmont community at large. Nestled in almost a hammock, the physical mural depicts some of the buildings, activities, and actions that create the vibrant space that is Fairmont and Fairmont State. It was important to us as a concept to really show the unique tie that we have with our city and how much light, action, and color comes from that relationship. It's important when talking about our mural projects to discuss the path here. This project is partially sponsored by donations that come forth through the Fairmont State Day of Giving inside of the Studio Art Mural Program. We use those funds to start public art projects that impact our region and help to ingrain in our community a sense of place. This mural is a great example of that sense of place. And as a university with a new strategic plan and an emphasis on how much of a sense of purpose we all have, I think this mural does a great job at depicting our location and our relationship and commitment to the community at large here within Fairmont and Fairmont State. The origins of this project started with a discussion for how to add to the renovated space and bring a little bit more conceptual purpose to the environment itself. I worked with the leadership team here inside the Falcon Center, and obviously we worked hand in hand with CMCS to come up with a concept that was going to really depict what we felt like was a long-standing relationship between the university and the community. This project is completed with myself and 3 students. Those students are both graduate students and undergraduate students, so they come from multiple different disciplines and majors within the Department of Architecture, Art, and Design. We came into the space after they had already started to renovate and paint the room, and we established a kind of canvas on that wall, and then the students and I worked hard on trying to get the image transferred true to the design and lay things in. For more information or possibly to get involved, the best way to follow us is through our Fairmont State Art Program Facebook group, or to follow some of the entities that we're collaborating with.
Fairmont State University's College of Nursing is a beacon of healthcare education in West Virginia, ranked Best Undergraduate Nursing Program by U.S. News and World Reports and ASIN accredited. Visit fairmontstate.edu/nursing.
In an age where technology fuels progress, it also breeds new challenges. Cybercrimes are evolving at an unprecedented rate, threatening our national security and the very fabric of our digital existence. In November of 2023, Microsoft announced that Russian hackers broke into its corporate systems. Russian attackers used a password spray attack to steal emails and documents from accounts of Microsoft's senior leadership, cybersecurity, and legal teams. This is just one example of the ever-increasing rate of cyber attacks. Here at Fairmont State, we understand the gravity of the situation. That's why we're proud to introduce our groundbreaking Master of Science degree in Cybersecurity and Risk Management. Unlike other programs, our curriculum is meticulously crafted to address the latest trends and techniques in cybersecurity. We equip our students with advanced knowledge and practical skills needed to combat cyber threats effectively. Our program is an accelerated, fully online program designed to accommodate the busy schedules of working professionals like you. The demand for skilled professionals in this field is constantly increasing, with a typical starting salary of 6 figures. There's no better time than now to take the leap and join this critical field. Don't wait any longer. Take the first step towards a meaningful career in cybersecurity and risk management with Fairmont State University. Apply today.
Hi, my name is Anik Odom, and I am the artist in residence this year at Fairmont State. I was born and raised in Morgantown, West Virginia, and I do all kinds of things. I am a musician. I play the double bass and the clarinet. That's what I trained to do. I also sing. I play fiddle. And as you might imagine, I also make some visual art. I make crankies. Crankies are moving panoramas that tell a story. Storytelling, I think, is a really central part of the art that I make. I, for a long time, considered myself a classical musician, and I really enjoy playing other people's music, but at a certain point in time, I decided that I was interested in getting to choose the stories that I told, and that kind of evolved into me wanting to tell my own stories and just thinking about storytelling and I guess kind of seeing value in your own story and in the stories of the place that you're from as being something I wanted to dive into. I think that also being a West Virginian, there are a lot of people who tell stories about us. There are also a lot of West Virginians who are telling their own stories, but at least for me as a kid, it wasn't something that I really was aware of. And so actually, when I decided to start diving into storytelling, one of the first people that I came across was Ruth Ann Music, who is very connected to Fairmont State. And she has a bunch of collections of stories. And I actually brought some here. I was living in the Netherlands. And so I had these books I remembered from West Virginia history class, this book, The Telltale Lilac Bush. And so I'm kind of a scaredy cat. And what I like about these books is that they have very short summaries, just like one little paragraph, 2 paragraphs that tell you scary stories, but you don't have to actually get scared when you read them. And so I started going through these, and I actually found some that I really liked and started to use those as the basis of some of the songs that I was writing. And I think that kind of through that and through going through archives, I found my own voice, actually. I think initially as someone who didn't create, but saw myself as an interpreter, that I still am really drawn to curating and to collecting and gathering, and kind of from that point of view, finding my own creativity. Some of the most meaningful pieces that I've written or share are things that I've collected and found. And I think it's also been a way for me to feel more connected to community. I think as a musician, a lot of the time that I spend making music is spent by myself and spent in my own head, or spent figuring out how to move different parts of my body at the right time and to the right place. And so connecting to storytelling for me meant connecting to community and getting to talk to people and learn about them. And also, like, through the community work that I started to do, I realized that a lot of folks kind of lose their own sense of creativity as they grow up. And I think that getting to work with other people and getting to kind of be a cheerleader for other folks and support them in their creativity, like no matter what level they take it to, or whether they're trying to perform it, or just if it's a jam and just playing the bass and being a supportive role so that someone can play a fiddle tune. For me, that's been really an important part of music making, and kind of, I think, actually finding the joy that I initially had as a kid playing music, and that maybe sometimes disappears when you're in school. I think kind of since I've been out of school, connecting to stories, connecting to community has been a really important and energizing aspect for me in my own creativity. also, so my training initially as a kid and even as a young adult was playing classical music, playing in an orchestra. And so for a lot of my youth, I was really focused on getting out of the state. I wanted to be in Pittsburgh. That was like the dream. I wanted to drive to Pittsburgh, play in the youth symphony, and then who knows where else. But I think because of that, wasn't very aware of the wealth of music and tradition that exists in West Virginia. And so when I moved away, I think this happens to a lot of people. I, kind of got homesick and started looking at things that were West Virginian. And so through that, I found fiddle tunes. And being a classical bassist, I first started playing fiddle tunes on the bass and like really playing the melodies. And then I realized that was a lot of work. And no one really wanted me to do that. So even when I would spend hours trying to learn these fiddle tunes, I would show up to a jam and people would be like, why do you have a bow out? Like, that's not your job as a bassist. So through that, I kind of picked up the fiddle, which I played violin as a kid. But for me, traditional music has become again, a way to kind of build community, to get to know people who you might not talk to on a daily basis, who have a very different understanding of the world than you, perhaps, who are also older or younger than you are. I think I've been really drawn into the intergenerational aspect of traditional music, of storytelling, of square dancing. I think also through playing fiddle, I got into square dancing, and now I'm a square dance caller. And I think that something I love about square dancing is that it's, I think, one of the few places that you can meet a total stranger and make a fool of yourself, and it's fine. Like everyone, the more the fool you are, I think the more laughter there is, and the better of a square dance it is. So I really enjoy that aspect. Also of kind of, you're not really striving, at least in my perspective, for perfection. You're just trying to have a good time, be respectful of others, and get to know other people, enjoy the music. And I think for me, a jam is also that way. I'm not really, I think as a classical bassist, there's really an expectation that you know exactly what you're going to play. You practice really hard. You show up to the gig and it's perfect or near perfect. And if you fail, it feels like failure. And I think playing folk music has been, for me as a musician and just as a kind of perfectionist human, a really healthy thing to not know what's coming and to know that it's fine if you mess it up. That like even the best musicians that I know are willing to either mess up a couple times through or sit it out for a little bit and then, jump in on a tune they don't know. And there's not really a performative aspect of that jam. I think it for me has been a really cool way to meet other people, to be okay with making a fool of myself, and actually to get a lot better at skills that I think serve me even as a classical musician, to kind of be more embodied when I'm playing and feel more of a connection to the instrument rather than like to a piece of paper that then is coming back to the instrument. So that, and maybe the last thing I think about when I think about traditional music is that I feel like it's really inclusive to a lot of different styles of playing and a lot of different like people who have different levels or different goals. Like some people, they might never practice at home and they're not trying to play the tune, they just want to hang out. And I think that's really cool that there's a space that you can be really bad at your instrument maybe, but just have a great time. And that those same people can sit in the same circle as someone, who maybe spends all of their hours eating, breathing, dreaming fiddle and knows every tune inside and out. I think it's cool that there's so like kind of a scaffolding of levels that someone who's a beginner can show up and kind of already jump in a little bit. And I really love that Fairmont State has a jam that's happening every month. And it's cool to see, I've been to the jam on Fridays. I think it's the last Friday of every month. And it's cool to just meet people in the community that I would never run into otherwise. This spring, I'm going to be teaching a quote-unquote masterclass. I'm really hoping that students from all kinds of different backgrounds are going to sign up for it, not just visual artists, but maybe someone who's never considered themselves creative before but loves history, or someone who loves machines, someone who loves singing or telling stories, or who thinks that they're pretty funny and could tell a good joke. Any kind of person, I would welcome you to come take this class. We're going to be making crankies, which are these objects that are behind me, and I am really excited because I'm hoping that they'll be collaborative crankies. I think something that I love about making crankies is that everyone can kind of take their own skill set and also dive into something that they maybe haven't tried before in a supportive environment. The one I'm hoping we'll use is this really giant cranky that's back here, and it would be a pretty gargantuan task for one student to make a cranky out of that. So I think, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 20 people working on one cranky. It's really cool to see what you can make when you work together, and when different ideas come together and kind of compromises are made, new ideas are formed. But yeah, I'm hoping that we'll look at some oral histories that are gathered in Fairmont, and they may be from all kinds of folks. If you have other stories that you're interested in working with, that would also be welcome. I'm hoping we'll dive into the archives at the Folklife Center and then come up with a couple of different crankies that we can share at the end of the year. Crankies are moving panoramas. They're long scrolls like this. They can be made out of all kinds of things. They can be made out of paper, out of a material called Tyvek, which is kind of a plasticky material, out of fabric. And they were used a long time ago. I think of them kind of as, like old movies. But they were repopularized by a puppet company in Vermont called Bread and Puppet Theater Company. And they were started to be called crankies then because of the crank mechanism, the turning mechanism. And because they kind of were popularized by this theater company, there's a lot of music that's played with them, a lot of puppetry can be done with them. I really enjoy them because they're a way to kind of what I like is that you can either tell the same story that you're singing or that you're telling, or the way I first got into them was I was interested in kind of a way to tell multiple stories. I sing a lot of songs that are older, and that sometimes I wonder for myself, if I really like the song, or there's sometimes aspects of it, like for instance, murder ballads. There's some that are pretty violent towards women, and they're beautiful songs. They have a strong history, but I don't always love the kind of the actual story itself. And so the first cranky that I made was with a friend, Sarah Schwendeman, who's the visual artist, and we really spent time trying to figure out, like, how could we not change the words, but tell the story of this really upbeat, exciting murder ballad that usually is played at bluegrass jams at a really fast tempo. How could we tell the narrative from the woman's perspective, or at least kind of cast some doubt onto the narrative that's being told by the man? So for me, like, they're a really cool way to get folks to dive into this kind of magical world of these really long old ballads that sometimes feel too long if you're just singing them without anything to kind of pull an audience in. And they're also a way to recontextualize songs or to help. I lived in the Netherlands for a long time, and so having a cranky felt like also a way to sing songs that were in English that maybe were difficult for folks who spoke English as a second language, even if they spoke it really well. Having a visual was kind of a helpful way to get people to not be stressed out about all the words that I was singing to them. But yeah, they're made usually in one big piece, and then sometimes they're taped together, or like put together depending on what kind of material you're working with. But usually you kind of think of each panel as being one part of the story, and then you just kind of linearly tell the story through the artwork.
Hey Falcons, I hope you're ready for 7 a.m. Good morning Fairmont. I'll see you there. What is Fairmont State known for? What division is Fairmont State University? What is the Fairmont State University mascot, the best mascot? What makes Fairmont State University a great place?
Oh my gosh, here we go. Does Fairmont State have accreditations? Oh boy, do we. How many students does Fairmont State University have? Does Fairmont State University care about the community? What does Fairmont State University have to offer? What does Fairmont State University not offer?
Right. Is there anything to do at Fairmont State? Is Fairmont State University affordable?
Oh my.
Is Fairmont State University growing? Is Fairmont State in a good area?
Not bad.
Throughout the evening and enjoy the show. It's now my honor to introduce our opening act. Hello June is a three-piece indie alternative rock band known for their intimate and dynamic performances. Their shows range from quiet, song-focused intimate experiences to emotionally driven rock. Led by songwriter Sarah Rudy, Hello June has been steadily making waves with their last 3 album releases, receiving noteworthy praise from NPR, No Depression, Pace Magazine, and more. Welcome, Hello June.
Thank you.
you, Fairmont. Listen, this next song is called Candy Rain. Not to be confused with Make It Rain. Walking on thin ice here. Thank you all for coming out tonight. This is really, really cool. You can be here at your school. I remember doing things like this up at West Virginia University where we went. Yeah, that's right. We're from we live in Charlestown, West Virginia now. We spent a lot of years in Morgantown. My dad's from Fairmont, so this is cool to be here. This is Tim Dorsey on the bass. Back behind me on drums is Whit Alexander. I'm Sarah, and we're Hello June. Thank you for listening. Go, give a call. You're scared, it shouldn't feel like this in your bedroom in the daytime. Dark red candlelit. Hey, As soon as they hear that there's so much more than we know, that there is so much more to fear. Oh, can't you walk there? How y'all doing out there? Good. Great. Good. I just wrote this song like last week. So, I know some of y'all songwriters, I can tell. Right? I see this. I feel like you understand then how exciting it is to play new songs out in front of new people. And this one is just days old. It's called Heartbreak Summer. So, if you're having a heartbreak, I promise you you'll get through it. That's right. I hope you like this one. Okay, 1 second. Check, check. There we go. I'd swim the world to get to you, even if I thought I'd drown. Thank you so much. It's cool to be back on campus. I was here once for an arts camp. Yeah. You guys have a cool department. You do. It's awesome. Are you mostly yell if you're from West Virginia. Hell yeah. That's awesome. That's good. Giving back to the state. Learning all that you can. Meeting all the people that you can. This is awesome. Thank you for being here. It's really cool that your school brought in Echo Smith. They had a cool hit. I remember that being a thing on the radio. So it's cool that you've got a president looking out for you. This next song, it's new as well. It's not as new. It's not like a week old new, but this one's called Hello Darling. Hit you just right that morning. From the gap between the window and the blinds, the summer was skin, cartoons and gin. You this place is loud and it's wet outside, and I can't sleep from all of this noise we both hear at night. The sunrise came with us that morning, and I found the right words to say. Do you think of me when you're playing J Mascot? Do you wonder when I will go away? Hello, darling. Yes, I'm fine. This place is loud and it's wet outside, and I can't sleep from all of this noise we both hear at night. Thought what I wanted was to be alone, and now I need a damn thing from anyone. Hello, darling. Yes, I'm fine. This place is loud and it's wet outside, and I can't sleep from all of this noise we both hear at night.
said, where have you been? Sometimes I get lucky and you lay down in a sea full of faces in a rumbling crowd. And for that second, nothing makes a sound. And in that moment, I'll marinate in the beauty of the silence where the seconds fade. I said, through the rivers and flow beneath your skin. And I said, where have you been? And I said, where have you been? So it goes, we separate like the force that keeps the red in our veins. A reminder that there is weight in everything. And all I know is the time moves on like a train rolling over a familiar song. The words we know are the ones we love the most. The ones we love are the ones we heard the most. The ones we love are the ones we heard the most. The ones we love are the ones we heard the most. The ones we love are the ones we heard. Thank you so much.
Listen, we're Hello June, and I want to stay connected with you all. Make sure to follow us on Instagram. I am on there. You can find our website as well. Come see us some other time. We have 2 songs left. This one's brand new as well. This one's called Boring Things. It's about losing contact with people from your past. And if, as a college student, make sure to reach back to the people that you had relationships as kids. You'll thank me for it. This one's called Boring Things. Sound right? Buried my heart yesterday. Out there in the backyard. Back there where we used to play. Right before it ever got so dark. I wish you would call me every week to tell me all your little boring things, like how you and her watch TV, and how your kids, they aren't afraid of anything. Is it really possible that we are anything at all? A little bit of dust on a rock, a whole lot of noise and a whole lot of chaos. Thank you. We have one more song for you. I'll be over here by my merch table. That's where you can find me. I would love to chat, love to meet you. Please find us on the internet so you can stay in touch. We're Hello June. This song's called Handshakes. Fairmont State.
I do move. I'm a very moving person.
Are those the slide-on shoes?
They are.
I got those.
They're nice.
So when we say campus activities, are you show like?
Yeah.
Well, then do it. So you're not going to have me in this shot at all?
Yeah, I just can tell on him.
So it doesn't matter what I do.
Nope. I'm a little worried now.
No, I try and vary between like. I think I might have that exact pair. Mine might be a little bit darker.
They're Sketcher.
Yep.
And they're like $40 off Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
So
the first home football game is September 4th against Bloomsburg University, right?
that's correct. Oh, let's do that again. Yes, that is correct. That's a really good job. You might have to give me a nudge. Hey, it's your cue.
These were $20.
Really?
At Plato's Closet. I took Emmy back to school shopping, and their Vans,
Nice.
and they were brand new. Still
Yeah, they
had
were.
the tag on them. The first home football game is September 4th against Bloomberg. The first home football game is September 4th against Bloomsburg University, right?
That's right. Kickoff is scheduled for 7 p.m. at Duval Rozier Field, and we'll have. Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Would you have seen President Martin doing that? Yeah, can you write me a rap, Dan?
Oh yeah, I'll write your rap for next month. It's going to be very white.
What?
I'm Mike Davis, and I'm here to say.
I can also do the Carlton.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
You're recording all of that, aren't you?
Yeah, it's all it's rolling.
Hey everybody, just walking through the Bryant Street parking deck, checking people's decals to make sure those cars are registered with our police department so they can park here. But it's quiet and safe here, walking around in the middle of the night. Get ready for Good Morning Fairmont at 7 a.m. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, Falcons of all ages, welcome to the academic year 2025-26 Presidential Speaker Series. I'm Brian Solmeski, and I have the great pleasure of serving as the Chief of Staff of the university. I'm going to introduce tonight's guest, Dr. Charles Chuck Welsh. He became the 7th president of the American Association of State Colleges and Universities, or ASCU, on January 15th, 2024. What's ASCU, you're thinking? It is a Washington, D.C. higher education association that represents 524 other public universities, plus Fairmont State. President Chuck joined ASCU after serving nearly 13 years as the president of the Arkansas State University System. He's also the past president of Henderson State University, the past chancellor, this is going to take a minute, the past chancellor of the University of Arkansas Community College at Hope, Texarkana, and the past president of the Arkansas Association of Two-Year Colleges. Before becoming President Chuck, he served as Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, Dean, and a faculty member at various Arkansas colleges and universities. Clearly, President Chuck has been there and done that. As I'm sure he'll tell you tonight, President Chuck is a first-generation college student and the first member of his extended family to receive an advanced degree. He earned a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Arkansas, a Master of Arts from the George Washington University, and a doctorate from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. But wait, there's more. President Chuck has also served on numerous boards. He chaired the board of the Arkansas Association of Public Universities. He was co-chair of the Executive Council at the Arkansas Department of Higher Education. I haven't said Arkansas this many times in a night, ever. And he was inducted into the Arkansas Boys State Hall of Fame. You know who I'm thinking about right now. Go Boys State. Last I checked, he still served as vice chair of the American Academic Leadership Institute Board of Directors and is on the board of directors of the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems. He even served as a chair of ASCU, which he now leads twice. So, President Chuck has been there, done there. He is here tonight, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that he was awarded Presidential Emeritus status, something for President Mike to aspire to, President Emeritus status by the Arkansas State University system in December 2023. The system also honored him with the creation of the Charles L. Welch Presidential Scholars Program. Tonight, he's going to speak with us about the future of regional public universities. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a Falcon round of applause for President Chuck.
All right. Brian, thank you for that. Thank you for that kind introduction. It's great to see all of you tonight. Thank you for coming out. They told me I had about 20 minutes to speak, and then we're going to do the fireside chat. And when I told my staff that, they were like, "You can't say your name in 20 minutes. It's going to take forever." So I'll try to keep this brief and hit some high points, and then certainly we want to have a conversation, and then if there is an opportunity for questions and answers. But what a great day it's been. They started me at 9 o'clock this morning. And I'm going to finish about 8:30 tonight. So it is a long one, but it has been really fulfilling too. I love nothing more than to come to a university campus, to see all the great things that are happening, to listen to the students and the faculty and staff, and really get a feel for what an institution is doing to make a difference in the community and in the lives of the individuals that it serves. So Brian mentioned the American Association of State Colleges and Universities. We are one of the 6, or sometimes called the Big 6, higher education associations based in Washington, D.C., that's where I live, that is responsible for representing the different sectors of higher education. So you have one for community colleges, you have one for large research universities, you have one for private institutions, you have one for land-grant universities, you have one for regional publics. And regional publics are sort of, we've been called the backbone of higher education. We've been called the workhorses of higher education. We've also been referred to as sort of the forgotten component of higher education. Because all too often today, when you ask the American public, or you look at policymakers, or you look at the media, higher education is viewed through the lens of about 10 campuses. Typically very large, prestigious, elite universities that everybody assumes everything is like that. But what they don't understand is 70% of public undergraduate students attend a regional public university. 2/3 of baccalaureate degrees and 2/3 of master's degrees awarded in this country every year by public institutions are from regional public universities. 79% of teacher education and health professions degrees are awarded at regional public universities. You hear all the talk about higher education costs too much. Higher education results in too much debt. 97% of students who graduate from a regional public university graduate with a median debt of less than $20,000 a year. And I understand it's even considerably less at Fairmont than it is at the others. We are the institutions that are literally transforming the lives. We have a large number of first-generation students, a large number of low-income students, a large number of rural students, a large number of students of color, a large number of students who really, if not for the institution, would not have the opportunity to go to college. There is an index that's put out every year called the Social Mobility Index that shows how individuals are able to move up that socioeconomic status ladder. The top 20 institutions nationally are all regional public universities. We are the ones that are able to afford that most dramatic impact on the students. And Brian mentioned my own story, and I'd be remiss if I didn't tell it. I'm a first-generation college student. My mom is a high school graduate. My dad did not graduate from high school. My dad was a truck driver. My mom was a stay-at-home mom who helped raise me, obviously an only child. I didn't have a grandparent that got past the 8th grade. And my father's father could not read or write. When you got to the 8th grade, you had to go work in the fields. The Arkansas version of the coal mines, I guess. You know, you had to go and you had to do that to lift up your family. It wasn't an option. And then when I came along, my parents said, we don't know that much about higher education, but we know we want you to have it. We know we want you to have opportunities that we did not have. And so when Brian mentioned about Arkansas, one thing I knew for certain, I had opportunities to go to other states, I had opportunities to do things, but there was so much need in my home state. I wanted other young people who had come from backgrounds like I did to have those same opportunities because I knew what it had done for me. I didn't go to college thinking I was going to work for college,
But when I got there and realized the transformative impact and realized where we ranked, and Arkansas tends to rank somewhere between 48th and 50th, and West Virginia tends to be hanging out down there with us in educational attainment rates, I said there's far too much work that needs to be done right here at home. And I want to make sure that not only my own family members that come after me, but that others that are in those similar circumstances have those opportunities. We recently did an alumni survey, a national alumni survey that we partnered with a private foundation to gauge what our students at regional public universities thought about their educational experience. And here are our three primary findings. 84% of the alumni that we surveyed said they were pleased with their collegiate experience. 83% said they were pleased with the current career and job that they were in. And 78% said they expect to earn more money and live a better lifestyle than the household they grew up in. That's why we exist. It's also what drives me crazy about some of the negativity that's currently out there about whether or not higher education is worth it. So when people ask me frequently, what are the three greatest challenges that you say that face higher education? I'll say number one is the valuation. Number two is the valuation, and number three is the valuation. Because if we don't value the collegiate experience, if we don't value the degree, it reduces the incentive for policymakers to fund our institutions and fund higher education, and it reduces the incentive for parents and young people to want to go to college. We've got to change that dynamic. And let me be very clear about something. The skepticism of higher education, the criticisms of higher education, the concerns about higher education is not a political issue that belongs to one political party or the other. It is across the board, maybe on different issues, but the concerns exist, and some of them are valid. Some of them are valid. There are things we need to do, and I'll talk about this in just a second, to help respond to that. But some of this is because it is being viewed through the lens, again, of those handful of institutions. I had a conversation, I had coffee one morning with the editor of a very large higher education publication, and I told him, you gotta quit the one-size-fits-all approach. You gotta quit acting like what happens at institution A is what's happening at institution B. My joke is, if Harvard gets a cold, the rest of us get the flu, because it has an even greater impact on us than it does on them. And I said, we got to talk about regional publics. We've got to differentiate and distinguish ourselves and talk about the things we are doing that really is what the clamor is for higher education to be doing, we're already doing. He said he understood me. Fast forward about a month, and I wake up and I pick up that publication, and the headline says, higher education hits $100,000 tuition mark. I yanked up that phone so fast that I called him. I said, whoa. Higher ed didn't hit the $100,000 tuition mark. Vanderbilt did. Fairmont State, Mike was talking about, we were at an event last year, and he said, somebody kept talking about, it costs $400,000 to go to college. And Mike stood up and goes, I'm sorry, but you could go to Fairmont State for the rest of your life for $400,000, right? But what I said to that publisher was, I said, here's the challenge. My mom and dad, living in rural Arkansas, had they read that article, that $100,000 might as well have been the college down the street, because they didn't know any different. That could have been the article where they said, son, as much as we want you to, we just can't do it, right? So we've got to start talking about things in a little bit different perspective. So when people talk about it's not worth it anymore, when they talk about the valuation is not there, when they talk about it costs too much and the return on investment is not great, these are the stats I usually try to talk about and really try to reinforce. So when I think about policymakers, particularly at the federal level, where I'm spending a lot of time now, I try to think about the things that they are most concerned about, or the things that they feel like are really the greatest ills in society. So let's walk through them for a minute. Lower income base, lower revenue, difficult budgets. There is no doubt, bar none, that if you get a college degree, you are more than likely to earn more money in your lifetime than if you don't have a college degree. Are there exceptions to that? Sure. I love the people that go, well, Bill Gates doesn't have a college degree. No, but Bill Gates pumps in about $20 billion a year into higher education efforts in this country because he understands the value that is there. Or I hear that, well, they got a college degree and they're a barista down at the local coffee house. right? Yeah, that one is, but what about the 50 others that are not, that are living a better life? So there's definitely going to earn more. The second thing that I'll hear is, boy, unemployment. You know, it's a real challenge. You are half as likely to be unemployed in your lifetime if you're a college graduate than if you're a high school graduate. It's a fact of the matter. Could you be unemployed as a college graduate? Sure. But the odds are that you're not going to be. A third one is health care, the cost of health care. A college graduate lives on average 8 years longer than a high school graduate. That's on average. But I've also seen statistics. It's an area, and I'm pretty sure it's Ohio, where there are two adjacent communities. One has very high educational attainment rates, one has very low educational attainment rates. And the difference in lifespans in those two zip codes is 17 years. It makes a difference. And if you have a college degree, you're more likely to use healthcare more efficiently and not put the same strain on there. Corrections costs a lot. In my home state of Arkansas, the average FTE allocation from the state for a college student was about $6,500 a year, and it cost about $32,000 a year to incarcerate an individual. So a heck of a lot cheaper to educate them than it is to put them in prison, and a lot less likely they'll end up in prison if we educate them on the front end. Or I'll hear, you know, we're really worried about public support services, SNAP, WIC, all those different kinds of programs. Less than 3% of college-educated individuals have to rely on public support programs. So I say all of that to say this. We can talk about the individual benefit. There's a societal benefit to having a college degree that lifts all of us up. They're going to be more philanthropic, they're going to volunteer more, they're going to rely less on public assistance, they're going to live longer, they're going to remain employed, they're going to make more money, which comes back into the revenue base of the communities, and because we have an educated workforce, we have a better chance of recruiting and retaining business and industry. So when these questions about the valuation come about, and I get it, it's not cheap. I get it. It is difficult sometimes to make those ends meet. I remember as a young person, I was telling the students this morning at the student government meeting that one year, a few years ago, and when I was encouraging them to continue to talk to President Davis and talk about their experience, I said, we have to be reminded of our own experiences. But I remember a few years back we were talking about raising tuition. And somebody said, well, how much is that going to cost? I said, it's only $400 a year more. And one of the students looked at me and said, $400 to you right now probably isn't a whole lot. But was $400 a year a lot to you when you were a college student? And it slapped me right upside the head of remembering that difference and how we have to put ourselves in those places. So I understand some of the criticisms. I understand some of the questioning. But I really think now is the time for regional public universities to step forward and begin to tell the different story. To tell the story of our students, to talk about those social and economic mobility opportunities that those students have, to talk about the fact that we are, a term that we use at ASCU that I was so pleased to see in Fairmont State's strategic planning documents was that we are stewards of place. And what that means is we are located in the community to serve the community. 70% of regional public university students in the United States come from a 50-mile radius. Mike was telling me this morning, 87% of the current students enrolled at Fairmont State are West Virginians. Guess what? They're from here, and many will stay here. That's the purpose of a public university, is to serve the region, to serve the communities, to serve the workforce. We are also institutions that are better suited to enact change. One of the great, I recently wrote an op-ed for Forbes, and I said that if Thomas Jefferson came back to life, one of the only things he'd recognize is a college campus, because we hadn't changed a whole lot since he was around. Some truth to that. It also is what bears some of the reason for the criticisms that we get, that we are stuck in our ways. There's only one way of doing things. I had a member of Congress say, Chuck, I'm going to start calling y'all Dr. No. You're against everything. Right? And for many institutions of higher education, they're so bureaucratic, they're so structured, they've got so much of these traditions and histories that don't allow that change, they can't pivot and respond and be nimble. Regional public universities can and always have been We are the ones that can make that. We are the ones that when you get that call from that local business that says, hey, I need you to help train X, you can make that happen. So if we're willing to really step out there and say, you know what, we're already community. You know what? We are already educating the citizens of the region and of the state. You know what? We're already more accessible and affordable than many institutional types are in the country. We start talking about those things, we can begin to turn that tide. Because the other thing I'll tell you is, members of Congress may not like higher education. They love that local institution. They do. Because they know what it does and what it means. And so we've got to do a better job of telling that story. And we have to do it through change. We have to be different. We have to take some shots. So on the wall of my office, I have a picture of a basketball goal in an old gymnasium. Now this is a Wayne Gretzky quote. Don't know why it's a basketball goal, but it is. And it says, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. We've got to get out there and try some things. We've got to try to be different. Because guess what? Our current narrative isn't working. It's not working for telling the American people and telling our constituencies who we are, what we do, and what can be. Now, one of the arguments is this question of, have the liberal arts and the social sciences and the traditional humanities passed us by? And should we only be focused on workforce education and career skills? And I think the greatest challenge with that conversation is that they are deemed mutually exclusive. They're not. Because what we hear overwhelmingly from business and industry is we want thinkers, we want problem solvers, we want communicators, we want writers, we want people that can think analytically. Well, guess what? Those skill sets come from those traditional liberal arts and humanities. The other thing is, as rapidly as technologies are changing right now, so the students asked me last night, what was your greatest accomplishment? I was a student body president at the University of Arkansas. What was your greatest accomplishment as student body president? And I said it was getting students' email addresses. And that seems real cool now, right? It was a big deal then. But my point is, if we are only focused on instructing our students and preparing them for one thing, there's a really strong likelihood that 10 years from now, that one thing will be obsolete. And if we have not trained those students to be able to pivot, to be able to adjust, to be able to move into different careers, to be able to do things differently, we have failed those students for their lifelong career opportunities. We can't think about tomorrow. We have to think about the entire time. Now, can we find ways to take those traditional liberal arts and humanities curriculum components and infuse in more modern workforce and career skill sets? Absolutely. That's what we should be doing. We should find the best of both, bring them together to prepare students not only for the jobs of today, but the jobs of 30 years from now. So I think that's a critical component that we have to do. We also have to be data informed. We are the most anecdotal humans on the face of the planet in higher education. We are. Now, I purposely said data informed. You can't be completely data driven. Because the data may say this program is a lost program, you don't need it, but you know it's critical to the fabric of the community, right? So you have the information, but then you have to make the decisions that you know aren't going to show up just in those black and white numbers. But we got to get out of that, well, I think, or I heard, or Bill said, or Mary said, and really we've got to rely on that data to have a basic understanding of the why, the how, and the what can be for the different programs that we are doing. And then we have to know who we are. Who is Fairmont State University? That's probably the worst English that I just butchered. I'm from Arkansas, all right? Sorry. Who is, who are, whatever. What is it about this institution? What makes this institution different? There are 520 regional public universities. How? 525. I think, Brian, you got new numbers. Hell, I've been saying the wrong number all day. So 525. What makes this one different? What makes this one stand apart? Is it the architecture program? I got to be honest with you. Had a young man this morning, I said, what are you majoring in? He said, architecture. I said, oh, great. And my immediate thought was, he's starting here and he's going to transfer somewhere else to get architecture. Because it is not altogether common for regional public universities to have an architecture program. That's something to talk about. National security. Bryson and about 50 other people have said they have national security as an interest program, right? There's another one, right? We got 2 right here. That's something to talk about, the niche programming that sets you apart and makes you different. I heard a term today, high flex or something, I think it was, so not online, not hybrid, but high flex. Those are the kinds of things that we have to do. Let's not just be what everybody else is, because there are a lot of competitors out there, both physically and in the online space. But let's figure it out, and then let's figure out who we are and who we want to be. One of the challenges that we have in higher education is everybody thinks, well, if we're not in the Big Ten or the ACC or the SEC, or we're not an Ivy League, we're not good enough. Or if we're not as expensive, it must not be the same quality. Or if we don't rank at X point in the U.S. News and World Report rankings, we're not going to be able to do things. You know what all those things mean? Nothing. Now, if you want big-time football, go to the SEC, ACC, Big Ten. If you want to pay a lot of money for not a whole lot better return, then go to one of those places that costs a lot of money. If you want to have that ranking in U.S. News and World Report for no other reason than just saying you have it, I'm sorry, because it's not where the focus ought to be. There's a campus in Arizona, Northern Arizona University, very large campus. And for years, their aspirational goal was to be a Research One university, because the University of Arizona was one, and Arizona State University was one, and there are only 3 universities in the state, so they needed to be one, right? Their new president came in and said, why? We already have 2. Why don't we be the best regional university at bringing in students, taking care of them, getting them graduated, understanding their needs, putting them out into the workforce, being connected to the local community colleges, being connected to business and industry, and truly making a difference in the state, and not worrying about the rankings or not worrying about the titles. Folks, it has exploded at that university. The excitement level, they are the darlings of everybody right now, because they said those things don't matter. What matters is if Bryson gets what Bryson wants. What matters is if we are serving that local fence company and the needs that they have and the things that they're doing. What matters is that we are providing the appropriate level of support services to get our students to their dreams. I had coffee this afternoon with the students, and I said, tell me what you like about Fairmont. And the first thing out of their mouth was the health services. Mike, that's good. That's not what we hear. What they said was they're taking care of us. What you said was they care about me. I'm not just a number. They are focused on me and my success. That's what matters. But too often we don't, it's about how the football team, or it's about the rankings, the things that really at the end of the day don't determine whether these students actually get to where they want to get. Now, ironically, I asked them, what is your least favorite thing about Fairmont State? And shockingly, they said parking. And I said to them, which I could have told you that before I went in there, because all 525 campuses in the country would say parking. But I said, now remind me what y'all pay for parking? They said, well, we don't. I said, exactly. Let's think about this for a second. I'm going to finish with just this. The familial aspect of this university is ever present. I saw it from the minute I got here last night until I walked into this room. The campus tour I took today, my tour guide, are you in here? Holly, where is she? Back there? She knew everybody we passed. She knew every aspect of the institution, the people who worked there. The only thing I stumped her on is why you got those rock benches out there. I still want to hear if there's a story there behind those rock benches. But I could feel it, her pride in the institution that bleeds through. Mike walking around. Now, I got home late one night and had on a suit jacket and reached in the pocket and pulled out a sticker of Mike's big head. Y'all probably seen those stickers. I've seen a waist-up pillow of Mike. Guys, that's what makes the collegiate experience special. It's that connection. It's that knowing these people are here for me, to serve me, and to help me. And I'm going to finish with this. There's some difficult days in Washington, D.C. right now. Some days I want to just run screaming. But when I have those days, I do two things. One is think about my dad. And I have a picture on my desk of my dad in the first grade in this schoolhouse. And he didn't have any shoes on, probably because they couldn't afford any shoes. And I think about one generation difference of I'm complaining about having to go to the Capitol and deal with this when my dad didn't have shoes to go to school. And then the second thing I do is I try to find a commencement ceremony. And I go sit there and I watch those students, those graduates walk across that stage. And I think about, if not for this institution, where would they be? I said earlier, I don't like some of the things that are being said and done towards Harvard, but I don't worry as much because most of the students that go to Harvard, they're going to make it regardless. But at our institutions, it could be the difference between an endless poverty cycle and lack of educational attainment cycle or an entirely different life. And so when I sit there at those commencement ceremonies, and I would encourage you to do the same, and you watch those students walk across the stage, I want you to think about this. If not for Fairmont State, instead of walking across that stage, they could be walking into an unemployment office. If not for Fairmont State, instead of walking across that stage to get that diploma, they could be walking into a soup kitchen for their only meal of the day. And if not for Fairmont State, instead of walking across that stage, they could be walking into a jail cell. That's what we do. We change lives. And my job at the national level is to really differentiate the sectors of higher education and how all the negativity we hear doesn't apply to what's happening at places like this. That's why this exists. That's why I get up and go to work every morning. It's why you're fortunate to have a president who shares that same passion. And it's why I'm so honored and privileged to be with you tonight. So let's stop there, Mike, and go to the fireside chat.
Hey everybody, I'm in front of historic Morrow Hall. So our alums who are watching, a lot of you probably lived in this building. We're still working on making sure that we provide great student activities, and your donations and your support are part of what make that possible. So we'll see you at 7 a.m. for Good Morning Fairmont. Keep those dollars rolling in.
And I only went 15 minutes longer than they told me to, so...
Your staff will be shocked.
Not too bad.
Your staff will be absolutely shocked. We do have something for you. We couldn't let you leave without a President Chuck head sticker. So there you go.
Look at there.
And Brian has already sent some.
There's another one of his too. So
Brian has already sent some back to your home office.
Oh my God, I love it.
So they'll get those when they get
those
back.
work really well for men of our hair depth.
They do.
So it goes well.
Absolutely. So you were president in a state with a large public institution that gets a lot of the attention. We have a place like that, up the road 20 minutes that gets a lot of the public attention. I don't see anyone wearing WVU stuff in here now, but we do at our sporting events on our campus. How do you make sure people are paying the appropriate attention to the regional publics when you live in a state? For us, and in Arkansas, it's the same thing. That's their sports team, right? There's not professional sports. That's their sports team. We hear that all the time. How do you make sure a regional public gets appropriate attention?
That is a great question. Here's what's interesting, and I think you hit on it, Mike. It's largely about the sports teams. Mr. Delegate, they used to have a conversation in the Arkansas legislature that everybody loves the Razorbacks and hates the University of Arkansas. Some truth to that, quite frankly. And what they meant by that was that university was seen as the elitist University. That was the university that was seen as being out of touch with the common Arkansan. That institution, my alma mater, their freshman class is about 60% Texans, not Arkansans. Many of them will end up going back to Dallas and Houston. So what did we try to do without throwing them under the bus, which if they fell under a wheel, that was okay too. What we did is really try to make it personal, local, and connected. What I mean by that was we really tried to get out and make the connections. One way to sum this up, one year we were at budget hearings, and I was president of the Arkansas State University system, and then there was a president of the University of Arkansas system, and the Speaker of the House got up and said, we're going to ask the two system presidents to come testify. Would Dr. Bobbitt and Chuck please come to the front? Well, some people are like, are you? No. He's calling me Chuck, which means we have a stronger personal connection that's going to allow me to get things than I would if he thought I was up there in my Rolex and my, slick back hairdo and Armani suit and all those kinds of things. So I think it's about really helping policymakers and the general public at large understand, look, we don't have, is West Virginia Big 10 now or ACC?
Big 12.
Big 12. Oh, that's right. We may not have Big 12 football, but you know what we got? We got connection to the community. We got 87% West Virginians. We got students who are from here and staying here, and they're going to make a difference in what the future of West Virginia looks like. And so you have to put those separations in place. You can't overcome the athletic piece. The other thing is, when I got to Arkansas State, I said to our folks, we have a massive inferiority complex, because everybody wanted to be the University of Arkansas. We're not going to be the University of Arkansas. We're not in the SEC. We're not as old as they are. We're not an R1. We're not a land-grant institution. We don't have as much money. So let them be that. Let's go be who we are. And let's do it in a way that feels more personal, more approachable, and has that connection. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you by the time we left we were the darlings and nobody liked it. That's not how it works. But I do think that we made some significant inroads in terms of policymakers and even the general public saying, you know what, this is our university. This is the one that's really focused on us. This is the one that's going to help transform those lives. But it has to be repeated. It has to be consistent. And you have to walk the walk. I mean, you can't just talk a big game and then not do those things. But it's really about, again, helping that understanding. I also had a mentor that told me one time, Chuck, your success as a president will be viewed by the quality of your athletics team, the quality of your buildings, and the size of your enrollment. He said, those are three things that will get you in trouble faster than anything. If you spend a whole bunch of money on athletics just to look good and hurt everywhere else. Buildings, you can build yourself into debt that you can never get out of. And enrollment, I could get this campus double the enrollment tomorrow and not generate a penny. Maybe lose money, quite frankly. If you go buy them all, you find ways to do that. But we chase that newspaper article every year of, Fairmont's up 6%. I actually had our enrollment went down one time at our flagship university, and I told the board, we're down in enrollment. It's the healthiest financial picture we've had in 10 years, and they looked at me like I had 17 eyeballs. Right? But it's about that mix. So it's about not chasing rankings, not chasing numbers, and just really being solid who you are.
One of the conversations, you and I've had plenty of times is there's a moment now in higher education, right? The big elites have had their moment. The flagships over the last 20 years have doubled in size, and they've had their moment. My contention is that regional publics are the best case for answering the moment now. Can you talk some about that?
No, I don't think there's any question about it. So I spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill. And visiting with members of Congress, and both parties, when you go behind and start talking to them, they will say, Chuck, your campuses aren't the problem. We're not mad at your campuses. And my response is, maybe not, but your policies are bad at all of us, because they're one size fits all. Let's start talking about what is important to you and what matters. And the single statistic, glowing statistics. When I say 70% of our students come from a 50-mile radius, they sit up in their chairs. They pay attention. When I say we are focused on the region and the communities that we serve, that's not to suggest we're not going to enroll some international students. It's not to suggest we're not going to have out-of-state students or do things, but at our core, it is about that focus on serving the region and the community, and it resonates. I told the story, there was a policy that was being, am I losing Mike here or something? Am I got it too close? There was a policy that was being debated that I thought was very bad, and went and met with a member of Congress, and I told this member of Congress, you can't do this policy in a one-size-fits-all. It's not fair, because I'm at a disadvantage at a regional public university because I'm willing to take students who have different challenges, right? If I want to take students who all made 34 ACTs and are rich, I'm going to have some pretty good outcomes. That ain't going to be good for West Virginia. That's not going to be good for Arkansas. And I said, you really have to, when you do these policies, you have to consider all of those different factors, because I'm on a different playing field than the University of Michigan is, or Harvard is, or Yale is. Fast forward a year. Go back into the meeting with the same member of Congress, and he said, Chuck, we've changed the formula to protect regional public universities. Now, I'm not sure I believe that. Here's why. I think he's well-intentioned. I think he means it. I'm not sure we've even got the data to be able to tell if we're protecting or not, but he is thinking about it. He's talking about it, and it's important to him, and that's what matters. So I absolutely think this is our time. When you hear about all these assaults out there about high endowments and affirmative action in admissions decisions, or you hear all of these high cost and high debt, that's not our institutions. So let's talk about that, and let's talk about if we want to use higher education to propel the future of this country, both from an individual standpoint as well as a societal standpoint. We've got the place for you. It's the regional public university sector. And so we've got to make sure we're out there every day talking about it. This is not just with policymakers, it's also with the media to start talking about. I had a reporter say to me recently, "Can I ask you a question?" I said, "Sure." And she said, "Why do all of my editors only care about Ivy League schools?" I said, "Where did your editors go to school?" She said, "Ivy Leagues." I said, "Bingo." All right? So we're having to do it in all of those different areas, as well as the general public, really talking about and dispelling some of the myths, about the debt. Now, $20,000 in debt is still a lot of debt. How many of you bought a $20,000 vehicle lately? Sorry if there's any car dealers in here, my apologies. $20,000 for a lifetime of greater earnings, longer health, less reliance on public support services, more ability to travel, is priceless. We've got to recast the conversation about higher education from cost to investment. An investment that an individual student makes in their own life, and an investment that states and the federal government make in the lives of their communities around. But yeah, I definitely think it's our time, because I think the things that people say they want from higher ed, we already do.
You know, it's interesting that you were talking about the state investment piece. So I just completed this tour of West Virginia that I told you about yesterday. And when I was down there talking to community leaders, they said, well, we know your recruiters come in and recruit our students, but this is the first time anybody in higher education has come into our community and said, what do you need? And I think that could be a superpower for regional publics, because we can do that. And like you said, we can go in and listen, and then we can react to what they need.
No question. You know, one of the things I love about Mike, I mean, first of all, the dude literally lived in a van down by the river. When he did his statewide tour, he slept in a van, all right? He doesn't have a suit jacket on right now. He's real. He has his face on a sticker over here.
That was not my choice.
Not your choice. He's real. I've always said, if you see me in a tie, I'm either testifying before a governmental body or I'm in a casket. All right? I used to wear a tie every day, suit and tie every day. And I taught a class, and at the end of the class, I did student evaluations, and I had like 10 students say, our favorite day was the one you didn't wear a tie. You seemed more approachable. And I thought, you know what, I don't like this thing anyway. And it's a barrier. We are seen in higher education all too often as being elitist, as being out of touch, as being in these ivory towers and above it all. Again, that's largely coming from a half dozen institutions around the country that are viewed that way. That's not who Fairmont State is. That's not who he is. I had a president call me a couple weeks ago who had followed a president who wore a suit and tie literally to sleep in. And he said, Chuck, you said something to me that has been just resonating in my mind. And I said, oh my God, what did I say? And he said, you said, you define the presidency doesn't define you. And I said, yeah, I probably did say that. He said, did you mean it? I said, what do you mean? And he said, I'm afraid people are going to say, you're the president. You're supposed to have on the suit and tie. Y'all can't imagine. So my first presidency, I was 31 years old. And obviously I was non-traditional. Y'all can't imagine how many people said to me, you don't look like a president. Now I have no idea what that means, right? Other than, I guess you're not old. It's that connection of being who you are. And that's what I love about regional publics. We are who we are, and we don't need to be apologetic about it, right? Because these students that are in here, what I also asked them, so there was a young lady, I don't see her in here, at the coffee today, that told me she originally was enrolling at a different university in the state of West Virginia. I won't name West Liberty. And they're not one of our members, so I can name it. So she said that she went there and did like the orientation and walked around, and she said, I just didn't have a good feel. So I decided I'd just look one more place just to make sure I wasn't missing something. And she said, I came to Fairmont, and I did it, and I never looked back. She said it was such an entirely different experience. And I said, why? She said, they wanted me here. That's the thing, and you embody it every day, and that's what I appreciate about it, that I think is so, I can't even remember what you asked me now, but it makes a difference, and it's what makes these students want to work that much harder too, to represent this institution well.
So I'm going to ask you a little slightly more personal question now.
Okay.
So when I was in college, I had somebody in the bursar's office who signed off on me registering for classes when I had debt and helped me register. I wouldn't have graduated without this person. I think about him often. I've tried to contact him. I haven't been able to find him, but that sort of thing. You're a first generation college student. I'm sure you had experiences where somebody was like, you've got this and I've got your back. Who's that person for you?
Oh, wow. So I'll tell two stories here. The first one was my academic advisor. And she was a very accomplished individual. Just to give you a little background here, I was a political science major, which apparently half the students at this university are, that I talked to today, which is a good thing. And she had written the book on Arkansas politics. Her husband was the general counsel for Tyson Foods, and she was the matron of honor in the wedding of Bill and Hillary Clinton. So very well connected, but also very direct. So I go in, it's my senior year, and I go in, and she says, so what's next for Chuck? And I said, well, I'm going to go to law school. And she said, you're not a lawyer. And I said, come again? She said, you're not a lawyer. I said, what do you mean? She goes, you'll be miserable practicing law. You wouldn't be a good lawyer. I was like, this is the meanest woman I've ever met in my entire life. She said, I want you to go home. I want you to come back in a week, and I want you to have other options besides being a lawyer. And dismissed me from her office. I went home. I thought about it. Came to the firm conclusion that was the meanest woman I'd ever met in my entire life. But I went back in a week because I was scared to death of her. And she said, what'd you come up with? And I said, well, I never thought about this, but I was president of the student body, worked very closely with the president, had someone like you who poured into me and invested into me and let me experience things. And I said, I really have a passion for higher education because of my own circumstances and what I know it's going to do. That could be a career path I could see. She said, that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. I never thought about anything else again. And then I had mentors who had poured into me in college who were always the ones that gave me the opportunities. Let's be clear. I didn't become a president at 31 because I was some genius or good-looking, suave, charismatic dude. I did it because I had people who believed in me and poured into me. And when one of my mentors called me and said, Chuck, I want you to go be president at this campus. And I'll never forget, I said, I'm flattered. I'm so honored. But I've only been here 18 months. They're really good to me. I have a newborn. My wife's pregnant with our second child. I'm honored and flattered, but I'm not interested. And he said, I didn't ask you if you were interested. I said, I want you to go do this. And so one of the things, and I said this to some of the students earlier, find those people. Find those Diane Blairs who's no longer with us. Find those Alan Suggs. Find those Dan Fairders. Find those Mike Davises who are the people that will help guide you into what is best for you. So I was going to go to D.C. too, by the way, because Clinton was president. A lot of people were going to Arkansas, as you can imagine. There were ample opportunities for us to do that. And then when I decided I was going to do higher ed, I no longer needed to go to Washington. And the chancellor said to me, you're going if I got to drag you kicking and screaming. You will never have this opportunity again in your life. You're going. And so I went, and every step of the way they were right and helped guided me. But they were people that saw things in me I didn't see in myself. And one of the greatest treasures I owned is a letter that I got from the chancellor of the University of Arkansas when I was a student. And I got it about, 20 years ago, I guess, maybe. It was my second presidency, I guess, 16, 17, 18 years ago. And he was telling me how proud of me he was. And he said, Chuck, I got to be honest with you. I didn't think you were serious enough to be a president. I like to joke. I like to have a good time. He goes, I now see that's exactly what we need more of. Don't quit being who you are. And I've kept that letter because, this was somebody that was literally like a god to me. This man was the president of the flagship university in the state. And here's the first generation. And then it went full circle when he called me for advice on a couple of occasions. And that really gave it back. But yeah, those people are there. And the last thing I'll say to students is this: use the mentors. I hate when a young person says, I hate to bother you. I know how busy you are. I would much rather talk to you than the other crap I'm dealing with on a daily basis. Trust me. But I also know I didn't get there without that person, and I want to help the students get it because it fills our cup. When we see those young people, and not so young people sometimes, reach where they want to be, God, that's the most fulfilling thing we do.
That's awesome. So I'll have a closing question for you, but I want to open it to the audience and see if we have some questions. I think Ashton has the microphone, so raise your hand and Ashton will bring it to you.
Actually, as a matter of fact, I do have a question for you myself.
All right.
And it
Ashton asked the first question when I interviewed as well, I believe.
Yeah. So I'm a former student body president myself.
Okay.
So that was one thing that really caught my ear. But if you could, I'd like to hear your experience with civic engagement as the student body president of your alma mater, but also in your professional career now.
Yeah. So let me maybe step back for just a second and tell you that I knew what I wanted to be in life. Of course, it didn't work out. But I knew what I wanted to be in life in 1981 when I was 8 years old and I was homesick on Inauguration Day. Ronald Reagan was being inaugurated as president, and my family was very, although uneducated, were very civically engaged and politically educated and believed very deeply in that was not only a right, it was a requirement as citizens to be engaged. So my mom made me watch the inaugural ceremony, and I said, "Is that where the president lives?" She said, "Yeah." And I said, "By God, I'm going to be president." Right? I mean, I'm going to do it. And from that day forward, it was go to law school, run for office. And I was president of the student body in high school, and then I was president of the student body at the university. And what it did for me is it really taught me such deep lessons about compromise and collaboration and communications and giving back to others. And it helped me really to understand. I mean, I had some folks that I worked with that I wasn't a big fan of, right? But sometimes they made statements that I thought, God, that makes way too much sense. So even after I was told I wasn't a lawyer, I still maybe had those political ambitions in the back of my mind. And I went to Washington, D.C. and worked. And what I saw, particularly at the federal level, was I figured out quickly I would struggle if I was expected to only think one way, right? And so what I try to always tell my daughters, I have 3 daughters. What I always try to tell my daughters is think for yourself. Be engaged, but learn about the issues. Because I said there are issues that I'm like, God, I love the Republican Party on that issue. And there are issues that I think, God, I love the Democratic Party on that issue. And there are issues that I think, God, I wish I could find a party on that issue. All right? Because I think at the end of the day, what student government taught me was that public service is important. It's important. Our delegate here, they don't make a lot of money. I was telling him as we were walking over here, it's thankless many times. You get criticized for stuff you had nothing to do with, right? And you don't get thanked on stuff that you do have to do. But they're giving back their time and their effort and their focus. And what we have to instill among our young people is, voting matters. Having your voice heard matters. Being engaged in the process matters. Now, that doesn't mean you have to run for office. It doesn't mean you have to be on a political committee. It may be as simple as voting. It may be as simple as being knowledgeable on the issues at hand. But I think one of the things that we have to do in a nonpartisan fashion, in a fashion that doesn't tell someone how to think, it is teach them to think, right? And teach them that it's important to make sure, and I'm really concerned for my daughters. I'm concerned for myself in trying to determine what is real information. Because it's getting really clever. I was talking to the IT folks this morning about cybersecurity. Man, these phishing and scamming things, I mean, it's becoming harder and harder to determine what is genuine. Everything on Facebook is obviously factual, right? I'm having a harder and harder time figuring out what's factual and what's not. And so sometimes it's taking it deeper. So I have a lady from my home state who I'm very, very, very close with. And she loves to post stuff, political stuff on Facebook, 95% of which is inaccurate. Now, if you go to my Facebook page, well, none of you young people will because it's for old people, but any of you older people that want to go to Facebook and look at my page, it'll be my kids and my work. Nobody's going to Facebook to learn how to think politically, right? So I shy away from that. The only time I ever comment on anything politically is if something false is posted, I'll simply post something that shows what the factual information is, right? Because I think that's important. So I think that understanding what is real and having that is there. But yeah, student government, I wouldn't be sitting here without it. The relationships that I made, and I think I won by like 52 votes, 16,000 students, I think about what would have happened if 53 more people would have voted for my opponent. Where would I be today? So it was a wonderful, I try to always pour back into, student government leaders and tell them it's important. I said this today. I've been on campuses with 5 times the enrollment of a Fairmont State that couldn't have gotten a third of the students that were in the SGA meeting today. And they weren't just there for me. Trust me, I don't think you bought them free stuff for that either. But that's impressive, right? And they were talking about whether they were going to spend $200 on, sending a dance team to something, I think. And there was debate. And there was a roll call vote. Mr. Delegate, a roll call vote. They're calling folks out over here. Love it. Because that's what we have to talk about and train for that future generation of leaders, and the importance of us all playing our role in helping to move our society forward. Great question. What else? One back here.
Good evening, fellow first-generation college students here.
Is this my English faculty member from this morning? I thought so. Okay.
Yes, yes. I'd like you to talk, if you would. You were just talking about how do we know what's real, what's not real. What is the balance, in your sense, between resisting using AI and teaching students how to use AI responsibly? How do you help them recognize when they really don't need it? So I'd really like I'd like your thoughts on that.
That's a great question. One of our strategic planning pillars that ask you for the next few years is AI. And institutions using AI, and we're going about it from two different places. There is obviously the academic component, and I'll come back to that in a second to go directly to your question. And the other one is the backroom functions. Are there ways that we can deploy AI to be more efficient in payroll or human resources or facilities usage or whatever the case may be, so that we can take those existing employees and their time and redeploy those into direct student service type functions? And what can we do as a national association to perhaps have some economies of scale and leverage some things to benefit our campuses? That's an easier piece. The harder piece is the question that you just asked. And I mentioned this a little bit today when I was talking to the student government. And I look at this through the eyes of my own children. So I have a senior in college, a sophomore in college, and a ninth grader. And so there's differing levels of their educational experience. There's differing levels of the way they use AI, but they're all three using it. And I didn't have a clue how much my ninth grader was using it until some point last year when she was showing me how she had used some AI function to take her notes and turn them into a quiz and reorganize them. We got a ninth grader right here, could probably get up here and give a whole AI conversation. And so I sat her down and I said, sis, help me understand why you use AI. She goes, you think I'm cheating? I said, no, I'm not accusing you of cheating, but tell me what you're using it for. She said, well, I take notes, and then I put the notes into AI, and they help organize them for better study tactics. They do some is there Quizlet or something, I think, that makes some quizzes for me and all this. I said, sis, that's okay, but I don't want to ever see you say, do the notes for me. I don't want to ever see you say, write the paper for me. Now, if you want to write the paper and then ask it to make it sound better or tell you, by the way, I've started using Microsoft Copilot, ChatGPT, and Grammarly for my letters and stuff, and they all say, God, you love words, right? Way too many. There's nothing wrong with that if it can help refine and do things. The key, though, is that we not get to the point, and I said this to the students today, if we get to the point where you're using AI to do everything for you, and then you get out into the workforce, what's the incentive for that employer to even have you at all if AI is already doing it for you? AI needs to be a tool to help refine, sharpen, strengthen our thinking, our work, and our focus. Now, that's much easier said than done, but I've had some campuses that have said to me, we're not interested in pushing AI because they'll use it for cheating. I said, I don't care if you're interested or not, they're using it, right? It's there. That ship has sailed. So you can either ignore it, or you can really try to find ways to utilize it to really strengthen that resolve. Now, you talked about factual information. It's another one of those when I said data informed earlier, it has to be a piece. But we still have to use our own minds because sometimes it's not accurate, as you well know. So I was telling them last night, I started this thing called Coffee with Chuck with my staff. We come in the morning, it's an hour and a half, and they can't talk about work. We have to talk about their family. Literally, the first time we did it, we talked about the fact that fish yawn. Real high-level stuff here, right? So I made a logo, and I used AI to do it. It says Coffee with Chuck. I mean, it had me down. I got a little bit upset, Mike. You can appreciate this. It said, okay, we will take your picture and make a caricature. We will start with hair on the sides and not on top. That's what it said. Accurate, but I still didn't like it. it made this beautiful, perfect logo. And I got ready to send it out and took one last look. I was holding a coffee cup. I had 9 fingers on one hand. Now that's obviously a funny piece, but we got to double check those things in the information too, because it's right. So I think it's about really, talking about and communicating to students about what can be, what's allowable. Don't tell them do it. My dad used to say to me when I was a kid, I'm not going to tell you you can't drink beer on the weekends. He said, because if I tell you that, you're going to drink 10 times more. I'm not going to tell you, he said, because if I got all you and your friends together and told you you couldn't play Monopoly, y'all all get together every Friday night and play Monopoly just because I said you couldn't. Same principle with AI. We need to embrace it, but we need to embrace it with common understandings, parameters, and what can be with it, and really talk to the students about, if you're totally reliant on that, what's that going to mean when you get into that workplace in a decade from now? But it's a constant challenge. I'm guilty of it. I mean, my chief of staff, Jose, showed me the other day, he took this information that we had gathered, pumped it into something, and it put out a 30-slide PowerPoint presentation. It was pretty impressive. Saved a lot of time, but about 10 of those slides had inaccurate information on them. So it's about the follow-up, it's about the common understandings, it's about setting some parameters and expectations, and then it's about the diligence. It's not easy. There is no one-size-fits-all. But it could be a very powerful tool if used correctly, and that's where we've really got to help. And so we're working on some best practices, some processes, and things that we can provide to our universities to hopefully then filter that down and help students to understand how to do it. It's an entirely different situation. We were talking about typewriters today and word processors and floppy disks and things that, were cutting edge 25 years ago that today are obsolete. AI 25 years from now, think about what that's going to be. We got to get started with it now. What else? Got Bryson, got one back here.
I don't need a mic. You were talking earlier about how there's a tendency to paint all of higher ed with the same brush that they paint the IVs and the R1s with. With your work with Askew, is it part of your strategic planning? Is there any sort of mitigation communication-wise? Because I've heard this for 25 years, the downsides of education, the costs and all that, but I've never seen like a national conversation. I've never seen like a commercial. I mean, do you guys have a lobby? What are your communication plans to help mitigate that negative information?
Oh, it's a great question. And you're exactly right. I've often said that to have as many educated and talented people as we have in higher ed, we can be the worst educators and communicators that ever existed. No doubt about it. We are not good at telling our story. We are not good at telling defining our own narrative, but instead letting it be defined for us.
I think part of it is because we're terrified to tell someone who's making decisions about our budgets or whatever that they're wrong.
Yeah, well, yeah. No, there's some of that. But the other thing, though, is, Mike, sometimes I think we're too quick to tell them they're wrong. Without the listing that you just talked about earlier and trying to hear that. So to answer your direct question, I had a meeting a couple of days ago with a marketing firm that is launching a nationwide campaign, privately funded, business and industry things. Now, it's not about sectoral differences. It's more about the value, kind of those things I was just talking about earlier, the unemployment, the job skills, and all that. I have a call at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow with a very wealthy private foundation that is interested in launching a campaign about public institutions. And really talking about who we are and who we're not. The challenge is, obviously, from a national standpoint, it's so expensive. And it's so difficult to get that through. But there's ways to do it other than buying the television ad. Social media is such a... I remember when my oldest daughter, was going through college, and we mailers, these slick, glossy mailers for the universities. She never looked at one of them. Now, her mom and I did. She would be like, hey, Dad, this is a really cool Instagram campaign that Bill Jones University has. That's actually a real university that Mike Davis University has. Bob Jones University. Yeah, okay, good. I wasn't on there then. Or she would say, Dad, I need to talk to you. I'd say, what's that? She'd go, one of your campuses really sucks at social media. And I'm going to tell you, the only thing worse than not doing social media at all is doing it poorly, because these students will pick up on it. So, we're trying to look at it from obviously the grassroots piece, the going and sitting down with policymakers one-on-one and talking about it, the working with members of the media. I spend an inordinate amount of time talking to the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, Inside Higher Ed, the Chronicle of Higher Education, the West Virginia publications, to really try to begin to ingrain that there too, that it's okay to write a story about a non-Ivy League school. It's all right. In fact, there is a large national publication, I probably shouldn't say which one, that is preparing to do a major national series on higher education in America. And it's all going to be about what higher education really looks like. It's not the Ivy League. It is the Fairmont states of the world. So that's one piece of doing it, through those earned media strategies and those direct. But yes, we are having multiple conversations with multiple different entities that are interested. And what's been interesting to me is private foundations. There are some very large private foundations out there that are interested in this work, as well as some business and industry partners that are now saying, look, we want to help because we've got to have a strong educated workforce for our entities. So we're on it. I'm not going to say this time next year it's all going to be solved. It's going to have to be a lot of repetition. It's going to have to be a lot of and then I think speaking to what people really care about. I think another thing that's gotten us into the box is we talk about things that nobody else really understands but us. We love an acronym. We love a saying that in higher ed we all understand, but my parents are like, I have no idea what that means. People on the street don't. We got to talk about the economic benefits. We got to talk about the societal benefits. We got to talk about the benefits to these young people that are happening and really make it more focused and local and sort of get outside of ourselves. I'm as guilty as anybody. I was spouting off some acronym the other day and somebody goes, could you tell us what that means? And I was like, oh my God. I'm doing what I say we shouldn't be doing. That's another big piece, I think, is really talking about what people want to talk about. Or what they want out of higher education, and focusing on that, and doing it in a way that's broadly understood. We're not very good at that either.
I think we had time for one more audience question.
There's one student question up here. We want to. Do you want to have one too? We'll do two. No, we're going to do two.
All right, fine.
I'm overruling him.
All right, I'll try to make this quick.
And I'll try to make my response quick.
So, you mentioned we know you've done a lot of things. You're a great person to talk to. And this one, I think, is more applicable to us younger people in the room because of where we're at in our life.
Right.
You've jumped around a lot of places. Like, I know you said one position you were 18 months. That's not not a lot of time. And I think about myself in the sense of I'm student government vice president. My term's only a year. That's not a lot of time.
Right.
And so how were you able to get the most out of what you were doing in that short amount of time? Do you have any regrets about being there for that short amount of time? Kind of along that line.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. My first job in higher ed was as a recruiter. 6 months later, I was a dean. 2.5 years later, I was a provost. 18 months later, I was a president. I was in the presidency 3.5 years, moved to another presidency for 2.5 years. And I was telling them at lunch, the joke was either I couldn't keep a job or I was in the witness protection program, right? Because I was moving around so much. None of that was by design. Let me be very clear on that. It wasn't that I was looking to move, but opportunities presented themselves. I had a mentor that said to me, that was my boss, that said, Chuck, I don't want you to leave, but you might get hit by a bus tomorrow and never have this opportunity again. And it's kind of that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So do I regret leaving so quickly when these opportunities presented themselves? I don't. The opportunities presented themselves, and I think it was the right move for me and my family. I regret that we weren't able to get more done, absolutely, and wish we could have. But I like to think that I left every place better than I found it. Another thing we were talking about earlier is I'll hear presidents say, or I'll hear individuals say that are looking for a job, boy, I'd really like to do that, but the timing's just not right. Or I'm working on this big project. The timing's never going to be right, and there'll always be a project. Sometimes you just got to seize the moment and go. But what I would say is, obviously you work as hard as you can, as long as you can while you're at the place. But the one thing I do want to say is this. Make sure when you go into any job, you understand the context and the culture before you just immediately start making changes. And I've done that too. I want to go in and just change the world. And I know better than everybody else, particularly as a young person. We got that moxie going. And then I realized a year later, I didn't even understand the context of the decision I made or how it would impact the culture of the institution. So you can move too quickly. And sometimes you just can't, 18 months, you can't get a whole lot done, right? Let's just be honest. There were a few changes that I made. I think if nothing else, I brought different ideas and perspective. My predecessors at my first two presidencies and at my provost position had been working at the institution longer than I had been living. So I brought perspective and difference from that without really even having to do a whole lot, helping them to think outside the box a little bit of things. But you do have to find stability at some point. Thankfully, I finally found it, stayed 13 years in that one job. But then I determined, it's time to go do something else now, 13 years. But that stability is helpful not only for you, but for the institution as well, to have that, to be able to really see those long-term changes. What I always just say is, and this is not my saying, it's an old saying, but I want to plant the trees I'll never sit under. All right? I want to do that shade that you'll sit under someday or others will. And so it's just a matter of, the other thing I'll say is this, and I say this to presidents. I get a lot of calls from aspiring presidents. And they want to be a president. They don't really care where. And I'll frequently say to them, there are a lot more bad jobs than there are good jobs. You got to make sure it's the right job for you, for your skill sets, and for the institution. Don't go somewhere where what you bring is bad for either you or for the institution. So it's about doing that homework, knowing where it is, taking advantage of those opportunities, listening to your mentors, asking them if it's a good idea. And then following through. But let me say this, even if you're there 18 months or 13 years, you'll do something that leaves it better than what you found it. And that's what you have to look at. It's not necessarily 50 things. It may be one thing. Or maybe you just changed their mindset about what can be. That's success as well. Got one more student question, and then we'll go back to Mike's.
Thank you, Ashton.
Remind me of your name.
My name is Liam Savage. I'm news editor here at the Columns, the student newspaper here at Fairmont State. I wanted to ask, what are some of the major, the largest misconceptions about regional publics and public education and higher education, and how could we combat the spreading of misconceptions or misinformation about higher education?
So the external misconceptions are that we're just like everybody else, that we're out of touch, that we cost too much, that we saddle students with debt, that we don't care about, we only care about getting them here and getting their tuition, we don't care about their ultimate success, we're not preparing them for the workforce, and we haven't updated it all. That's a common misconception about higher ed. That really, now, are there regional publics that maybe are more, I'm not going to say they're all equal. But that's the biggest one that is a great misconception without understanding the differences in the institutions, their missions, what they're doing, the way that they're connected. The greatest internal misconception, and when I say internal, it's within the institution or those that are interested in knowing the institution, is we're not big enough, we're not good enough, we need to be something else. And that's not true. I don't care how big you are. If you're 3,400 students or 34,000, you're still going to have the same. Because I'm going to tell you something, Liam, your life and Bryson's life are going to be better. You're at 3,400. You could be at 34,000. You're still going to have the better life, right? The second one is that we're not good enough. I had a faculty member that said to me one time, you can go to a campus like an Ivy League campus and they have an expert on Egyptian archaeology. And he said, you take a class on Egyptian archaeology. Guess where the professor is? In Egypt digging. You're not getting that Egyptian archaeologist time. When you're here, these faculty members are the experts in their disciplines, and they're here. They This is home. This is what they believe in. And they're pouring into you on a daily basis. You're not getting, somebody that's just filling in because somebody's off in the other part of the world. And then the third one is we need to be something else. No. Let me tell you what this campus is doing, the difference that it's making, the fulfillment that I've heard all day long, not just from students, but from faculty and staff too, that's what matters. So I think the misconceptions just have to do with these erroneous narratives about what higher education is and is not, and these myths about what you have to be good. If this institution is making your life better, if this institution is making this community stronger, if this institution is bringing in an educated workforce that allows for more business and industry to come here and making West Virginia a safer, healthier, better place to live, it's better than any other institution you're going to be able to find. That's what we have to get back to.
Awesome. So I've got one final question, then people have plenty of chance during the reception and come talk to you. So I think I told you last night, our last speaker last year was a magician.
Yeah, I can do it.
And we joked a little bit, but I do think, saving higher education, you're going to need a little bit of magic. But I want to give you a chance to tell the audience why you're hopeful about the future, because we hear a lot of gloom and doom about higher education in America. Why are you hopeful?
You know why I'm hopeful? Because one generation ago, my dad didn't wear shoes to school. 2 generations ago, my grandfather signed his name with an X because he couldn't read or write. And here I sit, heading a national association in Washington, D.C., living in places I never dreamed imaginable, going places I never dreamed imaginable, providing things for my children that I never dreamed imaginable, all because of higher education. Now, I'm not naive. I realize not every person who gets a college degree is going to be able to have the opportunities I've been blessed with. But I also realize you can't even start to think about it without the degree. Without the degree, I'm picking cotton in rural Northeast Arkansas. Without the degree, I'm driving a truck in St. Louis like my dad did. Without the degree, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, right? So I'm hopeful because I know what it does. I'm living proof of what can be if you take that first step. And that's not going to change. The other thing that I'm hopeful about, Mike, is the people that are screaming the loudest that college is not worth it, the people that are screaming the loudest that there is no return on investment, they all went to college and all their kids are in college. They know the value's there. It is the single greatest investment anyone will ever make in their life. I took out student loans. I took out more student loans than I needed, Mike. We talked about this earlier because I was like, ooh, this is free money. And I was young and didn't have any financial education or knowledge, right? And it took me some time to pay that back. I'd do it all over again. Because, when I think about my ancestors, when I think about my family members who didn't have those same opportunities and where they ended up, I realize, thank God that the opportunities existed. So I'm hopeful because, it, again, is the thing that we can do. My daughters never once had to think about, is college important? Can I go? Is it something that can be done? Right? We have completely and forever changed the trajectory of my family's experience and story because of college. So take all the negativity, again, from every political angle that exists. Take all the negativity from the media. Take all the negativity from the general public. Take all the negativity from whomever. And look at these young people that know their future is going to be different. Look at what happened to my future and know that, you know what, none of that stuff matters. Because the future is going to be brighter and more opportunities will exist because places like this exist.
And that's what we have to talk about. We have to make it personal. We have to tell good stories. And let me finish with this one. I have a very good friend who is a dean at a community college. And he called me one day and he said, I want you to come speak to a student group. I said, okay. I said, what is the group? And he said, it is a Black fraternity. And I want you to come talk to these young men. And I said, okay, tell me why. And he chuckled. And I said, seriously, tell me why. And he said, can I just be real frank with you? I said, sure. He said, I want you to come in and tell them your story. I want you to come in and talk about your upbringing. I want you to come in and talk about, the things that you lived through. Because he said, when they look at you, they say privileged white guy who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He said, I want them to see what can be. And I want them to understand that persistence in college and ultimate graduation is what will get them to where they aspire to be. So that's what gets me helpful, because I know what it is. I know the answer. I know the end of that story. I like to say to students, play that record all the way through. Tell my daughters, play that record all the way through. Before you make some dumb decision, play that record to the end and think about what the consequences are. I know how the record ends with a college degree. And that's what makes me excited about the people that are engaged in this university right now. And it's what gives me hope for the future of not only higher education, but of our country.
Awesome. Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you.
We have, no one leaves Fairmont State without swag.
I told them this morning they were promising free Freddies. If you came tonight, I said, I better get a free Freddie.
There you go.
So I do. I love it. Thank you.
So I want to
It's got my head on the front of it. I guess I found it in Mike's face, so I'll take it.
I want to give a special shout out to Casey, who works in our office. We had some illnesses. So Casey worked double time to get her. Great job.
Great job.
Yeah. And if you had a good time tonight, our next presidential speaker series is November 13th, same time, 6 o'clock. In this room is Morgan O'Brien, who's the CEO of Hope Gas, who's going to talk about what the future of West Virginia holds. So I think it'll be a great conversation. Hope to see you all there, and we'll go out to the lobby and the terrace for a reception, and you can ask Chuck 100 others.
There we go.
Awesome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
So Sophie and I are going into Morrow Hall. See if anybody's still up here at 1:30 in the morning. Waiting for Sophie to scan in. All right. Here we go. We're going on in.
We got some
students playing pool.
guitar.
We got Ashlyn sitting at the desk.
Well, what are you doing?
Is everybody ready for everybody ready for Day of Giving?
Yay!
Awesome. So 7 a.m. for Good Morning Fairmont. We'll be there with students, and at 12:01 we're giving away free tuition. So we'll see you all there.
See you there.
It only takes one day to make a lifetime of difference. On February 26th, the entire Fairmont State family comes together for Day of Giving 2026. One day, one goal, one Fairmont State.
Thanks to scholarships, I'm the first in my family to go to college. I found my passion here and the confidence to chase it. Your gift, it makes that possible.
Your support fuels more than just opportunity. It powers innovation, community, and the bold dreams of Falcons ready to take flight.
Every class, every friendship, every late night study session, it's shaping who I'm becoming. Donating doesn't only help students like me, but it invests in a future we are all a part of.
On Day of Giving, your gift, no matter the size, supports scholarships, academic programs, student life, and the heart of what makes Fairmont State special. So whether you're a proud alum, a loyal supporter, or making your first ever gift, this is your moment. Make a gift on February 26th and help us reach our goal for Fairmont State Day of Giving. Because together we are one Fairmont State, and together we make an impact that lasts a lifetime. One day, one goal, one Fairmont State.
Tonight, we're joined by Dr. Michael Lee. Michael Lee is the director of the Civility Initiative and professor of communication at the College of Charleston. The Civility Institute teaches healthy disagreement and dialogue across differences through workshops, speakers, book talks, panels, debates, film screenings, and more. He hosts When We Disagree, a podcast about the role of conflict in all of our lives. And I was on it recently. The episode just dropped yesterday, so if you want to check it out, please do. His research focuses on political identity in American politics. He's earned over a dozen awards, including 5 National Book Awards for his first book, Creating Conservatism, Post-War Words That Made an American Movement. And his latest book is We Are Not One People, Separatism and Secession in American Politics Since 1776. I have known Michael Lee since he was a sophomore in college, back before the turn of the century. So I'm really excited to have him here today, and without any further ado.
Thank you. It's a real honor. Thank you to Mike. Thank you to y'all. Just starting out, this has got to be the weirdest interrogation I've ever been a part of. And I was wondering if there were some more brighter lights that you could bring to make me feel more welcome. Also, when Freddie was here, who just walked out, Freddie made it even weirder to see a falcon in the back of the interrogation, of my public interrogation. In any case, as Mike said, I am Michael Lee. I direct the Civility Initiative at the College of Charleston. I begin with a bunch of questions. This is strange too, because I'm asking you to look over there while I look at you. And so we'll work through some slides and I'll triangulate with you. In any case, I always like to get people thinking about a few things as we start talking about the importance of civil discourse, of healthy dialogue and healthy debate. The first question is, I'd just like you to call to mind a time you were persuaded. Anything you were persuaded on, you changed your mind. What did you change your mind about? And the question is not necessarily the content, but the process. What was that persuasion process like? Was it you saw a single movie, read a single book, or did you have your mind changed in a relationship? And it took some time, and it took some more time, and it took some more time. The second one is I like to think about this as, it's obviously political work, but it's more than that. And so I like to integrate narrative and story into the work that we do. And so I like people to think about, what is your favorite story about an unlikely alliance? What's your favorite story about an unlikely pairing? Your favorite Tom and Jerry from when I was a kid, or a movie that I loved that I made my 12-year-old twins watch and they bawled and I felt kind of bad about it, called Milo and Otis, where a dog and a cat go on an adventure. So it could be something that simple, or it could be something a little bit more risque, but you sort of get the idea. The third question I want to ask as we open, and I previewed this in this morning's class with Mike Davis, so I'm asking him and his students to not let my trick out just yet, which is to think about how you feel when you're wrong. And I'm going to ask that non-rhetorically. Would somebody be brave enough to shout out how they feel when they're wrong? Well, not awesome. Not awesome? Love that answer. Not awesome. Some people also say bad. What are some other feelings that come to mind? Yeah.
It's like everything that I knew and believed turned out to be wrong, so it's kind of like a punch in the gut.
Wow, yeah, world-altering, disillusioning. I love yours, gut-wrenching. It's great. It's very metaphorical. Please. Embarrassing. Yeah, some people feel shame. Some people feel guilt. Some people feel embarrassment. Some people feel humbling. Some people feel dumb. People feel stupid. Some people say that they feel better because they're learning something. But here's my trick, which is that these are the things that happen to you when you know you're wrong. Feeling wrong feels the same as feeling right. And all of us in here right now, especially me, are wrong about so much stuff, and you don't have the slightest idea. The slightest idea. And so then the follow-up is, well, how do you start to learn that you're wrong and get more knowledge, correct your mistakes, feel more comfortable in yourself, except by talking to people that you don't already talk to, and perhaps people who you disagree with. And so that is the point of that small essay I gave you. That is the point of the entirety of the initiative that I'm working on, which is the Civility Initiative, where we promote, as Mike said, dialogue across difference and healthy disagreement. And we do that in a million ways. We're trying to throw the book at this thing. So I'll get a bunch of therapists together in a room and talk about healthy conflict and romantic relationships. I'll get a bunch of media literacy people to talk about how we can have more different information in our media diets. We'll get, of course, red state, blue state, polarization, political scientists together and talk about patterns in polarization over the past 100 years or so. We'll get demographers to come out and talk about the lack of conversations that's happening between American neighbors and more. So we do research talks on all of these sorts of things and bring audiences like you to the face of cutting edge research. We also do big signature events where we rent out big theaters and invite semi-famous people to come talk. So this is an example of an event that I held just a few months ago with Bakari Sellers, who's prominent on CNN, a former American politician, has a new book out that he was very much plugging, and Trey Gowdy, who is a podcast host and a morning talk show host on Fox News, a former representative in South Carolina, to talk about the possibilities of finding common ground in a divided world. And then we also produce media. So as Mike mentioned, and he was a wonderful guest on the show that I host, which is called When We Disagree, and it's 20 to 25-minute reflections on important, memorable disagreements in all of our lives, one story at a time. And the premise, the question I ask every guest that comes on is really simple and really straightforward, which is, what's a disagreement you can't get out of your head? And over about 110 episodes now, 2.5 seasons in, we've had 100 different stories. We've had everything from mom to MAGA and from dad to the Denver airport. And if you haven't been in an argument about the Denver airport, then watch out. Because I had no clue what that was about, and then I went down a rabbit hole, buddy. Woo. In any case, guests come on and they narrate these. And I thought the show, when I started the show, I thought the show would be about litigation. Like we would be going back through the transcripts of a trial. These people would have memories that were steel traps of these life-defining conflicts. But what they remember is how it made them feel, right? They remember what they said to an extent, but they remember how they felt about what they said, how they felt about the topic, how they felt about the person, how they felt about the relationship, and most importantly, how it stuck with them. In some cases over weeks, in some cases over years, and in several cases over decades. So that is very much the public-facing arm, Rompan. That is the public-facing arm of the Civility Initiative, which is these kinds of events and these kinds of media production. But I think if we're trying to achieve a kind of cultural change around the ability to have better, difficult conversations, to disagree better, it can't just be this event. It has to be capacity building, it has to be high involvement, it has to be skill building and repeated, it has to be high impact in a way. So it feels ironic at an event devoted to this to say events are not enough, but here we are. So events are not enough. We have to build cultural change around the people who have contact with students and contact with the public at large. So to that end, we have 4 pilot programs that we have launched this year. The first one is a dialogue debate faculty fellowship, where it turns out faculty are not trained, and in many cases they're not interested in having divisive discussions in their classes. And so we incentivize them to do so. They spend a workshop time with me talking about different tips and tricks about how to redesign your assignment around when did human beings cross the Bering Land Bridge, and the debate and disagreement around that very archaeological question, or whatever the case may be. And so we have folks from math to Jewish studies to archaeology to statistics to biology to communication, history, political science, and more in that. The second one is a student fellowship where students spend a semester with me talking about healthy debate and healthy dialogue, and then a semester doing it. So they do peer-to-peer programming, they do common ground finding events, they host events called Disagree with a Professor, where the 5 professors will come in the room, we'll serve pizza. Each professor has 3 hot takes, like if you like pineapple on a pizza, you're a deeply broken individual, all the way to life has no meaning, or whatever they want to defend. And 3 hot takes that are meant to be engaging, and then students can get some pizza and then kind of speed debate professors. So they'll go to Professor Davis's table, and he's got some stuff about the Denver airport that they'll hear, and then they'll go over to this table, and they'll hear my stuff about politics, and they'll go to your table and hear how banana's not a real fruit, or whatever you want to say, and on and on. In other words, to humanize and to normalize the process of disagreement as a learning activity. The third one is an immersive debate dialogue fellowship for staff. The co-curriculum through student affairs is as powerful, if not more powerful, in shaping young minds and giving experiences to college students than what happens in class. And so it has to have an impact on student government, has to have an impact on our tour guides, has to have an impact on conflict de-escalation skills amongst RAs, and so forth. And then finally, as of next year, every incoming freshman at the College of Charleston will take a at-scale conflict de-escalation and empathy finding training. that is done over the course of 3.5 hours and would be done in their FYE program. So that's like 3,000-ish students. So 4 things, right? We saturate the curriculum, we saturate the co-curriculum, we have peer-to-peer models, so it's not people like me and me just telling people to eat their broccoli over and over and over again. Right? It can come from a better model, frankly. And then an at-scale saturation point at the beginning of college. And so ambitiously, I have tried to make the Civility Initiative have a national arm, which is the podcast, a low country / South Carolina Savannah arm, which is a lot of the book clubs that we do at local libraries. Sometimes I'll rent out a movie theater and show movies that are about dialogue across difference. I rented a movie theater out on the beach near where I live the first time and showed 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri for free, right? It costs like $900 to rent this theater out. And I was giving it away for free. And I got 4 people to show up. And so sometimes it's just like, keep chopping wood, find your audience. And so the way that I pitch this, because I'm very reticent about saying that this is a political endeavor, because when I say this to folks, I'm talking about finding common ground. The first thing that comes to mind for many people is red state, blue state, the election, who's the president. And it's so much more than that. So I'm reframing it completely to say the work that we're doing is nervous system work. And so I think that I obviously have a nervous system and you do too. I think that individual relationships, a marriage, a roommate, has a nervous system, a collective kind of regulation that exists between us. I think this room does too. All of our relationships too, and arguably our nation as well. Some are metaphorical, some are literally physical. But when we become dysregulated around conflict, we experience stress around anticipated or real conflict. The kind of stereotypical notion of what the nervous system does is that it goes into a fight response or it goes into a flight response. The fight responses and what happens to a conflict or what happens to our ability to disagree better if one or both of us is experiencing a flight response should be pretty obvious, right? This is everybody's fear of what's my uncle going to say at Thanksgiving, right? This is the common reoccurring concern of it. I don't know what's going on at people's Thanksgivings, but it sounds awful. In any case, fight responses being, I'm not going to listen to you anymore, name calling, yelling, cancellation, bigotry, even violence, and something of the sort. The flight responses are more insidious. The flight responses are slower, they're not as obvious. But in the work that I've been doing, I mean, since I knew Mike 25 years ago in debate and now do very public-facing work, far more often than not, the real risk, the real mitigator of effective conversations is flight and not fight, right? It is apathy, not antagonism. And so to that end, I like to talk about flight responses as being avoiding, withdrawing, the subsequent feeling of disconnection or silence or loneliness or alienation that comes with that kind of response. And if we get beyond the 101 version, we can talk about the 202 version of the nervous system and how the nervous system can negatively impact our difficult conversations or even our good ones if we're dysregulated. And so the other two obviously are freeze and fawn. So you can think about the French, and I don't speak French, so I'm going to butcher this, forgive me, but the French have a saying called the spirit of the escalator, l'esprit d'escalier, which means the thing that I wish I would have said before I'm now on the escalator. So if you've just been in a fight with somebody and you think, I really wish I would have said in that moment, you're suffering from a freeze response, and that is the l'esprit d'escalier. But it also means, you've talked to somebody in a heated discussion and you can see them kind of dissociate. You can see them kind of go away. The other one, though, is fawning. Ending conversations too quickly that are conflict-oriented, apologizing too much, agreeing with everything the person says so that the issue will go away. All of these really disable our abilities to have difficult conversations. And so much of this work, whether it's about therapy, whether it's about this room, whether it's about college campus, whether it's about the election, whether it's about race or gender or any other identity concern, is, to me, a nervous system issue. And so I like to say that we do fight and flight and freeze and fawn work. Because the fight issues, we have such a negativity bias ingrained in us in the species. We have a negativity bias to think, what's the worst thing that can happen? And many of us think the worst thing is happening. In fact, the most recent report from the Pew Research Center says that the percentage of adults who say that basically people are behaving worse than they were before COVID is nearly 4 in 5. Nearly 4 in 5 people think that we're living in the worst behavior they've seen in their entire lives, right? So whether that's true or not, it has an impact for our collective well-being because we're all expecting it, we're all anticipating it. But we can also talk about fight responses in our anticipation of the worst thing, which is some polls suggesting that 50% of Americans fear an impending civil war. But again, the silent killer is always these kinds of issues. The numbers of times I have looked for my phone, the number of times I have spent looking for my phone, the number of times I've spent looking at my phone when I could have engaged. And one of the things I like to do in rooms like this is to just count the number of people who leave the room and are not looking at their phone as they walk out the door, right? And it's equal offenders. You know, it's easy to kind of have a get off my lawn old dad thing going on here. But equal offenders, intergenerational offenses. And this has been going on for a long time. I was talking just before the show with a reporter and was talking about the old quote misattributed to Thomas Wolfe. Like, how did you go broke? Well, slowly at first, but then all at once. The same is true with our disconnection. It's then all at once we feel now in a social media era and a post-COVID era, and on and on and on we go. But we have data from the late 50s talking about how Americans' social networks are shrinking. And of course, Bowling Alone, the famous book by Robert Putnam, the article is written in the late 90s. The book came out in 2000. So we're not talking about Zuckerberg. We're not talking about Steve Jobs. We're not talking about algorithms of anger radicalizing us on YouTube. We're talking about Americans have been withdrawing from one another for quite some time. So my model for campus change or cultural change is this, and it looks like Mickey Mouse because it is Mickey Mouse. So it's the 3 Ds, dialogue, debate, deliberation. So effective decision making, where we're using the best information with the most amount of people who have the most buy-in in the outcome, is to me what ideal deliberation or decision making looks like. Now that's true in a company, that's true on a college campus, that's true in a nonprofit, that's true in a political party, it's true in a nation. But the threats to that are two, they're twin. So on the one hand, if we don't know what's real, then how can we make a good decision? So in other words, information overload or discriminating against good information and bad information is a really necessary skill. And the best way that we have to do that is to have a healthy debate about it, to figure out what we can say reasonably is probably true given our ignorances on this topic. All right, debate is the best thing we got. It's the sharpest tool we got, provided it sustains connection. But debate in a low trust environment is potentially lethal. You don't trust each other enough to have the bandwidth in order to have that conversation. And so that's where dialogue comes in. So dialogue addresses the other twin problem that affects deliberation, which is lack of trust, which is polarization. And so if we can humanize disagreement, if we can let go of winning for a moment, if we can just embrace the idea that my only purpose here is to figure out how you got from point A to point B and have some compassionate curiosity about it, perhaps we can sustain relationships in order to then build the strength to have the tough debates that then lead to better decision making. So 2 threats, information overload, the flat earth problem, and lack of trust and polarization and distancing from another. I think we need both. It's not one or the other. It's both simultaneously. And for those of you who have ever been married, I think this will show up well for you. But the couples therapist, Esther Perel, has a great line that I steal, which is, do you want to be right or do you want to be married? And anybody who's been in a sibling relationship, any close relationship, it applies. It's not just marriages, obviously, right? There's times when you got to let go. There's times when you really got to see a case that you just fundamentally disagree with in order to save the relationship. But then there are also times when we have to make decisions. We have to figure out whether the earth is round or flat and then go from there based on the best available evidence. And so it's great to start with dialogue and humanizing disagreement and humanizing the process of us trying to come together. And it's not the greatest place to stop if we want to have better decisions in our lives. And so to that end, I say this work spans everything. This is a legal issue, this is a media issue, this is an interpersonal therapeutic issue, this is a campus issue, and obviously this is a political issue, but the spaces that I find the most interested in this material when I do talks like this are educators, especially K through 12, and business people, fascinatingly, right? But it is sadly a growth industry because the country's in a tough spot. So as a college professor, I'm required to have everybody give a thesis or a bottom line in anything I write, and so this is mine, which is that engagement across difference, which I include as debate and I include as dialogue, can be moderating, and I want to pause on that word for just a second. Moderating, help us make better decisions and create social cohesion. Sometimes when people hear me say that, they think that I mean it's promoting moderate politics or that it requires people to kind of meet in the middle and split the difference between them. That's not at all what I'm saying. It moderates us in two ways, and I'll show some evidence to this effect. It moderates us to the extent to which we feel like we woke up in the morning and drank a big glass of goodness and a big glass of perfection, and it moderates the extent to which I think you woke up and drank a big glass of evil and intend me harm. In other words, it diminishes my own righteousness that I've got it all figured out, and it enhances my own compassion towards you and seeing the world a little bit differently. I'll pause there. Thank y'all for listening to this.
Hey everybody, I'm here in the library in the middle of the night. It's a great place for students to come and hang out and do their work, a nice quiet space to work. Hey Derek,
Hey,
what are you
President.
doing here?
Oh, well, I'm here at the library in the 24/7 space where you can be at any time.
That's awesome. So one of the places you can give on Day of Giving is to the libraries. That'll help support all of the engaged activities they do. You know, the Falcon Center, where we're having Day of Giving, is the social hub of campus, while the library is our academic hub. It's where students come to get their academic support, get their research materials, and get all the help they need to be successful students. So please consider a gift to the library or any of our academic programs on Day of Giving, and we'll see you at 7 a.m. for Good Morning Fairmont. So you spend a lot of time creating opportunities for people to have, for lack of a better word, conflict, right? It's interaction that is necessarily, you need sides, right? You need people who disagree. So you obviously think it's productive, right? The moderating piece. Why do you think we're so afraid of conflict, right? And there's some people who love it, right? There's some people who seek it out. That's also not what you're looking for. But the people who probably can benefit from conflict often avoid it.
I mean, I would go back to, one, I think it's situational. I think different people have different relationships. So I'll give myself as an example. I'm somebody who really enjoys a healthy conflict in a professional setting, in this setting, for instance, a healthy conflict with a car mechanic even. You know, I don't shy away from that stuff. But if it's a conflict at home around a family issue, I freeze. I just go catatonic, and I have to really be mindful of what's going on internally for me. And so one of the things we work on is depolarizing within, what do we say to one another to depolarize, to take the temperature down, to express curiosity. But what am I doing mindfully within myself to sense where my dysregulation is showing up? Is the blood running to my hands? Is the blood running to my heart? Am I getting tunnel visioned? And am I seeing only peripheral and I can't focus on anything in front of me? So this is just a long way to say that I think people fear it because it makes them feel stress. And one of the things I think that we've done as a culture is that we have really conflated stress and distress. And what I mean by that is I was on a college campus doing a talk, kind of like this one, about 6 months ago. And I was walking past their Student Success Center. And the Student Success Center, so many S's, said, outside of it, it said, hey students, come in and de-stress for success. And I thought, that's exactly backwards. Exactly backwards. Like, why did you come to college? You came to college for stress, a controlled stress. You go to the gym for a controlled stress. You go to study abroad for a controlled stress. You go to new places. You learn new languages. These are all stressful kinds of things. Lifting weights stresses your body, so does running. But those are good things. But if we say that success in modern life means that you experience no stress, then the stress that we are experiencing will show up as distress. And then, of course, we're going to have a difficult time having conflict.
That's great. Thanks. So you've been doing this work for about 3 years, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, you and I really, when I met you when I was 20 and you were 74, you were aging well, by the way. You were 26, maybe, 25?
Yeah. Younger than that, yeah.
Yeah. I think that it really started then, but the debate that we were doing, as you well know, was very insular, right? I think that had a public component that is now showing up, right? Yeah. That seed is now planted and I'm here. But what we were doing was very much not a publicly facing, publicly accessible thing. And so explicitly, I've been doing this work in classes with students at the College of Charleston for 17 years, but as director or founder of this organization for 3 years. Yeah.
And there's lots, you showed the rudeness survey up there, but there's lots of surveys like that that say people have never felt more divided.
Yeah.
People have never felt more like their neighbors are out to get them, or, you know, all of these different things.
Yeah.
You're doing this work every day. How do you stay optimistic about this process when it seems like, even if it's not true, right? Because I think there's lots of arguments that we've had times in our country where we're more divisive.
Yeah.
It's just not highlighted by social media and by 24-hour news networks. But people certainly feel that way. How do you stay optimistic when there's all those feelings out there?
Well, I don't read the news. That helps. No, it's a joke. I hail the news. I do talk to people about their relationship with the news, because I think that there's one of the things I come back to a lot is Reinhold Niebuhr's Serenity Prayer. And, you know, oftentimes it happens when we feel out of control and we try to figure out the things that we control and the things that we can't control, and to have the wisdom to know the difference. And so one of the things I work on internally is, well, what are the things that I can affect some control over? Well, I can hopefully have a good chat with this room. I can hopefully have a good chat with you. And I find tremendous optimism in people like you who show up to an event like this, wanting to talk about these complicated issues. And just as corny as I could possibly say it, I'm as cynical as the next person. And when I began this, I thought this will be really fun. I do believe in this, but I'm cynical enough to think if we kick the can a little bit down the road, that'll be success enough for me. And the kinds of hunger that I have seen, both where I live as well as across the country, for more connection, because I think people know that they're lonely. I think people know that there's a difficulty between them if there's a relationship and they can't talk about this, that, or this, and they're left with the weather and the Mets, right? And they want more. And I see it in all generations that they want more, and they don't feel like they're empowered to do it or have the skill set to do it. And so, honestly, it doesn't come from within. Other people give me optimism. And that is the real irony, is that both of those things are true simultaneously. We are terribly afraid of connecting, and we are desperate for connection, and those are both true at the same time.
I love that. What's your biggest surprise in doing this work? And that might be an extension of what you were just saying, or it might be something different, but...
God, that's a good one. I think that I have been really surprised by the strange bedfellows that this movement can create. And so when I speak before conservative audiences, I get the same questions. When I speak before liberal audiences, I get the same questions. When I speak before people who are opposed in some way to what I'm doing, I get the same questions. And when I speak to people who already agree with me, they have the same fears and concerns, and they articulate the same questions. So there's probably 10 questions I get over and over again. And so I hope, pretty good answers to them. But the bedfellows from left, right, and center, I think a lot of people think that there's a left v. right war or an identitarian war of different demographics against each other. And to me, I think that there is a war between people who want a war and people who don't want a war. And there is what I would call, like, if you're into small L liberalism, the sense of like the free marketplace of ideas or some close approximation to that, and you're pushing for that, your enemies are not left and right. Your enemies are those who want to shut that down. They're illiberal. Or to some extent, one of the things that I'm discovering too is that a-liberalism is as big of a threat, is more fear-inspiring to me than illiberalism. The illiberals are mostly obvious. The a-liberals, and by a-liberal I mean folks who don't really care. It's like, is free speech under attack? Are people able to have difficult conversations? It's like, whatever, I'll be at the beach. It doesn't really affect me. And that is a place from that apathy that I try to get to as much as possible. So I would say that the strange bedfellows, the possibility of a multi-demographic, multi-generational coalition of people all dedicated to the same thing has been both inspiring and surprising.
So you and I talked about this a little bit right before we started. There's pushback against civic engagement, and from all sides, right? Talk about some of the resistance you've had to what you're doing, and how you've combated that pushback.
Yeah, I'll give an example. I have an aunt who lives in Minneapolis, and she thinks that my message is be nice to ICE. She thinks that I'm platforming people, that shouldn't be platformed. She thinks I'm saying be nice to people who are not being nice to you. She thinks that they should have to do none of the work and I have to do all of the work. In other words, I'm making an attempt to understand you, but you are not making an attempt to understand me. She thinks that and I just put her right on blast here. No, I don't think she would really mind.
We'll send her this video. So
please do. She would love that. In any case, I think that she thinks, and many others do, that I am saying meet in the middle. I am saying compromise politics. I am saying the best way forward is all of us to moderate our convictions. I think she thinks that I'm saying that we need to violate our boundaries and bring people who are unsafe to us into closer orbit with us. And I do think that we need to talk to more strangers. I do think that we need to take more conversational risks. I don't think that has to come at the expense of our convictions or our courage or our relationships.
That's great. Well, in a minute, we'll let the audience ask some questions, so people think about questions you might have. Let's talk a little bit about the podcast.
Okay.
And where it came from, how you developed it. I've heard the story a couple times already, but not everybody has. So talk about where it came from and some of the stories you've had that have really stuck with you.
Yeah, that's a great one. So when I started this initiative, I thought it's not enough for us to do events. I knew that was going to be insufficient because if you miss it, and then it's gone. And it's not something that can come back to. And it has a limited scope. And so I thought, well, what's the easiest way that we could create something that's scalable, that would have scope, and that would be interesting and hopefully fun. So it's not, again, just like eat your broccoli, these kinds of lessons that get tired. And I thought, well, everybody's got a story of a conflict, theoretically. And so I started asking people at trainings like this or workshops or speeches, what's a disagreement you can't get out of your head? And one of the things that was surprising to me in hindsight, it's not at all surprising, but the most surprising thing to me was, I would say a sizable minority of people answered the question by saying they didn't have a conflict that was memorable to them. And I thought, a word that I won't say in front of all of you, but I thought there's no way that's true. Maybe you're not willing to admit it, or maybe you just don't want to be the kind of person who would say that, oh, I've had a grudge about this thing or something like that. And so I thought there's really something here. And so there was a woman who I work with, who wouldn't mind me sharing, that she said, I'll never be on your show, but I will road shop it with you. I have a story that I will tell on like a beta test of the podcast. And so we got the sound guy, we got all of the marketers, the communication team at the college. I got into the studio on campus where we do this stuff, and I got her, and there was like 7 of us in there. And I was like, oh, this is, if this fails, like I've wasted a lot of people's time. And she just nailed it. She nailed it. She told this story about how she went away to college and her parents followed her. They retired and followed her. And she was like, the whole reason I went away to college was to get away from you. And then they moved like right down the street. And then she moved away again to Charleston. And then guess where they came? And she refuses to have the tough conversation with them that she feels like she wants more space, that she wants more independence, that they're crowding her, right? They're smothering. And so we talked about her inability to have that conversation. I understand why she didn't want to put that on a podcast. But at the same time, I realized we've got a thing here. And so we did a few episodes with students. We did a few more episodes with other professors that I knew, basically friends and people were coming on the show. My aunt came on the show and told an unbelievable story about wanting to have an argument with her mother about motherhood, about best practices, basically. And then her mom died before they got to have that chance, and she wept openly on the show. We had another woman on the show who's a radio host in Salt Lake City and the host of a podcast called Uncomfy, which has a decent following. She told a similar story about how her mom would watch Fox News every day, and she just didn't understand why she was a journalist, and didn't understand her fascination, and could never get up the courage to have the conversation about her media choices, and just from an angle of curiosity. And then her mom died before they could have the conversation. So it's just these missed opportunities. And I do think the culture is having a sense of our collective missed opportunities, one person at a time, one community at a time. So that's kind of the origin story. And now we're 2.5 seasons, 100 and whatever episodes in, and I adore it. I just absolutely adore the show. It's so much fun to make. It's so much fun to hear people's stories. And I want it to be truly random and truly from across the board. So not just authors, not just politicians, but everybody has a story. So let's get everybody on the show. It's 20, 25 minutes.
I'm gonna have to go find the one about the Denver airport.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
That one comes up. The conspiracy theories have come up several times. The Denver airport has come up. Flat Earth has come up. Bohemian Grove has come up. Arguing with conspiracy theorists, like how do we save a relationship? So that's the pitch of most of these. It's not like what's really going on at the Denver airport, but like how are we going to continue to relate after all you can talk to me about is the Denver airport? Like I feel like we're always just talking about the Denver airport. Yeah. That's the thing.
So I've got one more question, then we'll let the audience have a shot at you. What's the disagreement you can't get out of your head?
I'll never share it. And I'm also not the type of person who would have a disagreement. No, I'm just kidding. I've been asked that a few times and I can't, let me give a couple answers quickly. So one is the show was created because I thought to myself the same question. And I've told this story on the show, which was I was in an airport 25 years ago. It was super early. I hadn't had coffee, a bunch of excuses. A guy was trying to help me change my flight, like airline worker, and then ended up canceling my first flight and just sort of nonchalantly was like, sorry, I had to cancel your first flight to rebook the second flight, and then just moved on. And I was like, so I've got no flight? And he was like, yeah, for now. And so I was mad, but I really came at him. You know, my anger levels were asymmetric with what had just happened. And I also wasn't patient enough to let this process play out because eventually he helped me out. It just took a much longer time than I wanted it to take out. Right? So I was nervous. I was at the airport. I had that fun airport energy that we all love. And I was horrified by, I didn't do anything that bad. You know, I didn't call him any names, but I felt so angry. And then I went to my gate and I had like a shame shutdown. And I was like, who was that? Who's that little monster that lives in you? What was that about, man? You got to think about that. And then importantly, I never got a chance to like shake his hand and say, I'm sorry. And I'm definitely a person who wants to be that person. Like if something goes wrong or I messed up, I do want to do that. But I can see his face right now. You know, we had a 5-minute interaction. Yeah. So that's one. And then we had one woman come on the show and she told a story. And I'm thinking about having her back as a two-parter, but that's not really our format. She came on the show and told how a landlord of hers, she said that she didn't owe him rent because they had taken her deposit. He cut the power to her house. He's an older guy, had a bunch of money. This is in Marfa, Texas. It's her and a young teacher living there. She goes to confront him and say, we're going to get an attorney. He starts to weep. She feels bad. And then on the podcast, she tells me, and I'm trying to like keep a straight face, she tells me that she was the aggressor in that situation. And I was like, he cut the power to your house and you were the aggressor? And so I still can't, even as I'm saying it, I'm like, I'm so on the team that I think she should be on. So it's a disagreement on the show that I can't get out of my head. It's like, these are the facts and that's your interpretation. So I want to have her come back on and do a genuine dialogue about her understanding of that. So that's one from the show that's very meta.
It was a lot of pressure to try and think of one that was meaningful enough to talk about, right? Like I've had lots of disagreements that I think about often, but that wouldn't make for a good story, wouldn't be a 20 to 25 minute podcast. So it was hard to actually think of those examples.
Yeah, what has legs enough to be able to tell and what you're willing to tell.
Because I'm sure you have some where somebody tells a story and you say, oh, I guess that's really stretched just to get to 25 minutes.
I mean, sometimes we have to really get the juicer out. But usually if I back up, you know, sometimes we do trainings with students about how to ask better questions, right? How to really get to know somebody through the art of asking better questions. So sometimes I just have to back up from the trees in the forest and talk about the forest. It's like, why was it important? Like I asked you when you came on the show, you know, why was it important for you to come on this show and talk about this particular story? Like that's a fascinating thing to me, and there's probably more juice there. So usually I think like a band, if you're playing the same thing over and over again, it gets stale. So let's switch the track, let's back up, let's ask a bigger, deeper question. So that's usually my strategy.
Awesome. All right, we'll open the floor up to questions. I think Gavin has the microphone.
This is like two-pronged, it's a little complex. So you were talking about your aunt and how, you know, she didn't have the opportunity to have the discussion with those people. I ran into that problems too with my grandparents. And I think, you know, coming from like a national security background, it's hard for me not to see like the non-state, like the outside actors that are influencing news sources. You talk like PRC, Russia. How do you have those conversations with your family members who are so far apart and they're just constantly indulged in media? Even when you're in the middle and you're talking to them, it feels like, you know what I mean? Like you're attacking them when I'm really just trying to bring them, kind of like you said, but how do you bridge the gap, especially with that older generation, coming from our perspective? You know what I mean? That we're not trying to attack your ideas and we're not all the way on the other end. We're in the middle and we're just trying to hear them out, I guess.
It's a great question and a lot of savvy in the answer, but the first thing I try to do is I try to talk to folks about finding common ground. So maybe make a common ground sandwich. So maybe it's we both love pickleball. It doesn't have to be common political ground. Maybe it is common political ground, but we both agree that we should get as most accurate information as we possibly can, right? And then have the tough conversation and then come back to either pickleball or the political common ground. So I like a common ground sandwich as a structure for that conversation. I also just like straight asking questions. You know, why is this a news source that you get the most out of? Why do you consistently come back to this news source? And then the third thing is that when I talk about depolarization between, some of that is asking questions, some of that is content. It's also depolarizing within. So sometimes I think that I'm being interrogative and curious, but my face is suspicious. You're right. Sometimes I think I'm being interrogative and curious, but I'm like baring my teeth in a way that looks aggressive. Sometimes I'm trying to be interrogative and curious, but the condescension is dripping, right? And so it's one thing to have the words, and another thing to genuinely believe. Like I really want to know what you're getting out of this. The final one is I just try to humanize it in a way to say, this is a process, not an event. What am I going to do to manage this relationship now, even if this conversation goes south? And so maybe it's tomorrow, maybe it's the next day. So maybe I'm setting you up for a bigger conversation about your media sources. And then finally, I get this question, not the question you asked is very specific and astute, but a version of this question I do a lot, which is, so for example, I gave a speech at a PR conference, all right? So I thought we were going to talk about like marketing in a polarized age, the Bud Light issue, the Cracker Barrel issue, like brands have become sucked into this polarization vortex and are really struggling to figure out what to say, if anything. So they're experiencing a kind of like corporate freeze, right? Because they don't know which end is up. So I think that that's what we're going to talk about. And the only people that talked to me afterwards were 10 people who had lost their grandparents to a conspiracy theory. And they wanted to talk to them about their media sources. And I said what I tell you, which is, I always say work from the goal you have in the relationship and work your way backwards. Because as much as I think we need to talk more about difficult conversations and talk to more people, more strangers, I do think that there are limits, right? Not everything can be cured, even with good faith. And so if saving this relationship means not having that discussion because you've tried, not because you just fear it, but because you've tried, then sometimes that's okay.
Thank you, sir. Nice to see you. My name is Liam Savage. I'm actually the president of a civil discourse club here on campus called the Roundtable Club.
Cool.
I wanted to ask you a question. How can we begin to facilitate conversations around issues such as ICE or trans rights or non-trans rights, and make sure that they're civil? Because for questions such as those, some people, they're like, this is my identity.
Right.
So how can we begin to facilitate civil conversations around such issues so there's creating an understanding between both someone who's on one end of that spectrum and the other?
Good question, and I'm so glad to hear about your Civil Discourse Club. And just so I get a sense, the Civil Discourse Club is everybody gets in a room and you just introduce the most thorny topics and then talk about it?
Well, we try to.
I love this.
They're interesting.
Yeah. So one is high level, meta. So what norms are you creating around it? So hopefully the club has some sort of charter or statement that you talk about at the beginning where you value pluralism, which is not just the reality of viewpoint and demographic diversity, but a genuine commitment to embracing pluralism, right? I have the right to speak and you have the right to speak. Do we all agree that this is going to go nowhere if there's yelling and name calling? Hopefully that is the case. So norming, what do we want out of this? Second, norming, what are we doing here? So is the purpose of us getting together to understand where I'm at and where you're at? Is the purpose of us getting together some sort of like model UN or model Congress where we're coming up with policy? Is this a judge and jury situation where we're figuring out who's right and who's wrong and who's in the tent and who's out of the tent? So I think purpose is the most important conversation to have in addition to tactics. The third one I'd say is structure. So one of the ways that I think, so one of the criticisms I get from people who are very invested in dialogue, who are not invested in debate, is that they think that dialogue enables safe conversations around identity, whereas debate can weaponize those identities and say, like, you don't have the right to exist or something like that. I think it's exactly the opposite, provided that debate is about switch side. So I would think about those three issues you named, let's say immigration, to take an example. So you can have a debate about immigration that takes 5 minutes or 5 hours. That's about the facts of immigration, like what is really going on, and then going back and forth on that. About the value of immigration, right? We should be a more open or a more closed society. A more open societies are more just societies, so a value proposition, or a policy question, right? What should we do about the border? And then ask people and assign people to go on both sides of those issues so that it gamifies it, and then folks can actually divorce their ego and their identity from it. And then that is one way to have that conversation healthy. And the final thing I'll say is scale up. Do something fun. So one of the fun things I like to do is speed common ground. So in a room like this, maybe a little smaller, I would have everybody pair up and then do a common ground race. So find 5 things that you have in common, and I'm going to set a timer. And then whatever are the top 3 groups that come back and have found 5 things with a stranger that they have in common win some sticker, cookie, candy bar, something like that. But as momentum building towards the kind of discourse that you want to be modeled down the road. So maybe not start with Israel, but start with speed common ground, speed debating, something like that, and then work your way up, scale it. That's a great question, though. Thank you.
Good evening. So we're right now entering a time where people are scared to have this civil discourse due to recent events. Last year we had a famed podcaster, guy who was trying to start out civil discourse across college campuses, Charlie Kirk. He was assassinated in Utah Valley University and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. People seem to be a bit more scared to have these conversations. So I guess this is sort of relating to your the question that you posed yourself. How do you remain optimistic about this? Mm-hmm. But I don't want to ask specifically about people having civil conversations right now. However, in a time where people are being more and more secluded or reserved to have these civil conversations, how do you get people animated? How do you get people to actually be open and free to discuss these things? Because, civility and having these conversations is part of our many privileges as citizens in a democracy like this one.
Mm-hmm. It's a great question, and I hope it's not a flippant answer to it, because I do mean it sincerely, which is, I think there's a few mechanisms that you can use to motivate, and 2 of them are really negative and, frankly, to me, not all that inspiring, at least in the immediacy. The one is that we have to do our duty as democratic citizens to have these kinds of conversations. So it's for the greater health of the polity. But, I didn't get up this morning and the first thing I thought was like, what can I do today for the greater health of the polity? Like, what's going to bring me the most immediate dopamine rush is the greater health of the polity. So it's sort of a hard slogan. The second one is, if we don't do this, it's going to be awful, right? So we need to stave off worse and worse and worse consequences of distancing and seclusion by having these. So that's the kind of like eat your broccoli vegetable argument. Again, a necessary one, I think a true one, and hard to get motivated because it doesn't give us much dopamine. But make it fun. try to find ways to make it fun, try to find ways to make it novel, try to find ways to make it surprising, and surprising in a good way, right? Surprising that maybe it didn't go as bad as you thought it would go, or surprising that it went well, or surprising that you learned something new, or surprising that you made a friend. And so that's the thing that I really try to do, is I talk a lot about trying to make these kinds of things as fun as they possibly can. So one of the things we have put together is a Unlikely Alliances speaker series, where I bring two people together you would not think would have anything in common, and they tell these preposterous stories of their connection to hopefully build some curiosity and interest that if they can do it, we can all do it, right? And so one of them was a story of a woman who, in Charleston was at the epicenter of the international enslavement business, and there was a woman who is a donor to my organization named Margaret. And Margaret was in my library, in the College of Charleston Library during COVID, and had been told a story that her ancestors had come to Charleston after the Civil War. So they had nothing to do with the nasty business. And it turns out that was not true. And it turns out that not only it was not true, but it was the opposite of true, is that her family were the largest owners of slave ships in the world. Like, they had bought all these ships, and they were employing captains. They were involved in the literal movement of hundreds of thousands of people. And she still has a lot of that money. And she was horrified. And one of the things she did was she started an enormous scholarship fund. One of the things she did was she started talking to other very wealthy old money families in Charleston that they needed to go public, like she was going public, like, look at my discovery. And you can imagine how that went. So she had a lot of contentious conversations with them, like, you need to write op-eds, you need to confess, like I'm doing, you need to write a book, and that didn't get super far. But the third thing she did was she started calling, she had the records of people that they had owned, that they had enslaved. And so she had linked their last names when they got to Charleston to present-day South Carolinians and started cold calling them. So she cold calls, like the 300th cold call she makes to the McLeod family. And there's a very big plantation near where I live called McLeod. So the McLeod family, this black woman named Mia, answers the phone at a mortuary in Manning, South Carolina. Turns out Mia McLeod is a major South Carolina politician. She was running for the governor of South Carolina at that very time, and her dad was sick at the morgue, and she was just answering the phones to help him out so he could take a nap. So here she cold calls the first black woman to run for governor in South Carolina's history, to basically apologize for what her ancestors had done 200 years prior, and now they go on speaking tours together. Now they wrote a book together. It's the most preposterous, strange, beautiful, bizarre, wonderful connection. And what it is like she started it because she felt she had this duty, a duty to history, a duty to humanity. And in the end, she just got a best friend, and it's fun, and they love each other. And so those are the types of stories that I want to feature when I'm trying to do the inspiration and the things that inspire me. And so thank you for the question.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome to campus. Thank you for coming. My name is Bryson. I'm Student Government Vice President here at Fairmont State. I'm a little nervous to ask this question because it may reflect how well I was paying attention, but I have a point with this. I promise. I was locked in, but on a serious note here, so I think you'll like this question though, in all seriousness. So, civil discourse and the conversation, sometimes it's framed for people who maybe are not very familiar with these environments. But somebody like me and others in this room, we're in student leadership or in some sort of professional environment where civil discourse is actually rather common. So my question is, how do we stay sharp? How do we keep from being complacent? I'll just say, 8 out of 10 times I'm pretty good on the civil discourse, but I mess up. For instance, Tuesday, I messed up. I got a little bit, heated in a conversation in committee meetings of politics. But seriously, I messed up. And so it's like, how can, people like me, how can we stay sharp? How can we learn from those moments? Because we don't want to make those mistakes. We want to, be the ideal civil discourse expert.
Can I ask you a quick follow-up about your mess up?
Sure.
Can you briefly describe the mess up? You said you got hot or emotional. How did that show up for you?
How did it show up for me?
Yeah.
Like, we were debating, trying to think how I want to say this without getting into it. We were debating ideologies,
Okay.
our perspective on something related. I could probably get a little more specific. I'm just trying to be careful.
Where I was going with that is it sounded like you were saying 8 out of 10 times, and I was like, those are Hall of Fame numbers. Let's not hold ourselves to 10 out of 10. I mean, that's inhuman, you know. But if the two you're talking about, if that 20% is just you becoming emotional about something you believe in, one of the things that I also think is true is that we have to get. One of the questions I get on a lot is, and it usually comes from men, interestingly, is how do we take emotion out of disagreement? You know, like, we shouldn't take emotion out of disagreement. We should be able to sit with our emotions more effectively and sit with the emotions of others more effectively. I'm not saying that we should tolerate abuse. I'm not saying we should tolerate distress. I'm not saying we should tolerate name calling. But if you're hot about something you agree with and you can sit with it and the other person can sit with it, that can be relationship enabling as opposed to relationship devastating. So that's why I asked the follow-up question. But your broader point was about how can we stay locked in, which is the irony of you're locked in, right? And I do think that being inspired, consistently having fun, and then finding new and interesting outlets to take the work to, right? So some of us are staying in a lane, in a student government lane, in a church lane, for instance. I know lots of people who are doing interfaith work. There's a lot of great work in the interfaith work. Some people are doing it with musical traditions. So getting different faith communities to play their faith traditions in music as a kind of cosmic dialogue between different belief systems, right? As an event that showcases, it's not about the talking, it's about the doing, it's about the showcasing. So finding new and interesting ways to communicate the same idea for me is the way to do it, right? Because I think we all have different stories to tell, we all have different skills in this capacity. And it's one thing to just do this and talk about it, and another thing to actually kind of do it. And I think you're trying to find ways to do it too, so I appreciate that about you. Thanks for taking the risk.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Hopefully you got some humor out of that.
Yeah,
it was serious.
I did.
Hello again. I'm Sophie Stewart, and as president of the Student Government Association, I'd like to personally apologize for my VP.
This is good.
No, I'm just kidding. I love working with Bryson. He's great. But kind of back to our conversation earlier today. First off, thank you. We took some of your advice. We had a little discussion before we got into our discussion about club funding, and I think it was very beneficial. Our meeting went great today.
Oh, great.
I was definitely a little bit nervous, but there's a lot of student government members in the room. But yeah, it was a great example of civil discourse, I believe. But unfortunately, I don't have the mental capacity to remember everything you've said today or about our conversation earlier. So my question is, do you have a one-liner or a statement or two or just a few words to kind of remember or encourage student leaders in the room or professors who meet with 30 or so or just large groups of people on how to facilitate or encourage and engage in civil discourse and healthy disagreements?
Yeah, I do. That's really put me on the spot there, didn't you? One sentence. How many words do I get? I would say that conflict facilitation, healthy debate and dialogue is a skill. And it's one thing for me to talk about dribbling a basketball. It seems really easy. It's not rocket science. You put the ball on the deck, it comes back to you, you do it again, you do it again. Okay, well, do it in traffic. Do it in an arena. Do it with people who are 7 feet tall. Do it in different environments, and it becomes really hard. So we can talk about it all we want to, but let's find some ways to do the learning in the doing and have possibilities for those, and also have those be really consistent and repeated so we get as many reps as possible. So I think that it's really important to find events like this and get inspired, get ideas, collect the collective wisdom of a room together, but then there has to be capacity building at scale. That was like way more than one sentence, but it's a skill building activity, so it needs to be nurtured.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll ask the last question, and it sort of builds off what you were saying there at the very end. Thinking of like capacity building. If you had a magic wand, and could say every college campus should do X to move this forward, what's the X there?
I mean, I would scale that model up that I showed you. So a massive investment in faculty debate, dialogue, pedagogy. Oh, I lost my thing. I wanted to show one thing, but I lost the clicker. So we have some evidence. We had 11 faculty in 20 classes use debate, dialogue, pedagogy to teach information that they had previously lectured about or previously tested about or previously had readings about. In math, in Jewish studies, in everything. And the data that came back is just nuclear. I mean, it is, I couldn't have written it better myself. Students are talking about how mind expanding it was. They use the word depth, they use the word openness, they use the word earth shattering to describe what it was like to encounter information through the lens of like a controlled antagonism, through pluralism as opposed to singularity. So a faculty investment in debate, dialogue, pedagogy, a staff investment in the same thing, debate, dialogue, programming, a student peer-to-peer arm that was massive on campus that was doing low, medium, and high stakes engagements, kind of like your club en masse. What are we doing at the very beginning of orientation to encourage this? So what are the first ways in which we're encountering students to do the norm setting that I've talked to you all about? How are we setting that norm in orientation, that this is a space to be, as Van Jones likes to talk about, physically safe and intellectually unsafe? And then what are we doing in the general education curriculum to strengthen students' exposure to arguments, evidence, and interpretations of evidence, regardless of the subject? And then leadership has to be bought into. So if I could snap my fingers and have every college do that, those capacity building programs, so there's a real vanguard movement saturating the curriculum, saturating the co-curriculum, peer-to-peer examples, and a kind of immersion at orientation and an immersion in the general education curriculum, plus you, I don't know, that seems like a pretty decent model.
I'll let the president know about that.
You should. Give him a memo. Tell him I said hi.
All right, so thank you for joining us. Nobody goes home empty-handed, so you get
more gifts.
A bag of Fairmont State swag.
This is really heavy.
Yeah, there's a cutting board and a bunch of rocks in there. So we appreciate everybody being here. The conversation can continue in the reception on the hall with some free food and drink. And then on April 7th, hopefully we'll see all of you again for our Artist in Residence in Ecodum. So Michael Lee, thank you very much.
Thanks for this, man. This was really fun. That was great. You did really well there. That was fun. Thank you. That was awesome.
Hey everybody, donations are continuing to roll in even in the middle of the night. We're looking forward to a big push tomorrow from 7 a.m. when Good Morning Fairmont starts all the way till 12 o'clock midnight when we will far surpass our goal. See you there. Good evening. Thanks for being here. I know a lot of you saw Matt Johnson last night. Tonight's going to be a little different. Tonight, Matt's going to talk to us about his journey to get to this stage tonight and to get to the things he wanted in his career. It's a story of resilience and dreams and how we get there. I'm going to tell you a funny story first about how I met Matt. So I was on a cruise about 6 or 7 years ago. And we got on the cruise, and we had missed the window to book everything on the cruise. So we went and put our name on a wait list, and we're waiting outside the box office, looking at my daughter when she was much younger. We're looking at some posters, and there's a poster of Matt up there, and he walks up to us and says, "You should come to the show tonight. It's going to be great." And I said, "We're trying to." We put our name on the wait list. We're going to try and get there, and then we got off the wait list. So we're in the front row. And I get pulled up on stage, and Matt says, "Have we ever met before?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, like an hour ago outside." And you can see him drop his head. But then we got to know Matt over the course of the cruise. That was the first night of the cruise. We got to know Matt over the course of the cruise. We saw him at the late night buffet
every night, and I would bother him with all sorts of questions. But then I followed him on social media, got to see him, as a lot of you have, on Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent, Penn and Teller, a lot of other shows. You know, saw all of that last night in that interview. But one of the things that stuck with me from those interactions, and then also from watching him interact with people on social media, is Matt is very kind and very open to those discussions of how he got to where he is. And that's part of the reason why when we launched this presidential speaker series, I thought Matt was the perfect closing act for it. Because the combination of what you saw last night, I think what you're going to see tonight, is a really good embodiment of what we want our students and our faculty and our staff and our communities to hear. So I'm really excited to hear what Matt has to say. Again, those of you who haven't been here before, the format will be Matt will talk for about 30 minutes or so, then I will come up and we'll do a fireside chat where I'll ask questions, and then we'll kick it to the audience to ask questions you might have. And then there's a free reception outside with food and drink. So we hope lots of you join us. Without further ado, Matt Johnson.
Thank you, Mike. By the way, he just covered everything in the PowerPoint, so show's over. Everybody go drink. Dumb business. I'd forgotten about that, actually, because when I got the call to come do this, I've been on celebrity cruises for like 3 years now, and when I got the call to do this, I just presumed, I didn't remember, Mike, because it's 7 years ago. I mean, I do now, but I presumed that it was from Celebrity Cruises. So I was like, oh, yeah, okay, I'll come now. And at Christmas, I was invited to a gig in Arkansas, in Little Rock. And so I just presumed it was there. And then I didn't know until I came. This discussion never came up until yesterday, when Mike was like, yeah, we saw you 7 years ago on Norwegian Cruise. I was like, 7 years ago? So when Mike saw me and his wife and his daughter was much smaller, but when they saw me, none of the stuff that you saw in my opening video last night had happened. I hadn't been on Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent. None of it had happened. I'd only started cruising about 6 months before they met me. And as a matter of fact, I couldn't get a cruise ship agent. I tried for 2 years. And this goes back to my power of persistence and what it says on my hand, never give up. I couldn't get a cruise ship agent for my life because I didn't have any promo, and I was doing kids' parties, and they were like, yeah, we don't think you can do the gig. And I was like, I can do the gig. And so it took me 2 years to get a cruise ship agent. And actually, this is not in my talk, but I'm going to say it because I just thought of it. When I finally got a cruise ship agent, how it happened was I contacted this agency, this big agency in Florida, and they said, yeah, you're not really what we're looking for. This was after 2 years. And they said, but if you call TAD Management, T-A-D, maybe they'll take you. I was like, okay. So I called TAD Management. I spoke to Jan, the president of the cruise division, and she said, how'd you get our number? And I said, oh, Don Casino sent me your number. And she goes, well, they don't like us. And then without missing a beat, I said, well, I guess they're sending you all the crappy magicians then, aren't they? And she laughed, and her husband's British, and I didn't have any promo, and we got this little thing going, and she said, I'll tell you what, I'll try you on a ship. And that was 6 months before I met you. And I did one ship, and I've cruised ever since. And so then what happened was I had to take time off to do all these TV shows. But there's a rule on ships with agents. If you get a TV show or you get on Broadway, they'll give you time off because they understand. And also, it adds to your credibility on the ship. So more people come, they want people to book to see the show and all that stuff. And the show on the ship now, when they saw it, it's pretty much what I did last night. But the show on the ship is bigger. It's got big stunts and I float people and, because it lives on there. We don't have to travel around with that stuff. So that was about 6 months before I met you. How crazy is that? So my life changed. Anyway, Power of Persistence. I came up with this title, and I'm going to be honest, I'm a performer. I've lectured all over the world for magicians. I create magic, so I teach magic to magicians all over the world. I've lectured at magic clubs throughout the world, but I've never done university lectures. I never went to university. I'm not advocating for not going to university, just so you know. It worked out for me. But I didn't go to university. It's the first university I've ever been on campus. I'm not a motivational speaker, but I have lectured at magic clubs, and as I've got older and I've got this story to share, which you're going to see tonight, I realized I've got something to say, even more so than when Mike and his family met me before. And I've got something to say, and my biggest belief is the biggest gift we have as human beings is to inspire other people. Right? You don't know what people are doing. You don't know what they've been through. But if you can inspire other people with your journey, as small or as big as it is, and in the grand scheme of things, mine's quite small, then if you can inspire one person or two person or three people to do the best, to make their dreams come true, to live to the best of their ability, then that's what it's all about. I've got my piece of the pie. I love what I do. I'm blessed every day. I have the best job in the world. And so now as I get older, I want to really start to try and inspire people with that story, and I think I can. And so we're going to see that a little bit. Now, I don't know how long this is going to go, because this is my first PowerPoint presentation in a motivational capacity ever. So no, don't clap yet. Wait, stay with the group. It's better if we get there at the same time. So I'm going to click my little button. So I want you to see this. That's where it all started. So that is an online submission form for Britain's Got Talent. I tried for 6 years to get on that show. I sent videos online. There's two ways you get on Britain's Got Talent. One, they invite you. If they invite you, they pay all the expenses, right? I'm going to let you into a little secret that nobody knows, and I probably shouldn't tell you this, but Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent don't pay their acts, but they will pay all the expenses. And if you get through the first round, the audition round, to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and final, they will pay for your stuff. So if in a magician or a escape artist, they paid for all my props. So America's Got Talent, I came out of that with $40,000 worth of props, one of which was never used. It cost $25,000. It was flight case. The flight case is 11 feet long. It went to my warehouse. It weighs 1,000 pounds. It never got on the final because I didn't get to the final. It's mine. I own it. They pay for everything. But they don't pay you a fee. But every other Got Talent show in the world pays a fee for you to appear on the show. Nobody knows that. But when I did Italy's Got Talent, they called me and said, what are your terms? What do you want? And I said, well, I want a flight and I want this, ship my props, my assistant, and I'd like this much money. And they went, okay, because it's a gig. They just want to get the ratings up. But Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent don't need to do that, so they don't pay. So if they invite you, they pay. But if they don't invite you, you pay for yourself. So I pay for myself. So I tried 6 years by filling that out online in Canada to go on the show. I didn't have a US visa, so I had to go on Britain's Got Talent, plus I'm from England. And that's how I got on. And then, so no response for 6 years. Again, power of persistence. If doors close, kick them open. If somebody says no, keep going until they say yes. If you send an email, you don't get a response, send 30 emails. Be a stalker. No, I'm serious. Because in today's world, an email gets lost. It goes in a junk mail. They don't see it. You know what? Until you get a response, send the emails. Right? They will get back to you eventually. And eventually, they'll either go, look, leave us alone. Or they'll go, okay, you're persistent. We'll take you. Right? So I sent this 6 years. And on the last year, I sent them a video, which I'm going to get into in a second, that was very special, and it got me on the show. But here's the thing that a lot of people don't know, is, well, let me tell you why. The thing is, that there is my brother. That's my brother, Jonathan. He's 44 years old. I'm 51. My sister is between us. My brother, Jonathan, was born with a rare genetic disease called tuberous sclerosis, and it causes seizures, amongst other things. They're not curable. And so when my brother has a seizure, the lightning bolt goes out, and he's got calcium deposits in his brain. And it hits the calcium deposit, it pings all over the place, and it causes a seizure. It's not curable. I've watched my brother have seizure after seizure. I've watched him have 3 seizures in a row and go into a coma more times than I can count. I've watched his skin go from this color to the color of your tracksuit in front of my eyes. And so my brother, I tried to get on Britain's Got Talent, sending magic videos, and it never worked out. And then about 6 years after I started doing that, I went to England to visit my family, and I watched my brother have 3 seizures and go into a coma, right? And I came home and I said to my wife, I said, you know, at the very least, if I can't protect my brother, I should be able to know what it feels like for him to be aware, awake, trapped in his body, and he can't breathe. The next day, I started going to a swimming pool. No training, no nothing. I just went to a swimming pool, 6 o'clock when it opened, told the lifeguards what I was doing, and for the next 6 months, I went 4 times a week, forcing myself to stay underwater. And I went from 40 seconds to 4.5, 5 minutes. Just taught myself. And after six months, I thought I understood, but I realized that I didn't understand, because when it was really hurting and it burns, holding your breath, I could come out. So I went to a local plastics company and I had them build me a tank. I put it on my friend's garden. I got in, filled it with water, locked the lid. I lasted 20 seconds. And that's when I realized that's what it's like for my brother. That's what it's like. I'm going to cry. That's what it's like for my brother to be trapped underwater. And he goes through it every day of his life. right? So I then realized that was my journey. So I spent another year learning to be good with this space, to be underwater. And it's horrendous. It's horrific. You know, when you're underwater, you want to come out and breathe. Imagine that moment. That's called a contraction, where you go, when I do the water escape, I hit 30, 40 contractions. It's horrendous. Your lungs are on fire. It hurts. It's hell on earth. That's what I experience when I'm underwater, because your heart rate goes up. It burns your oxygen faster. There's no way around it. A free diver or something, it's easy. It's not easy. It's easier because there's no pressure. You're just relaxed. So I'm trying to pick locks and handcuffs. And so that's when I realized that's what my brother goes through. And after a year of doing that, I said, you know what? I'm going to put it in a show. And I put it in a show. And I videoed it. And I said to my wife, I'm going to try one more time. And I sent it to Britain's Got Talent. And they said yes. And so in 2017, I flew to Britain's Got Talent, and something strange happened. I spent $8,000 to get there on my expenses, my flights, sending my water tank, all that. I got there. I got on stage the day of the show. I was in rehearsal in the morning, and I was underwater a minute and a half, and the water tank cracked, and it exploded, and all the water came out and flooded the set. I didn't get to go on the show, and I was absolutely devastated. I was 45 years old. This was my moment. This was my dream. I was doing a good living, making money as kids' parties and weddings, but this was my dream. This was the moment that was going to open the doors. And it went off the edge of the stage. And I was depressed. I went back home. I spent a week in bed. And I was supposed to be on a show called Penn and Teller Foolers 4 weeks later. And I had no tank. It was in bits. I was terrified. So I got up one day after a week in bed, and I got that tattoo done. It's right there. Never give up. And I live by it. And every day I brush my teeth, I look at that in the mirror. And I went out and I ordered a new water tank. You can't get them on Amazon. There are places where you can get water tanks. So I got a water tank, and we didn't have time to get it to me. So I shipped it to Vegas, sight unseen, to Penn and Teller Foolers. And it's a small tank if you've never seen it. And we got it on the dock. We uncrated it. And I got in and I realized it was about this much smaller than my old tank. And I was so crushed up, I couldn't hold my breath. And I thought, I can't do this again. I can't do this again. So I said, they said, what do you want to do? I said, put me in it, lock the lid, and unless I pass out, leave me in there. Don't get me out. That's where, I said it on Britain's Got Talent, and that's where it came from. Because Simon Cowell said, what do we do? I said, well, unless I pass out, leave me in there. Don't get me out. And so that's where it came from. They rolled me out, and I did the show, and I did the escape. And that moment changed my life, because I took that video and I sent it back to Britain's Got Talent. And I said, I want to come back on the show. And I sent 30 emails. That's going back to what I was saying. I sent 30 emails and they didn't respond. And on the 30th email, they sent me a message and said, you're obviously persistent. We'll have you back on the show. Because I said I can do it. And I went back. And in 2018, I went back to the show. That's Simon Cowell. He's thinking lawsuit. 2018, I went back to the show, and not only did I get 4 yeses and a standing ovation, by the way, I have another tattoo on this hand that says the date and 4 yeses, because by never giving up, I achieved what I set out to achieve. And I went on, I got a standing ovation, 4 yeses, I made it all the way to the semifinals. I got voted the #1 scariest act of all time, even today. I got voted the #2 most viewed act of all time on Britain's Got Talent with 500 million views to date. That moment right there changed my life. And it took me 6 years to get to the first time where it all went wrong when the tank split. And by being persistent, I went back and I did it. And my family were there, my mom, my dad, my brother was there. I did it in front of millions of people. It went viral, and it literally changed my life 6 years ago. And so what you see in the rest of these slides is the journey it's taken me on over that 6 years. But I was 45 years old. And so I've said this before, I said it in the lectures today, I said it last night, and I mean it from the bottom of my soul sincerely. If you take nothing else away from this, please take this. The second you walk out that door, your life starts tomorrow. Make it count. We don't get do-overs. Don't get to the point where you, towards the end of your life, in your latter years, you go, oh, I wish I had done this. I wish I'd have played guitar. I wish I'd have been in a band. I wish I'd have been an artist. We've got to pay money, we've got to pay bills. But honestly, if you find your passion and you do it, it's going to take time, but you can do it. I'm living my best life. I have no concerns. I mean, I have, mortgages and stuff, but I am literally the happiest I've ever been in my life. I'm 51 years old, and I did it because I never gave up, and I persisted. And so that was the audition round, and that's the semi-finals. Now, just so you know, when I did the audition round, I had nothing else. I'd got magic, but I didn't have escapes. And I said to them, I want to do magic. And they said, no, you've got a beard, you've got tattoos. You're an escape artist. You've got to do escapes. Well, I never wanted to do more escapes. They're horrendous. I hate doing escapes. I hate them with a passion. I've drowned and died, literally clinically dead, twice, and been revived. I've fallen doing a straitjacket, and to this day, my back is done. I take all kinds of medication. I pull fish hooks through my tongue. I've burnt myself. I've injured myself. I've taken toenails off. I hate it with a passion. Look at that face. Does that look like somebody who's faking it? I hate it with a passion. But Britain's Got Talent said, no, you're the escape artist. So we had to do this. So this thing was built for Britain's Got Talent. It was shipped, because they don't tell you. After you've done the audition round, you've got 3 months until the next round, but they won't tell. They'll say, what do you want to do? And you'll say, well, I would do this and this. No. And eventually you give up. So I got on a guy in Calgary, which is like a hour and a half flight from me. He builds these. He built the water tank. And so I said, Richard, they're not letting me do anything. I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pay for a flight under my own expense, fly to Calgary, put this on my head, take a picture of it, and send it to them and say, this is what it looks like. So I did. And they said, okay. This was 2 weeks before I was going live on the show. Live. 2 weeks. Never done it before. So we didn't have time. It was shipped straight to England. I get to England. I get in this thing. Now, this thing, just so you know, is chains up to the ceiling. There's a metal straitjacket. There's a bar goes up the middle with padlocks that covers the front of this so that this can't open. There's 2 padlocks here. There's a hole in the top. I get in. I take a breath. They clamp me and everything, handcuff my hands behind my back, and then they fill that box with water, and it's a choke hold on my neck. It's not a neoprene sleeve. It's a choke hold. That's how it keeps the water in. It's dripping out a little bit, but it's literally a choke hold. So now I can't get a breath. And they say to me, look, Matt, you did 2 minutes 10 in the water tank. We want you to go longer in this. And I was like, you can't dial this into order. I can't I can't hold my breath longer in this. It's impossible. I can't get a breath. Well, Matt, you've got to do it. Otherwise it's not going to be, So I go to England. We have 3 days to rehearse. And every morning I woke up, I don't want to do this. I just want to go home. I'm going to kill myself. And anyway, we did it live. And I did 2 minutes, 24 seconds in that thing. It was horrendous. And that was the semi-final. I got voted off because Simon Cowell said, what do we do? If we put you through, you're going to kill yourself. And I went, well, you wanted me to do it. And so I got voted off. Houdini had a saying, nobody wants to see me die, but everybody wants to be there when it happens. It's true. Everybody wants to watch the horror show, the car crash. I kind of wish I'd have blacked out because people would have lined up around the block to see that show, wouldn't they? So anyway, that was built for Britain's Got Talent, and I got voted off in the semi-finals. But the greatest thing about that was that I got the airtime, and people saw me suddenly, and I was doing this, and I kind of made a rod for my own back because now I'm the escape artist. But who cares? I'm getting gigs. It literally changed my life overnight. Now I had these 2 escapes. Now I started getting called from every talent show in the world. And so I went on a show. So this one. So then after that, I get called by this new show called The World's Best. Did anybody see this show? World's Best. It was right after Super Bowl. It aired right after Super Bowl. James Corden was the host. RuPaul, Faith Hill, Drew Barrymore were the judges. And the idea of the show was they invited the top 50 acts in the world in every genre, from an 8-year-old playing 2 pianos at the same time to a slackline walker to an escape artist. And what they would do is they pitch us all against each other. So I might be going against an 8-year-old playing piano, right? World's Best. So the idea was first episode you do, and then they go from 50 to 25. And so they said, do you want to do the show in LA? And I said, yeah, sure. So I went down and we did the water tank again. They put it on top of that big bridge. And I ended up going way longer because I had a problem with the keys. So I think this one was like 2:30 or something. And what they did was they put me at the end of the show as the cliffhanger. So it gets to 2:20 and the music stopped and RuPaul's on his feet, everybody's screaming, and then they cut the show. It was right after Super Bowl. It went out to 22 million people. And they stopped the show. And then in the next episode, I'm the first one on the show. So it was cliffhanger. But in the meantime, what happened was we filmed this because all this stuff on TV, a lot of it's not live. This was filmed in November and it was going to air in February or March. No, February. So in February, my wife and I are in Cabo having a week vacation because the previous year was crazy. We're having a week vacation and I'm laying on the beach and I get a call. So in that, I made it to the top 25. So in the next round, they said, what can you do other than water? So I did this upside down straight jacket escape with the rope on fire. And I fell. And that messed up my back. But after I'd done the water escape, we're in Cabo laying on the beach, and I get a call from James Corden's team. James wants you on the Late Late Show. They've just shown it after Super Bowl. They've finished the episode with me underwater. They're going to do the next episode 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later. He wants you on his show. He wants to interview you. I said, okay, great. And so I turn up, and they tell me, right, you're going to be behind the curtain. You climb in the tank. We'll lock it. James Corden's going to say, everybody's worried about Matt. We don't know if he survived. We want to show you he's okay. And then they roll me out in the tank underwater, and he interviews me in the tank. And they didn't let me out. They rolled me off. And the funny thing was, we were rehearsing it. I was rehearsing it with James, and he got a script, and he's like, yeah, okay. I said, guys, I'm behind the curtain that you want me to get in and lock it before I come out. So that's 20 seconds, 25 seconds. Then you roll me out. That's 5 seconds. Then he comes over, interviews me. It was like a minute. So we're at a minute 30. There's a live audience. And then I said, so yeah, we can do it. They're like, do you want to do it in one take? Because it's not live. I said, yeah, we'll do it in one take. So I don't know if you've ever seen James Corden, but this guy ad-libs a lot. So they roll me out, and he decides he's going to ad-lib. And I was in that tank for 2.5 minutes on the Late Late Show. And I'm literally at the end of it. If you watch, it's on YouTube. And he's going like this. So, Matt, what do you think? I'm just going, bloop, bloop, bloop. And eventually they stop the cameras rolling. They open the lid, and there's kids, so I can't say what I said. But I turned to him and I went, and he's a great guy. He's a great guy. But he said, oh, I knew you got it. You're a professional. I said, I'm not faking it here. I'm dying. And you decide you're going to ad-lib. But it was a really, really funny bit. Anyway, so I did that show, World's Best. And then I got invited by Tusa Cavallis in Rome, which is their version of Britain's Got Talent. This is in Tusa Cavallis. They're the ones that paid me to be on the show. I didn't even go in the audition. I went straight into the semifinals and did this act. And then I made it to the final, but I couldn't make it back. So I did this again for a second time. You can see the bar there in front of the door. I did it a second time in Italy. But shortly after Italy, I got a call from Penn & Teller Foolers. I'd already done the show. And this goes back again to the persistence. I'd already done Penn & Teller Foolers, and they called me up and said, we want you back on the show. Have you got anything else you can do? I said, well, yeah, I've got this head box. It's the only 2 escapes I owned. I said, I've got this head box because I'd never done it on American TV. So I get to Penn & Teller Foolers. There's 1,000 people in the audience. There's cameras on my face on giant screens. Penn & Teller are right there. It's already, your heart rate's up here. I climb in the box on my head. We start the escape. And I've got a signal for my team that if I have trouble, I go like this and they get me out. So I'm there. I'm in the thing. And I'm in there way longer. The music ends and I couldn't, the last 2, I couldn't get it undone. I just couldn't. I'm picking them with a pick and I couldn't get it undone. And I had this moment where I literally thought, I'm going to die. This is it. I'm going to die. And I remember trying to give the signal, and I blacked out. And I hung myself underwater because it's here and hanging from chair. I hung myself, and I blacked out. and I don't know this, but apparently I had a full seizure on stage. The whole audience watched the eyes roll up in the back of my head. They brought the curtain down, and then they hauled me off. And halfway on the ambulance ride, I woke up, and they hauled me in and did all these tests, and that was the first time I drowned. Nobody knows that. I had to sign an NDA because they were going to get me to pay for it on my insurance, and my insurance wouldn't pay because it was on a TV show. So I fought them, and I won, and so they paid for it, for my visit. And so, but I had to sign an NDA saying I wouldn't talk about it, so I did. But so fast forward now, I've done that. One of my dreams before I went on Britain's Got Talent, there's a show called The Illusionists. And you may have seen it's toured all over the US, all over the world. It is the premier magicians, illusionists, hypnotists, everything in the world. These are the best of the best. And I'd seen these posters all over the world, all over Broadway, and I wanted to be on the show. And I thought, how can I be on that show? I wrote myself a step. Here's how I'm going to get on the show. And next thing I know, I got a call from Cirque du Soleil, and they were like, we want you to do the water escape in the show. I said, great. Not only did I get on the show, but I ended up being the front guy in the poster. I toured Saudi Arabia, Panama, Mexico City, all over the world doing my water escape. We do 14 shows a week. I'd escape from water 14 times a week, 3 times on a Saturday, twice on a Sunday. And I was now considered one of the best people in the world. And this is not an ego thing. There's only about 4 people in the world that do underwater escapes. It's really difficult. And I'm considered, I get calls now if that's what they want. I just got an email today, actually, from Europe. They want me to be in a show for 5 days. And so that now I'm in Saudi Arabia looking at myself all over the highway, at the airport, on billboards, at the front of it. And that was a moment where I realized I never gave up. If I'd have stopped sending those emails, I'd have never done that. So it was a really, really cool moment in my career. That was I got called by History Channel to do a thing for Houdini. So I went to New Jersey and they hauled me up on a crane. All right. Has anybody seen this on America's Got Talent? So how long we been going here? I don't know. 20 minutes? All right. So the story behind this, America's Got Talent tried for 3 years to get me on the show after I'd done Britain's Got Talent. I did it 2 years ago. And they kept calling, can you do that? I said, no, I'm busy, I've got gigs. Okay. And then this was COVID. First year of COVID, I went from hero to zero. I had no shows, no money, nobody had any work. Second year, they called, said, we're going to do the show. I said, okay, yeah, I'm not doing anything, I'll do it. What can you do? I said, well, I've got these 2. Well, we've seen them, Matt. Okay. What, have you got any ideas? I said, yeah, I've got this. So this thing, do you know those things that you go on for your back and you flip over, an inversion table? I've got an inversion table because I have a bad back. I've got an inversion table in my basement, and I kept looking at it every time I walked by it and thought, you know, if I had a saw to that and some chains and a water thing, a timer, because there's a little, I don't know if you saw it, but there's a little tank of water here, and when we turn the tap, it runs into this, and there are 2 pink lines. And the reason is we could never figure out exactly where it was or it tripped it. And so there are 2 pink lines. So the water fills this, and when this gets heavy enough, it pulls on that, and it drops these saws, which are spinning like 1,000 revolutions a minute, literally will chop you into chopped liver, and it drops them right where I'm hanging there. So I have to escape the straitjacket, use my arms to get myself the right way up, jump off before the saws come down. That's the idea. So they said, yeah, we love it. Great. Build it. I said, okay. They said, how much? I said, $5,000. I said, and that's cheap. That's cheap. Like, my welder, who's not a magician, we're just going to go in his garage and weld it. And they said, yeah, okay, great. We're not paying for it, but we'll fly you down. I said, I'm not doing it then. I'm not paying for it. You want me to do the show? Well, you're doing the audition. We can't pay for you. It's favoritism. I said, well, then fine. I'm not doing it. 2 weeks before the show he's going to film, they call me back and they say, can you do that thing we were talking about? And I said, well, it doesn't exist. 2 weeks. Can you build it in 2 weeks? I said, okay. So me and my welder spent, 14-hour days welding this thing together, seeing if it would work. It fell on my head, cut my head. It fell on my welder's head, cut his head. It wasn't going. It just fell. And then we kept getting in it. It kept tripping. We couldn't figure out, it was a nightmare. And then we made a shipping crate, which cost $2,000. And then we shipped it to LA. Never performed it, never rehearsed it. And the day before we filmed it, I rehearsed it in the lobby of the theater. All the acts were doing the thing, and I'm there on this thing, trying to make it work. And they roll it out, and Simon Cowell goes, oh, this guy's nuts. I saw him on Britain's Got Talent. And then Howie Mandel says, how long have you been rehearsing this? I said, yesterday in the lobby, and it's true. And I actually burst into tears. They cut it out. I burst into tears because I was so scared that it was going to, I'd be in a million pieces. I was so scared that I burst into tears. I literally thought, I don't want to do this. They cut that out. You don't see that. And anyway, I did it. It worked. It missed me by that much. And I got to the quarterfinals. And in the quarterfinals, we decided it'd be a good idea to build a door, chain me to it, and have a chainsaw above my face, coming down at my face. We thought that'd be a really good idea. Again, never done it. We built it. I drove to Vegas. I laid on it. We shipped it to LA, to the Kodak Theater. I rehearsed it in the lobby of the Kodak Theater the day before it went live. And then I walked out, and I did that. First and last time I've ever done those two stunts. Never did them again. Quarterfinal, got voted off. But, yeah. Again, doing escapes. I just wanted to do card tricks, but there you go. The moral of this story is don't get a beard and tattoos. That's the moral of this story. So that was America's Got Talent 2 years ago. Who saw that? Anybody see it? Yeah, a few. Funnily enough, that's got me no shows whatsoever. People are still calling from Britain's Got Talent. Still calling. I still get gigs. I don't do the water stunt anymore. I do it if people ask. If I get jobs like this one in Europe, I'll do it for 5 days because they'll pay me good money because I'm one of the only people that can do it. But I try not to because I've got to work out and train breath holding for like 3 months, and then I've got to eat certain foods, and I can't have a beer. It's just not my gig anymore. Bearing in mind on cruise ships, well, I'll tell you about that. Anyway, we're getting through this. I'm happy we're getting through it. So then I do that. I go home. COVID's finishing. I go home. I'm laying on my couch. I've got no work for the year after COVID. I'm laying on my couch in my dressing gown. Never give up. What am I going to do? And then my phone rings. And it's a guy called Nick Wallender from the Flying Wallenders. He walked over Times Square, tightrope, volcanoes. National treasure. And he says, hey, I'm opening a circus in New York called the Big Apple Circus. Well, it was there, but he bought it. He went bankrupt before COVID, and he bought it. And he said, I like your water tank. Do you want to do it in the show? I said, yeah, I'd love to. So they flew me out to New York, and I was on Broadway for 3.5 months. We took the saw as well, the flip-over thing, but it kept malfunctioning. Nearly killed me, so we took it out of the show. And I was in the Big Apple Circus. And the day that I arrived, the day after I arrived in New York, bearing in mind this was the end of COVID, about 6 months before I went to New York, I got a call from my dad, and my dad never calls me. I always call him. And he left a message on my phone. My wife and I were out shopping. He left a message, hey, son, call me. Okay, Dad. I called him. Yeah, I've got cancer. It's in my blood. But I'm all right. I'm doing blood transfusions every day and chemo. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. So, okay, Dad, well, we're in COVID. I don't even think I can come. I couldn't go, right? And I was going to New York, and I said, I'll tell you what, I'll get to New York, we'll rehearse the show, and then I'll come to England for a few days. I'll see you, and then I'll go back. I landed in New York, and the next day I was in a costume fitting, and my sister called and said Dad had died on his couch because he took himself off all treatment. I didn't know. And he went home, he didn't take his morphine, and he just died on his couch. And I was in bits. Completely in bits. And about a few days later, I had to do a rehearsal of the water tank. And I had no business. I had no business being in that tank. It required so much focus. I should not have got in the tank. But I had a lot of pressure from the producers and the directors. And, so I climb in the tank in a rehearsal. And I black out. But it was way worse than Penn and Teller. I black out, but because we haven't rehearsed it before, the safety team, who weren't my team, they were stood behind me. They didn't know I blacked out. They thought it was part of the gig. So they left me in there for quite a while. And by the time they realized I blacked out, they took a sledgehammer to the side of the tank and smashed it. I don't remember any of this. I was like clinically gone. And the fire, ambulance, police were all there. They pulled me out. I have no recollection. And the moment I had recollection is when this photo was taken, when my eyes opened, and I looked at my tank, and it was in pieces. And the first thing I said to Nick Willender, my boss, is I said, how am I going to do the act? Like, who did that? And anyway, and so I said, Nick, take the photo, because we could use this for advertising for the show. Take the photo. Anyway, so that was that. And I was going to my dad's funeral in England. I got cleared, and Nick said, what do you want to do? We were supposed to do 3.5 months. And I said, I want to do the show. So he agreed to build me a new tank. I flew back to England, went to my dad's funeral, came back to New York, did 3 days of rehearsals. We opened the show. I did 3.5 months, 100 shows, locked in the tank of water. Yeah, so that was a real hard spot for me because of my dad. I didn't have time to really process it or time to think about it. But the main reason, another reason I drowned is I lost my hearing. I've lost 90% of my hearing, and when I was in the tank, they were playing the music, and I couldn't hear it. So I was trying to, that's how I know where I'm at, and I couldn't hear it. And so I thought I'd not been under long, and I'd been under way too long. And the directors were there. I didn't want to come out, and I just blacked out. And it was very scary for everybody, the other acts, because I was gone for like 2 minutes, and I'm floating around. And anyway, never give up, right? So anyway, that's me. That was like near the last show of 100 shows. There's the water tank. That's me in a neoprene leotard, which I will never wear again. It is not flattering at all. But that's me. New York, Broadway, 100 shows, living my dream. Another one of my things, I wrote a bullet list of everything I wanted to achieve, and that was one of them. Shortly after that, I had no more gigs. I went home. This is the thing of being an artist. You literally go home. People think, oh, you're on Broadway, you're on Britain's Got Talent. Yeah, I'm on Broadway, but then I have no more gigs. Like, it's feast or famine. I went home. I'm laying on my couch. For some reason, I don't have to call anybody or email. I just seem to be lucky. And people call, and I'm laying on my couch. I'd done some cruise ships, met Mike and stuff, and I get a call from Celebrity Cruises, and they'd heard about me, and they said, "Hey Matt, we're launching this brand new ship called the Celebrity Beyond. It was their flagship. It's a $1.3 billion ship. It's got a state-of-the-art theater. There it is. That's my home. It's 1,000 seats. It's got a balcony all the way around. It's 17 million pixel screen. It opens, it closes. It's got doors in it. There's lifts in the stage. There's pit lifts that go down. There's smoke machines, bubble machines, 1 million lights. It's state of the art. That theater costs more than Celebrity's first cruise ship. It's something like, I don't know, $20-30 million or something. Anyway, so they said to me, we're launching this brand new ship. It wasn't even built yet. They're building it. And they said, we'd like you to headline the ship. Okay. With my show? Yeah, with your full show. Do I have to do the water tank? No. You do magic, right? I said, yeah. I said, yeah, do magic. As long as you do one escape. So I said, great. So I went on in April 2022 in Southampton, England. We set off on the inaugural sail, and it's been my home ever since. I'm there right now. I'm contracted till January 2026. But I don't have next year's contract yet, but it's my home. And so I do, last year I did 300 days on board, but this year I do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. That's enough for me. My equipment's all there. It's all processed, lights and tech and everything. And there's a shot of it full of people doing the little Houdini rope trick. And here's a shot of me doing the straitjacket. Oh, I guess it's not on there. I thought I had a shot. Hang on. I want you to see if it's on there. Is it not on there? Let me have a look. Let me do this. Celebrity Beyond, Beyond Theatre 1, Beyond. There it is. Is that? No. Is that it? Hang on. I'll find it. No? Oh, I took it off. Anyway, there was a picture of me doing the straitjacket escape with a saw and stuff. That's on there. And so now that's my home. I have to work a lot less. I work 7-day cruise. I work 1 day. I have 6 days off. I board as a guest. I have a guest cabin. I have no crew responsibilities. I bring my wife on. They pay for it. They fly me back and forth, hotels, pay me a great fee. I have an 8-tech team. I'm living my dream. And all that, everything you just saw and all those stories happened in 6 years because I never gave up. And I was just persistent with everything I did. I was 45 years old. So the moral is, what I hope you learn from this, I'm not special. I'm really not. I'm not special. I didn't go to university. You're more special than me. I just had an unwavering desire and a belief that I could do it. And it wasn't until I was 45 that it actually took off and happened. But now I travel the world, I do this, I gig, I do magic. And I'm hoping to do a few more of these because I really want to use my story now to inspire other people, and hopefully it's done that for you. Second you go out those doors, first day of the rest of your life. Don't forget, please promise me you won't. Anyway, that's it. Thanks so much, guys.
Hey everyone! I hope you're enjoying watching Matt Johnson and all the magic he's talking about. Right now we're enjoying the 24-hour space in the library. This is a place students can come to get some quiet and study at any hour of the day. Hope to see you at 7 a.m.
Well, it's your story, so.
One thing I learned doing my show, especially on cruise ships, is I always say, I think I said it a few times last night, I don't tell lies, I tell the truth. If you tell the truth in your show, you never go wrong. I don't have a script, but the script I do have is my life story, so I never have to remember the script. I just have to ad-lib on the script because it's my life, so you don't have to remember it.
Yeah, I think one of the things I didn't realize until yesterday when we were talking is you were doing this when you were in high school.
Yeah.
So you were saying you would leave high school.
Yeah, I started when I was 12. We were very lucky. So how it happened was we had I had a couple of little plastic magic tricks from Walmart, and then my mom hired a magician for my brother and sister's birthday party. And he came to the party, and halfway through the show, my sister jumped up and said, "My brother's a magician." And I said, "Shut up. I'm not." I had a few little tricks. And then after the party, he pulled me over like I did with this little boy just now downstairs. He pulled me over and said, are you serious? I said, "Yeah, I do a little bit." And he said, "Well, there's a magic shop in Sheffield," which was a half-hour bus ride. "Really?" Yeah, magic shop. So I went there one Saturday and I walked in, and after 3 Saturdays of going, they said, "Come here, young man," and they invited me through this beaded curtain, and there was a proper magic shop with all these magicians. Proper, like one guy worked with like Houdini and stuff like that. And I went there every Saturday. I was the first one in at 9, last one out at 5 when it closed. Every Saturday, 52 weeks a year, all through my teen years, right up to being 18, I went to that shop. And I learnt my craft, I listened. And at 16, somebody walked in and said, "Oh, the bowling alley, their magicians left. They need another magician." And I applied. I was 16 years old. And I got the job. And they paid me £100 a week, so about $150. This is... how old? This is 35 years ago. $150 a week, whether I did one show or 10, and the kids bowled 8, and then I did them a little 10-minute magic show. I got £150 a week, and all my friends were doing paper rounds for like £20. So my dad would pick me up from school, take me to the gig, I'd do my shows, and that was, yeah.
That's awesome. Do you think that's part of the reason, sort of that first experience, why you're so open to questions and to engagement? Do you think it's that first sort of inviting you through that beaded curtain is part of the reason why you're so open? I just remember that magician was so open with me. I wouldn't be here if he hadn't said there was a magic shop in Sheffield. So because he was so open with me, I feel like he's just passed away, but I owe it to... it's just the way I was raised. I'm really open. I share. You can ask me anything, whether you're a magician or whatever. You can ask me how much I charge. I'll tell you. You can ask me how to get on a cruise ship. I'll give you the roadmap. I won't do the work for you, but I'll give you the roadmap. You won't tell us the secrets to your tricks, though.
No, I won't tell you the secrets to my tricks. Actually, that is true.
That's too bad, because that there was a trick the first time we saw him where he linked 3 wedding rings together, and it keeps me up at night still to this day, because I still don't understand how he did it.
Yeah, I actually took it out of my show, but I'd forgotten about it. Mike saw me, and most magicians link big silver rings, and it always occurred to me, well, yeah, but people think they're fake rings. So I had this idea of borrowing 3 wedding rings or engagement rings and linking them together and giving them back to the people, and they're linked. They can examine them before I unlink them again. And so it was in my show on Norwegian for a while in the supper club. Yeah, I took it out. I don't know why I took it out.
Well, it lives rent free in my head. So just so you know.
Okay.
So now that you've made it, right? You're on.
I mean, I haven't. I really haven't made it. I'm just still Matthew doing tricks. I just have got myself better gigs, but I don't know that I've made it. I've made it. You know what? I have made it in as far as not in an ego way, but I've made it in as far as I set out to make it my career, something that I love, and now I do it. I love it. I pay my mortgage, and I love it.
And people call you instead of you having to send them 30 emails.
People call me. Yeah.
So, are you still impressed by other magicians? Do you see people now who you're blown away by?
I am by no means not even close to the best magician. With the water tank, I am, because there's not many people doing it. It's a very niche market. But magicians, not even close. What I get from people, what people tell me, I get it all the time. They see the show and they come up after the show and they go, "You were great, we enjoyed it, the tricks fooled me," but it's not the tricks, it's the story. It's the things you talk about your grandma and your dad and your experiences, and you inspire us, and that's what I get, and I think that's my gift. Is the magic is the foundation of the house, but how I build the house is with the stories, and because my stories are your stories. We've all lost somebody, we've all had hardship, we've all had things go wrong. We all try to be our best every day, and I think they're the same stories. So people relate to that, and I realize people don't remember tricks. People remember people and how you make them feel. And I think that's what I've learned, that's what my superpower is.
That's one of the things that stuck with me in watching the show last night. It reminded me a lot. I mean, like you said, it's a lot of the same material that was in that original show we saw.
Yeah.
But it is that story. I was very close to my grandmother, so when you talk about the music box and things like that, I remembered that. As soon as you put the music box on the stool, I remembered all of it.
So yeah, it's all true. It's all true. I don't tell lies. It's all true. I didn't always perform that way. I used to do the snow like everybody did it, because Copperfield did it. Oh, when I was a kid, I never saw snow, and David did. He lived in New York. I mean, but that's how it. So then when David did it, everybody did it that way. I never saw snow, and then you see snow. I used to do it that way. I used to do it to Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong. But when I grew a beard and changed my image and started doing a skate, I suddenly found myself different, and I realized that no, what's special about me is my story. That's what's special about you and you and you and you is your story.
I'll ask one more question. I have a lot, but that would give some time to the audience to ask questions too. One of the reasons why, the primary reason why I thought you'd be great for this too is if you follow you on social media, and then what you've seen the last 2 days is you really lean into vulnerability, right? You don't shy away from failures. You don't shy away from times you thought you couldn't do it, those sort of things. Talk about why that's so important because it's not just today, right? And if anybody follows you on social media, they can see it all the time. You weave it into everything you do. Talk about why that's important.
Because people recognize sincerity a mile off. There's two types of shows. If you go to watch Cirque du Soleil, it's an experience. You watch it from here, and it doesn't matter whether you interact or not, right? If you are doing a show with interaction, people recognize sincerity. People will tell you, people know right away if you're telling a lie, if it's not true. So I would rather stuff goes wrong in my shows all the time. Last night stuff went wrong. We had a thing where you couldn't see the number board properly on the camera, or the sun was shining in, so the screens weren't bright. That wasn't my fault. It wasn't the tech team's fault. The tech team actually made it. Your tech team are amazing. They made it the best it could be. But we were dealing with stuff. That's just live theater. And so stuff always goes wrong in every show. You just have to be humble. I think the audience just wants you to take charge. The audience doesn't want to feel, if you watch a magician, for example, that you get that moment, or a singer, or where you go, "Ooh, this feels uncomfortable," because it's, they're not commanding the audience. The audience don't want to have to look after you. They want you to take charge and get on with it. So if something goes wrong, they don't care. The audience doesn't care. They just want you to take charge. They just want you to go, "Yeah, got it. We don't have to worry about him." And so I've had stuff go. I've had my show on the ship where I'm running, if you don't know, like this, last night, all the cameras, the images that appear on screen, the music, when it cues off, I'm running that whole show with just a little remote in my pocket. I'm running everything. So, and on the cruise ship, I do the same. We have all these lights, we have pits, it's a bigger production, right? But one night, my laptop's on the side of the stage, I'm running the show, and halfway through the show, everything goes out. My camera, the images, the music, everything stops, goes just dead. I'm like, what the heck? And I look over and I realize I'd not plugged in my laptop, so the battery ran out. So then I'm live in front of 1,000 people. I duck down behind the monitor and I'm down there and I'm talking to them. I'm kneeling on the stage. I'm talking, hey guys. And I'm like, I bet you David Copperfield doesn't have this problem, and I'm doing my thing. Had they paid more, it would be a better show. And I'm doing my thing. I boot up the laptop, I wait, and then I boot up QLab, and then I pull up my Q list, and then I start it, and then I stand up and I go, you never noticed a thing. And I carried on with the show. And somebody came up after the show and said, oh, we thought that was part of the show. That was hilarious. Nobody knows where you're going until you get there. So don't tell them what the ending is. And if something goes wrong, deal with it. Be honest about it. Be sincere. Don't try and hide it with stuff. And then the audience feels, oh, this is uncomfortable. I don't like this. I have stuff go wrong all the time. I've floated somebody and they floated up and then they've dropped because it's gone wrong and I've caught them. Stuff goes wrong all the time. I mean, it just is. It's not a matter of when, it's a matter of if. No, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Like that went wrong.
And I'm sure that was intentional.
It really wasn't. So I'm such a dummy. My wife says to me all the time, how do you get yourself on a plane, off a plane, to a place? I can't remember. I can't hear. I'm such a dummy. I'm such a klutz. Stuff goes wrong all the time, but it's how you deal with it. Make it part of the show. And then when the show's over, leave it on the stage. I've learned that because I'm my own worst enemy. People will come up after the show and go, oh, I love the show. And I go, yeah, except for the part where the person fell from the levitate. And suddenly they go, oh, yeah, that was kind of bad. Leave it on the stage.
I think you should sell shirts that say leave it on the stage.
Leave it on the stage.
Good merch opportunity for you.
Yeah. Even as a speaker. Goes wrong, whatever. Leave it on the stage. Nothing you can do about it. It's pointless worrying about it. Get off, go home. Same as work. If you go to work and something goes wrong, leave it there. Deal with it the next day. You have got no... my wife, I bring her out of it all the time because my wife worries about stuff. And I say, there's nothing you can do. When my wife got diagnosed last year with cancer, with breast cancer. And she found out, she was devastated. And I'm happy to say she's beat it. She had a really horrendous surgery, but she beat it. She's been discharged. She doesn't have any more cancer. It's gone. She has to take these pills for 5 years, but she's done. But when she found out, I consoled her, but then I said, look, there's nothing we can do, so let's deal with it. Let's move on. Let's be proactive. You've got to deal with it and just move on. If it goes wrong, leave it alone. It's gone. It's in history. It's past.
Awesome. Well, Ashton has a microphone, so if people have questions, raise your hand and Ashton will bring it over to you.
Good. Let's all go drink.
No one ever wants to ask the first question.
My Italian friend from Sicily.
Good. Okay, you can hear me. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Isabella. I'm from Italy, and I have actually two questions. The first question is, you talked a lot about your family and stuff, and I know that it's really personal, so you don't free, if you don't want to give an answer, I totally understand, but maybe it might be touching, I don't know, but what is personally, or at least what was the favorite trick of your father that you used to do with magic and stuff? Is there something that he really enjoyed that you do and you did?
I did a trick in my show last night with a piece of string.
Yeah, I remember that.
I dedicate to my dad. I don't think he had a favorite. I always knew when my dad liked a trick because he would say the simplest ones are the best, like I said last night. And I think what he meant by that was sometimes I would overthink things, whether it be in the patter that I was saying or, the moves I had to do. And when I showed my dad something that was actually easier for me to do, it allowed me to work on my performance more, and I was more relaxed. So my dad would always go, oh, the simplest ones are the best. It might not be super simple, but I was comfortable with it, so I presented it better. So as a young kid, he always watched my magic, but he always did it. I had to twist his arm because my dad was a car mechanic. He'd come home, it was filthy. He'd clean up, he'd sit down, he'd have his dinner, and I'd go, Dad, can I show you a trick? And he'd go, Matthew, just give me a minute. Okay, Dad, okay. And I'd go off and then, can I show you a trick? And then, he'd say, okay, fine, show me a trick. And so anything that he didn't have to focus on too much, he'd go, the simplest ones are the best. I love those. Then as I got old, when I started doing the water escapes and stuff, he was with me at Britain's Got Talent, Late Show, because my brother's in the story. They fly my brother and dad wherever I did the TV stuff. They fly him there. They flew him to LA. They gave him a budget to spend, hotels. And so my brother was like a little celebrity. He still is in his hometown. So I think that my dad was just really supportive of me doing what I wanted to do. And he was self-employed. So he encouraged me to be self-employed. Yeah, I think that's it, really.
Thanks for the answer. And the second question is, you've been to Italy, so it makes sense for me to ask you what was the most striking aspect of you coming to Italy and performing there, in the States?
I've been to Italy a lot. I performed on Italy's Got Talent in Rome. That was amazing. And I got a full day to walk around Rome. I did everything. I went from the Colosseum to the Vatican, walked and did every stop on the way. I loved it so much. My other trips back to Italy I've done on cruise ships. So my favorite place is Florence. And then we're talking about other places. I love Italy. I've toured all over Europe. Italy, France, Germany, Norway, Denmark, Austria, yeah, everywhere. I won't drive in Italy because you guys are crazy, but have you ever seen a car without a dent in Italy? They don't exist. Do you know if you rent a car in France, they'll let you take it to every country and it'll say, not Italy.
Roads are not better.
Well, I'm only talking about cities like Rome, Naples, Florence. It's
Naples is crazy. It's a jungle. I'm sorry.
horrendous. They don't stop for you walking. It's not even a concept. But when you get out of there into the, the Amalfi Coast and stuff like that. Yeah.
I thought about a question now, like favorite food, very quick, like from Italy. What did you like the most? Favorite food, like from Italy. What was your favorite?
My favorite food, and my wife hates it, is pizza.
Okay.
And every time we order DoorDash or something, she'll go, not pizza. Anything you want, but not pizza. I go, babe, can we have pizza? I love pizza. As I'm getting older, it's actually getting real. I was just looking at yesterday, I was in bed looking at intermittent fasting, and I convinced myself I was going to intermittent fast starting today. And I got up and I went to breakfast and had breakfast, and that was the end of that. But because I like beer and I like carbs, and actually I do have. So you took pictures, and I looked at some of me on stage, and my wife said it. She came on the cruise ship a couple of weeks ago. She's like, "Babe, great show, but you do have a little bit of a belly now," and I do. I have a little bit there. It's rolling over my jeans. And that's because I'm working less. I don't have to work as hard. And this is why you see celebrities when they make it, they all put pounds on. It just happens.
Maybe we can get you more gigs like this, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Then I don't have to worry about it.
People can see this video, and then they'll bring you to their
pizza,
camp.
beer. I would love more gigs like this, just because I have enjoyed yesterday and today so much. I was so worried about this. Because I perform, I don't do talks. I spent ages planning this, and I didn't know, and I was so worried. I spent months thinking, oh my God, how am I going to do this? What am I going to say? And then that all disappeared. Last night a little bit, but then when I was doing the class lectures today, it disappeared. Because I said I might be 10 minutes, and we did an hour with 2 class lectures. I was like, wow, this is cool. And all that went away. And you guys have been so nice and so friendly, and this campus it feels like a home. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm ignoring you and talking to Mike.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you for.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm done. No, I'm done. I'm finished the question. So thank you.
Thank you for asking.
I'm done.
Thank you for asking 3 questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But and I'll answer questions about anything, not just about magic or escapes or it can be about anything in life in general. One thing I've learned as I've gone through life is I've learned from the School of Hard Knocks. I didn't go to university. I went to school. I did well at school, but I wanted to be a magician. So when I left at 18, that's all I wanted to do. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that I could do it. I didn't know how long it was going to take, but that's what I wanted to do. So, back then you put an ad in the Yellow Pages and you start getting gigs. The phone rang. That was how it worked. You didn't have to worry about the world. You had to worry about your village. You had to be the best in your village. Not now. It's hard for you guys. You got to be the social media and you got to be the best in it. And people are doing. You go on Fiverr to book a web designer for like $50. I mean, how do you compete with that? One thing I learned, somebody said to me a long time ago, is don't compete. Just be you. You don't want to get hired for I don't want to get hired for a magic show in Vancouver. I have no interest. Because I want to get hired because somebody wants Matt Johnson, not because they want a magician. I want somebody to want Matt Johnson, because the second somebody wants Matt Johnson, you have some leverage. And doing shows like those shows, I do them every once in a while because it keeps me current, but also it gives me street cred. I can put my prices up a bit, and I might sell tickets in theaters because people know who I am. The theater just wants to make its money back. So I don't want people to hire. I don't want to be called, hey, we're looking for a magician for a corporate event. I'm not your guy, because then they'll call the other magicians, and whoever's the cheapest will get the gig. I did that for 10 years, 15, 20, 30 years. I did well. I made a 6-figure income in Canada as a birthday party wedding magician a year. I made a great income. But I don't want to compete. I don't want to. Before I did Britain's Got Talent, people would call me and go, hey, how much do you charge? And I would eventually just go, listen, I got good news and I got bad news. I'm going to be the most expensive magician you call today. Oh, why is that? And I would go, I had this whole lingo down. And I go, well, it's like this. It's like the difference between a Ford and a Ferrari. They'll both get you there, but one's a nicer experience. And if somebody called me for a birthday party for Billy, who's 5, how much do you charge? I go, this. And they go, oh, that's expensive compared to the other guys. And I go, well, I understand if you want to cheap out on Billy's 5th birthday party. I totally get it. You've got priorities. I get it. And they go, well, no, I don't want to cheap out. Well, no, I understand. Well, why are you this? Well, because I'm the best. It sounds so egotistical, but in my market, I had to be the one guy that was different, because everybody was going, oh, well, how much you got? Oh, I got $50. Well, wait, what's the other guy? 35. Well, I can do it for 35. I can, you're begging for the gig. I didn't want to do that. I don't want to do it anymore. It's not that I'm the best in the world. I'm not. It's not that. It's just I've got a family and I've got time and I want to maximize my time. I don't want to do it anymore. So now I just wait for people to call me that want me. And I'm fortunate because I have a regular gig on the ships and they pay me very well to be there. So, yeah.
That's great. Other questions?
Oh, we got 2 more now. You see what you did?
I told you once somebody asks one, then we're going.
There's 2 things that could make...
Carla, can we have you ask the question to the microphone, because we're recording it, so it won't pick it up if you
you are in trouble now.
You speak very fondly of your youth and your growing up in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
What was the trigger, and how did you relocate in Vancouver?
What are the 2 things that will make somebody move thousands of miles across the world? Money or love, right? And so it was love. So what happened was I was in England. I did a ferry called North Sea Ferries from England to Europe. It was an overnight crossing. It was like a mini cruise ship. I did that. I was about 21 to about 22. And then while I was on there, I heard about this position in Japan for a magician for the Hilton Hotel. I was 22. I applied. I sent a video. I got the job. So I flew to Japan, and I met a Canadian girl who was the costume designer for the show in Japan. And I ripped up my ticket to England, and I bought one to Canada, and I moved there in 1998, and I've been there ever since, 27 years. I got married, I got divorced, I got married again, got divorced again, and now I'm with my 3rd wife, who's my best friend. We met when I was 40. We've been together 11 years, and yeah, that's why I moved there. And that was it, really. That's the short answer. That's the shortest answer I've given, isn't it? Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
If you could sit down with your 20-year-old self and have a conversation, besides your statement, never give up, what would you say?
Oh, I would say a couple of things. I would say lock yourself on the water. Because I was a lot healthier, a lot fitter. It was the thing. And I would say, you know what I would say? I would say, whoever you are inside, whoever you want to be, don't worry about what everybody else thinks. Because who you're looking at now is who I always wanted to be. I was bullied at school relentlessly. I was beaten up at school relentlessly. The thing that was my superpower was magic. Bullies would leave me alone. They'd say, show us a trick, we won't beat you up. So I'd show them a trick. I realized very quickly it was my superpower, but I was shy. I would always look down. I wasn't confident. I have terrible anxiety. I take medication for that, even today. But if I'd have been myself and I didn't care what anybody else thought, I'd have got to this a lot faster. Because when I got tattoos and a beard, I didn't do tattoos for ages because I always thought, well, Billy's mom will open the door for his birthday party and go, no, you're not coming in our house. You know what I mean? Or my corporate clients would go, no, it's a Fortune 500 event, black tie, you've got hand. Because we're talking 30 years ago when it wasn't like it is now. But if I'd have done it, if I'd have been myself, I would have been different to everybody else. The problem is, we all, when we're starting out, we don't want to turn away the work, right? So you don't want to do anything that might not get you the gigs, or might not get you the job, or might not get you the interview for the job, wherever it is. You know, oh, they're not going to like tattoos, they're not going to hire me at this accountancy firm. The bottom line is it's make or break. But if you are who you are, and I think the world's a lot better embracing individuality now than it was 30, 40 years ago. But if you are who you are, you've got no choice but to make it, and whatever profession you're in. So that's the one thing I tell myself. Don't try and be like everybody else and do what everybody else is doing, because you're never going to. It's a very big pond. You've got to be a big fish in a small pond. And the second you do that and you're individual and you are who you are, you're going to stand out. And that's what's important. People have got to remember you from a mile away. They've got to be able to describe who you are and what you do in one sentence. And they've got to recognize you almost like a caricature of yourself in my business, in the entertainment business, from a mile away. So whatever you can do in life, just go for what your dreams are and stand out. That's the secret to life. And believe in yourself that you can do it with unwavering passion, and you can. That's the only difference between me and you. There's no difference. I just didn't do it till late, till I was 45. So I think, yeah, that's what I tell myself. Oh, we're going till 12 o'clock tonight, mate.
You said that you wanted to be known by your name instead of like being known like as a magician. When was that moment that like it clicked for you that like you're being known by your name instead of just, hey, I need a magician?
When I started doing those shows. Because I'd suddenly changed. It wasn't overnight. I did start getting tattooed when I was doing kids' parties, and I would hide my hand, you know. But the change was happening. It was happening, but I could still make a living, so it was happening. But then it's when I started doing that show, when I started doing the shows. I actually used to call myself Matthew Johnson. Johnson is not my last name. Did you know that?
I knew that.
How did you know that?
Because we're paying you.
It's on my check. I do it for government reasons. It keeps it, you know. No. That's hilarious. It's actually on my Amex card, Matt Johnson. But no, Johnson's not my last name. When I was about 15 years old, I was sat at home with my mom in England. I'll never forget it. And I was reading the newspaper. And I said to my mom, I had a terrible nasal problem with my adenoids. And they were talking about removing them. And because I couldn't say certain words. It was like I couldn't breathe through my nose. I still can't. And my last name is difficult to say for me. So I said to my mom, I said, Mom, if I'm going to be famous, I need a stage name. like David Copperfield, Lance Burton, and my middle name is John. So my mom said, what about using John, son? Right? So I went, Johnson, that's cool. So at 15, I called myself Matthew Johnson. And then it wasn't until I was about 44, I was with a bunch of magicians. And this one guy said to me, he said, somebody I respect in the business. He said, you've got to shorten Matthew to Matt because it just sounds cooler. So I shortened it to Matt Johnson. And then I started going on those shows as Matt Johnson. And the funny thing is, when I'm on ships now, it's so weird because everybody, the crew, the other entertainers and everybody, they don't call me Matt. Everybody calls me Matt Johnson. I'm like, why are you calling me by my last name too? It's so weird.
I've been Mike Davis my whole life.
Do people call you Mike Davis?
Yeah, family member. But there's a lot of Michaels in my family, so I'm Mike Davis.
Even your parents?
Less so here, but the rest of my
Mike Davis.
Mike Davis.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. And so, people call me Matt Johnson. Everywhere I go, hey, Matt Johnson. I'm like, dude, I've known you for 30 years. We're best friends. Why are you calling me Matt Johnson? So, but that's why. I got on TV, and then it was Matt Johnson. But I planned it from 15 years old. Because to me, I couldn't be a superstar unless I had a stage name. So my name's not Johnson. Your job now, should you accept it, is to figure out what my last name is. You may or may not find it on social. I keep it pretty secret, so I don't know if you'll find it, but it is on my passport.
Yeah, Cheryl told me. So Cheryl ratted you out.
Is Cheryl the one writing my check?
Yeah.
Now, interestingly enough, I do have a company. I have a company name, which is Magic, but it's I don't use it much because it's from it's Magic Show 2 Go with a 2. Magic Show 2 Go. But it was more for like, weddings and all that. It's not really the image I want now. And I can't be bothered to change it with the tax people. So, yeah. So there you go.
Any other questions?
Wow, good question. Brought everything to an end. Way to go. That was great. Now everybody's like, is he really running from the government? Does he owe tax?
You're pretty public if you're running from the government.
I know I don't owe tax. I actually now, interestingly enough, you can't work in the US. I'm sure you know this. You can't work in the US from another country. And being a magician, you carry props, right? So when you cross the border, if you've got props and you aren't able to, you don't have the right credentials, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. I've had a lot of magician friends in Canada that try to cross the border with doves and I'm like, guys, why are you even trying? They will grill you. So I have what's called an O1 visa, which I'm very proud to say is for artists of extraordinary talent. And so people like Elton John have one. And so you don't just get given it. You have to prove that you are an artist of extraordinary talent, that is the only person that can do what you do. And you do that by showing press, TV, radio, all this stuff. And I have a lot of it. So I'm on my third now. The first one was got for me by the Late Late Show. They got me one. It lasted a couple of weeks. The second one, I had a manager in Hollywood. Do you guys remember Richard Simmons with the big afro, the workout guy? So his manager for his whole career ended up being my manager for about a year and a half, just before COVID. And so he was my manager. He got me my second one for 2 years. And then the one I have now, I got for 3 years. You can get it for a maximum of 3 years. It costs about $5,000. And you have to have gigs. That's the downside. You have to show that you have gigs.
You're welcome.
And, well, this I'd already got it. You're not taking that one, Mike. But but funnily enough, you have to have gigs. So, and what they do is, if you've only got a gig, if you get it in 2024 and you've only got a gig till 2025, they'll only give it you for a year, but it's still $5,000. You have to have gigs as far as you want your contract to go, to a maximum of 3 years. So I have a 3-year visa, which ends in 2026 right now. And then I'll apply for another one. Fortunately, my agent who books me on ships also books me on land, so I have gigs. But you pay to play,
All right, I'll ask the last question, and then we can have a reception. I'm sure people have other questions for you up there. So you've given your first college lecture.
Wow.
You're giving your first inspirational talk. You mentioned during your talk your bucket list.
Yeah.
What's left on your bucket list? What's
There is some things left on my bucket list. I wrote a bucket list before Britain's Got Talent, and some of the things that were on there were Beyond Britain's Got Talent, Beyond America's Got Talent, being the Illusionists on tour. That was a big one. To be taken seriously as a magician, perform on Broadway, get on cruise ships. Yeah, I've done them all. The only two things on my bucket list that I haven't done are, one is to have my own show in Vegas, which is not as important to me anymore because I now am a resident on a cruise ship where I have the theater is a multi-million, and it's all dialed in for my show. So everything, even some of the things I did here, look completely different there because we have lifts and there's cones of light, and it just changes the, you know, it's like if you got, and again, the tech team here is amazing, and you don't have those things when you're not in a multi-million-dollar theater. So if you brought a Broadway show and put it on this stage right now with these lights, it wouldn't be the same show. You would go, yeah, they're pretty good singers, but it's all about the smoke and mirrors. And so, so to have my own show in Vegas, but now I have a residency on a ship and my stuff's there. So that's kind of the same. Plus Vegas is not the same as it used to be. Nobody in Vegas now is hired by the hotel. Everybody in Vegas, including Penn and Teller, is four-walling, which means they rent the theater, they pay for advertising to get people in. The reason Penn and Teller do a show called Foolers is to stay current so they can sell tickets to their theater show. That's why. It's nothing to do with that. It's just that. Nobody, Chris Angel rents his own theater, they all do. So that's kind of gone. The other one is to have my own TV show. That's nearly happened a couple of times. I filmed the sizzle reel about 2 years ago, which is what you present to networks. And we got interest with it. And then the director that filmed the sizzle reel, he flew out and we filmed the sizzle reel over 3 days. And the director that filmed it and was pushing it, unfortunately, had a heart attack. And I've not spoken to him since. So that kind of went. I had an opportunity to do a show in Vegas. That kind of fell through. To be fair, I don't know. The TV shows were always going to be about extreme stunts. And I had an idea for a TV show. Have you seen the one with David Blaine now? The History Channel thing where he's going around doing, like, he's putting his face in crocodiles and stuff. So it was basically that. But before it came out, I was going to do a similar thing. So if somebody had escaped from a roller coaster, I was going to go get changed to the highest roller coaster in the world. Or if somebody had escaped from sharks, I was going to go to the world's deadliest shark-infested water and escape. I didn't want to do it. I was terrified, but I just thought, but it got interest. So I thought I'll figure the rest out. I'm sure they won't let me die. So, and we did a thing and that we chained me. We didn't get any permission. They flew out to Canada and we've got a big train track near us out in the boonies. And we knew when the train was coming. So they chained me to the train track and the train's coming. And the idea was I'd escape and then I'd jump off before we got in trouble. We'd hop in the car and run. And they had drones and all that. Anyway, it looked pretty cool. Yeah, it got a lot of interest, but it never happened. And to be honest, now I'm kind of glad it didn't because now I wouldn't want to do it. I think I want to be seen as a magician now. Or telling my stories, doing a few escapes, but I don't want to kill myself. I have no interest anymore in doing stuff that endangers my life because I have a good life, you know? And so it's not on my bucket list anymore. I make a good living and just enough that I can have a good life. And so that's ultimately what it's about. It's not about being famous. You know, TV's not what it used to be either. TV used to be, if you got noticed, you got on TV and you were a celebrity for 6 years or 8 years or whatever. Now everybody's on TV. And they don't pay for it. None of these reality shows pay because everybody wants the fame, right? So I think I'm doing it, Mike. I think I don't have a bucket list anymore.
Well, that was awesome. Well, thanks for being here. I think we all learned a lot from you.
I sincerely hope I didn't bore you too much and you're inspired even a little bit and you had a good time. And I just want to say thank you to you and to the faculty and to the tech team and everybody for being so gracious and nice and looking after me and in this first one. I'm out of my comfort zone, but we did it. And tomorrow I have a day off. And then Saturday I fly to Miami and get back on a ship.
He's going to an elimination dinner with us tomorrow night. So it'll be his real West Virginia. That'll be the most West Virginia thing you do.
Is that a West Virginia thing?
I had never heard of it before I came here.
I thought it was like Squid Games. I thought we were all going to get. I did. When he said elimination dinner, I was like, I don't want to go to that. Yeah. Like, are you kidding?
It's a lot of fun. So if you had a good time tonight, we'll have a presidential speaker series next year as well. We've got the first one is scheduled. It'll be date's not scheduled yet, but it'll be sometime in September. It'll be somebody's going to come talk to us about the future of democracy, which is a different type of saving democracy is a different type of magic. So
right.
That's where we'll start off. So
kind of difficult, like Escapes, really, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Can I ask one thing before you all go? Honestly, if you haven't yet, follow me on social media, and it means more to me than you know. If you enjoyed it, or if it changed your thinking at all, or you were inspired by it in any way whatsoever, send me a message through Instagram on private messenger. I post those on my socials, and it helps me with other things. But also, it really empowers me, because I'm my own worst critic. If people have enjoyed it, it really helps me to hear it, and I read it, and it just keeps me going.
And you respond to everything. I mean,
everything.
And that's all you, right? You don't have anybody doing that for you. That's
no, but that tells you how many followers I have. Not many. I only need 10 more followers to get to 1,000. No, I do have more than that, but no, I do. I respond.
Because I don't think I've ever written anything on any of your posts that you haven't responded to.
No, I do. Because I'm on it all the time, but I don't live by it. It's just I travel a lot, and I have a lot of time on airplanes, and I have time to do it. So I hope one day, it's my bucket list, I hope to get famous enough that I don't have to do my own social media, like you, Mike.
All right. Yeah. Let's give Matt a big round of applause.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, Falcons, walking across campus in the middle of the night. I hope you're enjoying the Presidential Speaker Series content that we've been running all night. This is one of my favorite spots behind the library. It's always nice and quiet. And in the middle of the night, I'm the only one out here, just hanging out by myself, waiting for Day of Giving to start at 7 a.m. So hopefully we'll see all of you there. We got a lot of great content, starting with Good Morning Fairmont and going all the way till midnight when we close Day of Giving, well surpassing our goal because of all of your tremendous support. So hopefully we see all of you tomorrow for a great day. Jesus, Freddie.
It only takes one day to make a lifetime of difference. On February 26th, the entire Fairmont State family comes together for Day of Giving 2026. One day, one goal, one Fairmont State.
Thanks to scholarships, I'm the first in my family to go to college. I found my passion here and the confidence to chase it. Your gift, it makes that possible.
Your support fuels more than just opportunity. It powers innovation, community, and the bold dreams of Falcons ready to take flight.
Every class, every friendship, every late night study session, it's shaping who I'm becoming. Donating doesn't only help students like me, but it invests in a future we are all a part of.
On Day of Giving, your gift, no matter the size, supports scholarships, academic programs, student life, and the heart of what makes Fairmont State special. So whether you're a proud alum, a loyal supporter, or making your first ever gift, this is your moment. Make a gift on February 26th and help us reach our goal for Fairmont State Day of Giving. Because together we are one Fairmont State, and together we make an impact that lasts a lifetime. One day, one goal, one Fairmont State.
Good evening. Thanks, everybody, for being here tonight. Welcome to the fourth installment of our Presidential Speaker Series. For those of you who haven't been here before, what we do is we have bring in speakers, they give a talk, we follow it with a fireside chat, and then we kick it to you, the audience, to ask any questions you might have, and then we follow with a reception with food and drinks out in the hallway. And tonight we even have art from our students out there and t-shirts, so you'll get to meet the artists who created that work, and I think it'll be a really special time together. So without any further ado, tonight's speaker is Sasa Wilkes. Sasa is an Appalachian artist from West Virginia, working primarily in Huntington. He has a background in sculpture and painting, and his studio work focuses on oil painting with a particular interest in portraiture. Sasa has always been interested in rendering human faces and bodies and has used a huge variety of media and approaches to do it. He says he has an active imagination and dream life, which he thinks fosters his love for surrealism in art. He tries to capture the spirit of the people he paints, yet leave enough space for the viewer to see themselves in the work as well. Sasa says he's in love with oil paint and is inspired by a constantly growing and diverse list of artists. He uses a combination of traditional layers and techniques and often plays in mixed media with use of collage, oil mediums, graphite, and gold and silver leaf. Outside the studio, Sasa enjoys creating large-scale public murals. Whenever possible, he likes to work alongside community members to create work that changes the feel of our environment and brings people together through a shared experience. Sasa earned a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Sculpture from Marshall that has heavily informed his work as a painter. He said he paints in a very sculptural way. He's also earned a Master's in Teaching from Marshall and has more than 10 years of teaching experience. Currently serves as the Director of Creative Placemaking and Coalfield Development. Those experiences inform Sasa's work, whether he's developing programs for artists or creating collaborative pieces of public art with community or working to change the narrative about Appalachia. Sasa Wilkes, welcome to Fairmont State's Presidential Speaker Series. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Y'all can hear me? I'm being a real diva about this podium right now because, sorry about that. I didn't know I was going to be juggling so many things. I have a lot of notes. I got poetry. I didn't want to miss anything. First, I just want to say thank you to you all for having me. This has been truly an awesome experience, getting to know students. Getting to know Joel especially has been really cool because you are an artist that I've admired for a long time. So it's super awesome to get to work with you this way. Dr. Davis and Dr. Someski and Tiffany and all the students that walked me to class so I wouldn't get lost. I really appreciate you all very much. So I'm going to talk to you all. This is the second talk I've given, so some of you heard the first one and some of you haven't. I'm going to try to throw a little bit of the first one in so nobody's really missing any context. And between the first talk and this talk, some of the students got to come and visit me at my West Edge factory studio as well. So we've had a lot of interaction, and you saw the students' work coming in, so I'm going to give you a little bit of context for that and for the theme of our interaction through this residency, but I also want to go kind of way far back, and part of the bio you read was, I'm not even sure where that came from, the first part. I haven't used those words in a while, but it's very fitting because the portraiture part, especially in the way I painted people, that's kind of what I'm going back to. So I'm going to go back to like almost 10 years ago, and I'm going to show you art that I've never shown anybody in a PowerPoint. A lot of it has never been shown anywhere, and it's not all my best work, but there's a reason I'm going to show it to you. So I want to give you a little bit of understanding about our theme that we worked in, and this has to do with the students' work too. Our theme we settled on was collective awareness. This is a big mouthful. Interwoven connection in Appalachian communities. And we talked a lot about mycelial networks. And if you don't know what that is, you need to go into a rabbit hole online when you leave here and look up mycelial networks. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. It's basically an underground fungal strings that are connected to each other that connect all the trees and plants to one another. So under the forest floor, where we don't see it, we're always walking on this kind of spongy web. Like that's a picture of a mycelial web right there. So plants will actually talk to each other through that. If you get a scientist who's super nerdy, they'll probably tell you it's like the wood wide web. They really talk to each other. They send information, communication. They sense the needs of the plants around them. So they can know when when one of the plants is particularly thirsty or particularly hungry or needs some kind of nutrients. And they can send a little more toward those weaker plants. To me, that's a good metaphor for Appalachia. I think we all have that in our roots, in our deep knowing. We can kind of look at each other and sense who needs extra help and who doesn't and try to create some kind of equilibrium there. The thing the plants do not do, they don't look up the neighboring plant's political affiliation to make sure that they are aligned in their views before they send water to the plants. They don't look to see what gender the plant is. They don't look at the color of the plant. They don't look at where the plant originated from before they decide whether or not they want to give or withhold. So I feel like that's a lesson we can all take from. That's in our nature also, I think. It's in our Appalachian nature to just give to each other. And I grew up partially in Paint Creek, West Virginia, like deep coal country. So I would go there every weekend with my parents and go to church and visit my great-grandmother, who they were all coal miners. She ran a coal boarding house. And there was always a seat at that table. It did not matter who anybody was. There was always a seat there for anybody. If you're hungry, come and get you something to eat. If you're thirsty, come in and have a drink. Sit on the porch. They did not care. I even specifically remember them saying, like, well, that fellow's a little weird. But, like, are you hungry? Get something to eat. Like, that was it. That was really it. So I feel like we can all sort of learn from that. So this is the theme that we worked within. These are the students that came to West Edge Factory with me to pull the prints on these shirts. So the front of the shirt was my design, and it was supposed to be, I wanted a unifying sort of, almost like a logo that would make sense, but like you said about my portraiture, leave a little bit of room for people to make their own interpretation so it wasn't all spelled out for you. And I want it to look really simple. And as I told our students, like, simple is hard. It's hard to make a simple design that reads as a certain thing. But I want it to be simple so that their designs on the back could be more elaborate. And that could be the one that really, like, says the thing that they want to say. But we talked about this front piece being like the unifying theme. And I love that we got to do that at West Edge Factory, because West Edge Factory, where I work, I'm going to toot their horn. It's coalfield development that I work for now. That factory, though, in particular, employs people with a lot of barriers to employment. There's a lot of people that work there who have been in the prison system and are trying to get their life back together. There's a lot of people who are in active recovery from substance abuse and are getting their life together. They do woodworking, construction. People come in not even knowing how to hold a hammer, and they're now learning how to. They know well enough what they're doing that they're building a black box theater inside of West Edge. So they train people, but they also, like, help them get their life together, like, individually. What do you need? We'll help you get your license, help you get home, whatever you need. So they kind of help people along that path. And to me, that's very mycelial. That's like, those are the people in our community who are really suffering. Some of them are ex-coal miners, and their families have all been coal miners, and the industry is not supporting that kind of work so much anymore. Some of them are sick and can't do certain types of work. So a lot of people there are adults with disabilities. We do a lot of art with adults with disabilities too. So that makes total sense to me. Like, those are people that need a little more. Do I need somebody to come and, like, see if I need my driver's license? No. Do they? Yes. Well, then give it to them. Like, it's just very basic, easy to do kind of stuff. But this is my design. So they came to West Edge. We talked about these mycelial networks. We talked about the importance of all of that, and the importance of not looking away from the people that need us the most. And this goes for, like, there's all kinds of stuff in Appalachia where this is applicable. The flooding that happens here recently, and hopefully not this weekend, that kind of thing. Like, it's super easy for us to sort of look away from those things, but it's important that we don't. And we are very encouraged by everywhere you look, everyone around us, to look away from each other, to, like, not look each other in the eye. So this design, I wanted to convey a sense of connection and awareness with the open eye. And like I said, Appalachians, I think, sort of have that in our bones that we want to, but we don't always get to do face-to-face stuff anymore. So I think our awareness and our connection comes from the attention that we're willing to give each other. So it's about intentionally keeping your eye on what's happening in front of you and who might need what. Because we can only really, like, sense the suffering of people, or sense where a need might be if we're open to it, right? So I also wanted to turn that eye sort of inward, and that's what I want to talk to you about also. After this, I really encourage you to talk to the students about their interpretations and what they meant by that. But there was another side of this for me, this design, and I touched on this with the students, but I didn't go into it. It's about turning that eye into yourself too, so that you can be self-reflective and understand yourself fully. because sometimes it's really hard to reach out to other people in any way if you don't understand yourself fully. I know personally I was not open to any kind of genuine human interaction truly for the longest time because I just wasn't aware of myself. There was a lot of parts of me that I wasn't open to. I was like hiding stuff. I was not wanting to deal with things out of like safety reasons and all of that. So I think being shut down to that made me not able to have real, authentic interactions with people. So I want to show you a progression of artwork it starts in 2016, so it's almost 10 years ago, where I fully was asleep, unaware of myself and everything around me, and I woke up. And it's crazy to show this progression of artwork because I've told a lot of people, yeah, man, my first solo show was called Before I Wake. And then I went on this big journey with meditation and yoga and self-help and trying to figure myself out. And now my work looks crazy different. But until I put this slideshow together, I haven't looked at it. I haven't looked at these pieces of artwork together. And this is a small sample of hundreds of images that are so similar. And maybe it won't be crazy to you, but it's crazy to me to look at it. So here's my 2016 solo exhibition postcard, Before I Wake. I didn't know why I was calling it that. I made nothing with any reason, really. I would sort of say later what the reason was. This particular one was a dream that I had, so that one kind of had a reason. But I didn't title these with oh, this is what I have in mind. At this point, I was just on autopilot. I was in a real trauma response place of my life, and I was cranking out art like crazy, and it just was what it was. This is an 8-foot-long ink drawing on Yupo paper, Mylar, and it was an image of my car trying to murder me, as they do. And it was a dream I had, and I think I called it vehicular homicide because I thought I was being funny. But anyway, I noticed when I put this up, there's no eyeballs in this. There's all these heads. There's no eyeballs in this. And this is kind of the vibe of the artwork at the time that I was making. It's kind of the vibe of all of it. Generally pretty terrifying looking, a lot of anxiety, not a lot of color. It's kind of just sort of scary and completely devoid of eyes, which I found out when I was making this slideshow. None of these freaking things have eyes. And I did not know that until I was putting this slideshow together. And I was like, wow, this is really on the nose. This is crazy. So this is my coworker. I would have other people pose for me. I specifically remember asking him to pose for this picture. And I told him to appear lifeless and heavy and more than asleep. I remember telling him more than asleep. And I didn't mean dead. I didn't know what I meant. I just wanted him to be more than asleep. So I configured his face in all kinds of, this is probably one of 10 I did of this image. That was one of my students. I photographed my students and had them do the same thing. I was messing with a lot of mixed media kind of stuff and just figuring out layering and digital layering and all of that too. But students always fully asleep. My son, I remember coaching him to get the perfect amount of weight in his neck to make him look unaware, just like he was floating completely unaware. And I would get really fixated on these images at the time. This picture of Max, I bet I drew and painted it 30 times. I mean, just over and over and over. I did that a lot with self-portraiture too. And sometimes it wasn't enough to close their eyes. I just blacked them out or golded them out. That's one of my students with the gold over it. And again, I know this is dumb to say now, I did not do that on purpose. And no images I could find had eyeballs back then. None of them. So it's kind of freaky. Sometimes the figures were covering their eyes. That's a little piece of another 8-foot drawing that was like a snake attack that was wrapping this person up 8 different times. Sometimes they were peacefully asleep. That's an image I took of myself, and I can't even imagine how many times I drew or painted that or collaged on it. And that's supposed to be the hand of God coming down to put a light bulb in my head, and that's some religious text coming out of my mouth. So the theme here, absolutely zero autonomy. None of these figures have any autonomy. They don't have any eyes. They're not seeing anything that's going on. They're definitely not like looking at you like a portrait would, where it commands some kind of like interaction from you or the figure wants something. These are people that are like dangling, lifelessly dangling. Stuff is happening to them, but they're not really like a key player. They're not really in control of any of it. Sometimes I drowned them. Sometimes I floated them in the sky. Like, sometimes they were attacked by a swarm of bees while Rene Magritte, I think that's Rene Magritte, two of him just sort of watched on, probably in horror. So, all of these figures, like something is going on that's crazy that they're not, or they're just completely asleep to everything. And it's hard to look back on that and understand that now and see that now with such clarity, that I was so unaware of myself. I was so deeply traumatized and hiding my identity, hiding so much of myself from so many people, not thinking much about my past. There was a lot of junk I just wasn't able to deal with at the time. And it's really wild how we can close our eyes to our own selves. So if I haven't met you, if you don't know, from all of these context clues, I'm trans. And that's one big thing that I was way, way deep in the closet about. But I knew it. I knew I was when I was really little. And then I even at some point later really had the words for it even, and I knew, and I was like, oh yeah, that's true about me, maybe in my 20s, but I was like, no, that's not safe. That is not safe in any way for me to say that to, and it really wasn't. So I'm not like shaming myself for not coming out with it. But it's crazy how we can turn ourselves off to our own insides. Like, I really consider myself a pretty intelligent, like decently intelligent at least, reflective kind of person. Like, I like to think back on things. I like to know what's going on in my head now, especially. But back then I was so closed off to it that it was just it was like too easy to shut that door. And like I said, I had zero authentic, real, like enriching communication with other people. No community at all. I had like friends in my periphery, but it was all that kind of like, I'm just pretending to do what I'm pretending to be a person while I'm with this person. But I had no idea like who I really was. So in like 2018, I started doing, I'm not here to sell you yoga. Yoga just worked for me. But I started doing yoga and I started doing a lot of meditation. I read a ton of books. I really very intentionally was like, I need to figure my shit out like right now. I just know, I knew at that moment that I was not, like that wasn't a sustainable way to live. So I started doing a ton of really reflective practices. And that's when, I told some of Joel's students earlier, I wrote a really crazy book. I just went down in my basement every week on Sunday and wrote a chapter. I tried to be like a surrealist about it and like didn't plan it out. I just went down there all day, clicked around like just to see what would happen. I had a very loose outline. It was very sci-fi. It was real weird. And I just wrote a chapter a week and published it online. And I kept doing that until I turned 38. That's when the last chapter was coming out, and the exhibition was called Chapter 38, and it was on my 38th birthday. And this is a painting from that show. I was not apparently ready to give him eyes, but he does have cool glasses that made me, and in my mind I remember thinking that this is a person who's like looking deeply, like they're using glasses to look deeply into something. The rest of the work, this is the best image that will sum up the rest of the work from that show. Which, that's just a more obvious example. So that's two of me like looking into my own self. That ball is like this kind of soul experience. Like I'm really wanting to know what's going on at that point. So that one's a really good example. So after, I'm not saying this like, oh, I've arrived, I'm better, I'm perfect now. When I say after, I just mean it's really worked. I got better at things. It really opened me up in a lot of ways. So after this body of work, And you can tell it's got a little bit of color and a little bit of eyes, but not a whole lot. So I was like starting to get curious at this point. And at this point, I was really understanding myself. I was like, okay, this is what's going on. This is what I'm hiding. This is what I'm not ready to talk about. This is what's what. I noticed that I started getting curious about other people. I was like sick of myself. Because if you read so many self-help books, you just get really tired of it, and it's like, I'm done. This is used up. I'm done with it. So I started like being naturally very curious about other people, and I wanted to put myself in a context of like a historical context or something. So I started getting really curious about history. I never paid attention to that in school at all, but I was really curious about that all of a sudden. I was curious about gender specifically, so I started looking into women's history. That was when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died too. I don't know if this is, I think I might need to just pull that up. Yeah, I can just scroll through this. So this was kind of the next project after that body of work, where I just painted Ruth Bader Ginsburg after she died, and then I just kept painting other women every single day for 100 days straight. There's Mother Jones, my personal hero and drag inspiration someday. Some of them are local. I just, again, went down in my basement, did not emerge for 100 days, and painted one portrait a day for 100 days. This was during COVID, so you can do that kind of thing, when you're not allowed to leave. I don't even know how long it would take to scroll through this. And I just picked, some of them were trans women. I think I was really exploring gender at that point. The Golden Girls was a fun little moment. Lots of musicians. I was really inspired by musicians. But like literally anybody I just wanted to know more about. And then like Paige Mueller-Liley, she's someone that was very well known in my hometown. So people were suggesting people constantly. And immediately suggesting that I paint myself, which for reasons I told you earlier, I was wildly uncomfortable with doing. So I was like, absolutely not. That's ridiculous. I'm not doing that. But they kept telling me to do it anyway. And they had really good arguments for that. Like, if you don't paint yourself with the badass women, like, what are you teaching little girls? So I was feeling really bad about it. So I was trying to come up with like a sneaky way around it. My God, this goes on forever. The Gorilla Girls, they're cool. So my last painting, I used my face to paint Medusa. And that was my way of appeasing the people that wanted me to paint myself, but getting to tell the really badass story of Medusa at the same time and sort of reclaim her narrative as well. So at the end of that project, I thought that was a cool way to end the project, and I really thought it was an interesting way to put myself into a historical context of womanhood, which was extremely important to me. Like, that's not a thing or a past part of me that I wanted to leave behind, that I ever was ashamed of or anything like that. It's something that meant very much to me. So I thought that was a really cool way to include myself in it without fully including myself in it in a way that made me feel, really uncomfortable. And then I had a solo exhibition of that work at the Huntington Museum of Art. And in front of 350 people, I came out on stage, which was crazy. And I really thought I was going to throw up and die on the stage. I had told some people before, and some people that very closely followed me online probably had gotten the gist, but these were not people that I talked to on a regular basis, and that place was packed. It was crazy. So I came out at that point, and I kind of had this feeling like I had snuck up to honesty about it, and I'd snuck up to this understanding of myself, and I just immediately had a full 100% intolerance for showing up in public in any way that didn't feel authentic to me. I was like, I can't do it. I don't think I can physically make my legs walk into a room and pretend to be somebody I'm not. And it hit me that that's why I didn't show up before. That's why I wasn't having interactions with people that felt authentic. That's why when people would look at my artwork and be like, wow, I really love your artwork. I brushed it off so completely. And it wasn't because I didn't think the work was any good. It was because they weren't even talking to me. They were talking to like a person that they saw in one way, and I didn't feel like myself. So it was like there was a barrier between me and everybody I ever came in contact with. So I was just like, I can't do it. I can't walk on this stage and be like, thank you, this is great, whatever. I have to be honest, or there's no point in me being here anymore. So I just promised myself I would do that, and I would always do that no matter what room I was in. And it really cracked me open in a different way, where I started to get interested in other people's lives. All of a sudden, I was interested in physically being with other people. And I've always thought that I was like an extreme introvert. And I am a little bit of an introvert. Like, I can go in my garden and hide and never come out, and that's fine. But I'm not like extreme about it. I actually do enjoy the company of other people. I've loved getting to know all of you all. It's just that the way I was doing it before wasn't tolerable. But all of a sudden, I was like, man, let's make art together. Like, why do I got to sit in my basement by myself? This sucks. Let's make art together. Oh, I don't even know why I stuck that in there. Look at my face. That's how I felt. I gave a whole TED talk about it. So you can find that online if you want to. So I started having a studio at West Edge. I started doing a residency there. That snake image is made out of probably 400 people's artwork. So for a full year, I did community workshops with people, and it was post-COVID, so it was like, let's come back together. We've not been able to connect with each other. Let's learn how to do photo transfers. Let's do collage stuff. Let's paint. Let's, like, any possible thing. And it was all done with this really joyful, like, playful attitude. Like, you're not taking this with you, so don't worry about what it looks like. Just make stuff alongside each other. We did one collage, and all of it was very healing. It was intentionally very healing. I had people bring in clothing that was really important to them, so that we could collage it into this piece. And one woman who had had breast cancer and had a mastectomy brought her bras. Somebody who lost a child brought their child's clothes. Like, it was really, really deep. Someone who had lost a different child brought in scans of that child's artwork, and we put the kid's artwork in the snake. So, like, it's signed by Rachel, 7 years old, and she's got her artwork all over it. So every interaction that I had with these groups of people was just so perfectly healing and so honest. Like, I was hanging out with people in a way that was so wildly different to me because they were seeing me for who I was, and I was in a place where I felt supported as who I was. The next piece that came out of that was a mural all the way across the West Edge factory. And that included the hands of the people that worked in West Edge. I got to know them and took pictures of like the different things they did there. So that sort of honored their work. And the little circles that you see everywhere are painted by the people at Coalfield. I had some workshops with them too, and they got to have pieces that went into it. This piece was done in collaboration with our Art From Within program, which is adults with disabilities. So I did the hands, and we painted up the side of the building, but all the bubbles were painted with this group of adults with disabilities, and there's lots of information about them that you can find with it too. This asphalt mural was painted with Huntington Pride. That was the coolest thing. That was probably the coolest day of my entire life. That was like, I don't know, 100, 150 people. We painted for 11 straight hours and made that happen on the street, and it was just amazing. You would have never seen my ass in a group photo. This is hilarious to me. My husband's in there too, and he's almost as shy as I used to feel like I was. So to see him in a group photo is pretty remarkable as well. There's Jody's in there too, I think, isn't he? No? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this is like a friend group that I made basically because of all of this, that I've remained really tight with. So this type of like co-creation that I've been doing with people, it feels so powerful and so interesting and so high energy that it's like a little bit hard for me to want to go back and do it any other way. And I don't I don't think that my days in the studio are gone. Sometimes I miss that. I like that solitary work. I like getting like a cup of coffee and a podcast and being in the AC instead of up on a lift or whatever. But it's really difficult to picture myself going back and doing that. And before, I thought that my values as an artist were like, I want to master painting. I want to master oil painting. I'm going to really get there and just paint for the rest of my days and, I don't know, what, just leave behind a bunch of paintings. Why? That seems crazy to me now because I've had these experiences with other people where I get to sort of, I can have a vision and I can be creative about what I want the thing to look like, and I can help a whole bunch of people get together and make that thing together, and then we don't just have the art. What we have afterwards is so much more powerful than just the art. It's the experience that we all had together. That's the thing. You know, I used to feel like I got that like in the zone flow high feeling off of making art that was really nice. And I did, like, you know, you level up a little bit and you see some hard work really get you to the next level, and it's nice. But the feeling of working with all these people and doing these huge things together, and then seeing these people tell their friends and their family, like, I did that piece, I did that, that's really incredible. And that is creating a sense of place with each other that's really, it seems just way more my thing now. This slide is just that, it's just going from just the craziest fear and despair to something more reflective, to something more bright. And that I put that together just so I could see that. Because truly, I have not looked at these images together like this ever. And it really kind of blew my mind when I did. So I want to end this by reading you the poem that I wrote for the students when we were making the designs. I just think sometimes in lieu of an artist statement, I write a poem because it just seems easier to me to do that somehow. So I hope my poem sort of like drives the point of this design home better. Don't look away from the part of you that knows what is right and what is wrong, from your neighbors whose lives are so different from yours. Look them in the eye, listen, learn. Don't look away from your heart, from your pain, from your struggle. Sit at the table with your worst fears. Call them out by name. Don't even look away from the parts you can't see, from what connects us all, a network of mycelium trying to remind us that we know without ever being taught how to send our water to those who are dry. Thank you very much.
You look great, Freddie. You look really great. Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Well, we're just taking some pictures, walking around campus in the middle of the night. We'll see you all at 7 o'clock for Good Morning Fairmont. Thank you so much for that. As I was listening to it, I was thinking about actually something you said at lunch when we were talking about asking questions. And you were saying you really like when people ask you questions because it helps you explore. And I resonate with that. I feel the same way. When you're going through a lot of this, it sounds like you were doing that yourself, right? So how do you explore things yourself? How do you ask questions for yourself when you're not putting yourself out there, right? How did you go through that journey and figure that out?
Do you mean like how did I start the process of turning inward and asking myself those really hard questions?
I think that's really, I think for all of us functioning in the world, that's often the hardest thing to do, right? It's really easy to ask questions of others, right? Often. It's hard to ask questions of ourselves.
No, it is. And the thing that it took for me, and I'll be 100% honest here, and this is not a thing that I feel proud of, the thing it took for me is that I was raising a child, and I saw myself responding to my son in ways that I was treated growing up that really harmed me. And I don't mean that I was harming him. I mean, it was like a really mild little, like, I'm like, oh, no. I just, like, I saw somebody else in myself. Or I just saw, like, a lack of patience or a lack of understanding with him. And I had done that in a million ways, I'm sure, before that. But when you do that to your own kid and you see, like, the response and how harmful that can be, even the smallest little things, it just stopped me dead in my tracks. And I was like, oh, hell no. Like, I'm not going to be a parent like that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. And I very purposefully at that moment, you start reading about how to be a better parent, and start reading about how to be a better person. And, to be a better parent, you just have to be a better person. Like, you can't start to become a better parent unless you ask yourself those hard, like, why am I acting that way? Why am I irritated? Because what he just did was a little bit annoying, but it wasn't that annoying, and I wanted to know why I was behaving in ways I didn't like. And then, looking back, I can see behaviors that I had throughout other relationships that I'm not proud of. But apparently it was not quite enough until it was my own son. And that was just a hard no. Like, I'm not doing that to him.
Oh, that's great. One of the things I really liked about your presentation is I think often we show our best work. We show the work we're proudest of. And nobody sees the sort of rough drafts, and not, rough drafts of our personality, rough drafts of what we're going through at the time. So what I really liked that, and then I really liked you sort of said, "I'm not done." Right? This isn't your final. Right? Who you are now is not who you're going to be in 10 or 20 years. And I think that's a really important lesson, probably for all of us to hear, but especially for our students who are sort of figuring those things out. What kind of advice do you have for budding artists or anybody who's sort of figuring out that place?
Nobody knows what they're doing. And when I figured out that nobody really knows what they're doing, a big weight was lifted off my shoulders. It's happened a bunch of times in my life when I started being a teacher, when I started as an adjunct professor. Like, these moments where I was like, oh, I'm really something, like, this is a big deal. And then I was like, oh, wait, no, I'm not, and nobody knows what they're doing. So I think that's really freeing. That's probably my best advice, is just to understand that all people are people, and they're all kind of dealing with the same junk and the same stuff. And, like, of all the things I've ever wanted to hide, I guess, about myself, the rougher parts of me has not ever really been one, because I just know it's all bullshit. Like, I know y'all have it too. I know y'all have been crappy to your kids. I know some of you kids have deserved it. Like, I know that people don't act right all the time. None of us do. So to pretend like I do is like, and I love showing old artwork. I love showing the artwork that is not great. I always show students really, really rough artwork, because I want them to see that you'll get past it. And it's not, it sucks until you've done it enough times that it starts to suck a little bit less. It's the tiny little slow progression. And don't be afraid to share it. Like, you're going to make stuff that you're not proud of, especially if you're just starting out. You're going to make things that are not polished. You're going to live in that, like, the gap for a long time where you can envision what you want to make, and you have good taste, and you're following artists that are really good, but your skill level, you just haven't done it for enough hours to be able to make it yet. And that is the most frustrating place to live. But just know that you're there, and don't be afraid to say that you're there. Like, everyone is there. There are some people who don't put that gap part on Instagram. And they go look on my Instagram. There's the crappiest drawings ever on my Instagram. And put your crappy drawings up, keep them up, and let other people see your progression. And it really will help other people too. Because I hear that from students all the time, that it helps them to see my artwork. So that would be, nobody knows what they're doing, and put your crappy drawings on Instagram.
Yeah, because I think when we don't, it's intimidating, right? And if you're working with community members who don't have the years of experience that you do in art, and you want them to do a project with you, that vulnerability is really important, right?
Yeah.
The fact that we're all a work in progress.
Yes, and that's what one of the things I really love about working with people who think they're not artists is if you have an artist or somebody who's a good teacher to sort of guide the experience, they can always make something really cool. There's not shortcuts to getting really good at art, but there are some shortcuts to getting people who are non-artists to make something that's really cool looking. So I love facilitating that with people. I love helping them, and even drawings. Like, you can cut up a a portrait and give people little sections, and they can, the little grid drawings where they each do a section and you put them back together. And it's always kind of remarkable, even with people that don't do art. So that feeling of like people that don't think they're artists just backing up and looking at a thing and being like, wow, I made that. Like, that's incredible, I made that. Or even better, we made that. Together we made that. That is the most like obvious, real life way to show people that together we are capable of doing something much larger than we are alone, is having that experience. And you don't ever have to say it. You don't, like the asphalt art that we did, I didn't go around preaching at everybody like, see, you said you weren't an artist, but like everyone had that feeling. Like everybody backed up from that and they were like, oh my God, like look what we just made so fast together. And they're so proud of it. So it's like, it's a real lived experience that drives that mycelial point home, is that we all together, we can do something that's really, really powerful.
So let's talk a little bit about West Virginia. Yeah. So you're from West Virginia. I'm not. I've been here about 2 years. And one of the things that has stuck out to me that I've been surprised by is what I sort of think about, like pockets of hope, right? Like I think there's a lot of places where people are like, we can figure this out together. Yeah. And I didn't expect that. That's not, I don't think every place I've lived has been like that. And I think that people from outside of West Virginia probably don't expect that either. But I think when you work on these community projects and when you're traveling around the state, where do you see hope? Where do you see the opportunity to look at each other and to build those bridges that might be, I don't know if they're unique to us, but certainly exist here?
Oh, I hate to go to something that's kind of like tragic, but that's where my brain just went. I just moved into a community in Huntington. I have lived in West Virginia my whole life, and I lived about 20 minutes away from where I am now forever. So I moved into Huntington, and I moved into an area that is prone to flooding. And my house is all right, but like right down in my neighborhood is really prone to flooding. And I wrote this poem recently. I'm sure some of you all know what sizing is in like watercolor painting, watercolor paper. When you size the paper, it makes it stronger. And I wrote this poem about how the people in that community had been sized by the flood because they are rock solid. Like, they do not give a crap who believes what. I think I just told y'all earlier, there's a dude that looks like the Big Lebowski that blasts the most intense heavy metal music out of his house. He is crazier than a bed bug. Everybody there loves him and relies on that man for like minutely flood updates when it's flooding. And he, without fail, he has everybody's number. He gets on Facebook. He lets everybody know where they are. People tell Bill when they're leaving. He knows if somebody's at their aunt's house that he needs to call them. Like, these are people that take care of each other like crazy. And I think it's the life-altering feeling of having your house underwater that just makes everything else seem pointless to get mad about. It's like, well, we've all been through this disaster together. And I feel like West Virginia we've been sized by all kinds of things. I mean, we've really been taken from a lot. And where people, when you're hungry, you're not going to care what the person feeding you believes or whether they're on your side about things or whatever. You know, when you're really in need, that's when people like come together. And that's sad. That's a sad answer, but I do think it's true. I think that West Virginians can find hope in all kinds of ways because we've had to rely on each other so much. And poor people are some of the most hopeful people in the world, and they can make something out of anything. So like that feels inherently hopeful to me too. Just people taking other people's junk and turning it into something that is functional for them is amazing. And then, you know, I see communities like West Edge. That's the obvious answer. West Edge, where I am, is so hopeful because they got it right. Like, they realized somebody's not useless because they had an issue with drugs. They're not like a person to be thrown away. That's a person that just needs a little help to get back where they need to be so they can contribute. And when I see people like that refuse to believe that anybody's worthless, then everybody rises up. Like the stuff that Coalfield has been able to do is incredible because of the people that they hire, because they're like, these people aren't to be cast off. Like we can build something together. So that's where I find most hope, is at West Edge.
I love that. All right, I'm going to ask you one last question, and we'll turn things over to the audience. And this one, as president of the university, is totally self-serving. Talk about our students and the experience you had with them and what you learned about us.
Y'all are amazing. I've told all of you that I'm jealous of you, first of all, so I want you to remember that. I wish I was a student. You are lucky. You are lucky to be having classes and faculty that care about you. The way you care for each other is so apparent. The way you kind of hype each other up, even when the other person isn't in the room. Like, I met with several people who were eager to show me. They were like, oh, but look at this person's stuff. And so proud, and you all know where each other work and what kind of stuff you're dealing with. A lot of that, I think, is from having a small community, which is really, really awesome that you get that much attention from your teachers and time to be with each other. But that's the feeling that I will, like, number one feeling I would go home with from the students here is just that you all are like little hype men for each other all the time. And that is absolutely what you need to do. That is what you need to carry with you when you leave. Like, competition is good, but not to the point of shunning each other. Like, always clap for the person that's beside you, that's doing something that you want to do. Especially if they're doing it even better than you're doing it and it's kind of killing you inside. Clap for them and then go ask them for help, ask them for advice. How are you doing that? Like, keep them close. Like, don't push each other away. But you all, like, I've not seen an ounce of that here. It's like every single person that I've talked to knew that Zara got into, where'd you get into? Kent State? Yeah. Yeah. Like, the amount of your fellow students that have told me that with actual tears and joy in their eyes is, yeah, that's what I think about them.
Awesome. Well, I could ask you questions all night, but I want to give the audience a chance too. So we've got a microphone. So raise your hands if you want to ask a question, and we'll run that microphone to you.
Hello. I would just like to say that I've been following you since COVID, and I would wait for your new portraits to come, for you to post them whenever you were doing the 100 Badass Women. And I always wondered, how did you keep it up? Did you ever wake up and say, I don't want to paint a painting today, I don't want to do this? And I'm sure people were bombarding you, but I just want to tell you it was very inspiring, and it really, I shared your stuff all the time. People were so inspired by that time because it was a really hard time. So I just want to thank you for giving me that. And I just wanted to know, how did you keep inspiring others, and how did you not, run out of steam, I guess I should say.
Thank you. I love that question. I had an emotional breakdown around day 60, and I was like crying my eyes out, and I was like, what have I done? I can't finish this. I'm going to have to like fake my death to get out of it. Yes, I thought about it. Not very often, though. Not as often as I would have thought. But there were maybe 2 times where I really got like this sense of dread where I was like, I can't do this for another 50 days. I'm going to die. But like, what kept me doing it is the fact that I said I would do it. And I knew I have trouble sometimes with follow through. I've told some students this, I know that that's a spot for me that needs work. I have a lot of ideas. I'm like an idea machine, and it's really hard to pick the one to do because at any given moment, all of them sound really exciting to me. So I know that about myself. So when I painted Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and I remember posting that online, and it had a really good interaction, like the people were interacting, that made me want to paint more because I think I was real starved for community, and I got it was online, but I got kind of a sense of community with that. But the fact I went online on my website the second day, the day I painted Maya Angelou, and I wrote up that thing, there's 100 days left. I looked at the calendar, And I promised it. I promised online that I would do it every single day for 100 days. And I knew it was batshit crazy thing to do. But I was like, I know if I say I'll do it, that I'll do it. And I just, that's how I finished it. I felt like I had to. I didn't feel like I had a choice. And then obviously people being into it, like so many people followed it. It was really overwhelming. And I did get a ton of comments and interaction. I think that kept me going a ton too. Because some days I thought it was about the paintings at first, but then some days I couldn't wait to finish the painting because I wanted to post it because I wanted to hear all the stories people were telling about it. So that definitely helped me. But yes, I wanted to quit several times. I just didn't.
Hi, I saw you in painting class, which thank you for coming to that as well and giving us your personal advice on every single person's painting. I wanted, because I know some people here might not know that, but the fact that you went around and individually gave critique and advice and help and support, that was really important to me. I first met you at the Governor's School for the Arts a couple of years back.
Oh my God, I knew you looked familiar.
Yes, and I went for vocals then, but when I went into that art studio, I think that was the exact moment that I knew I wanted to pursue art. And I was also just a few years from coming out at that point as non-binary, and seeing an artist be so open about being trans and supporting students that were also going through things like that, that was very important to me. But I wanted to ask how you dealt with, the sort of criticism that people have of being trans and maybe some of the inner, criticism you had for yourself at first, and if art helped you through that.
Yeah, I think art helped me do that a lot. Like I said in the beginning of the talk, like art has always been kind of my language, I think. And as I've gotten more comfortable and gotten to know myself better, I don't always need that as my language, but it always has been. So it's helped me find a point of connection with a lot of people that maybe I wouldn't see eye to eye with. As far as criticism, everybody's got something to say. Like, they're going to no matter what. I really just try not to listen to it. I don't get a lot of like very pointed personal, like I've never had anybody to my face say anything bad. That's kind of remarkable that that's never happened. I've had a lot of stuff online where people send me stuff and I just delete it, because they don't know me. Like, they don't know me at all. And I just feel like you said, seeing an older person and being an artist and being honest about that, if I would have had that when I was younger, I cannot imagine how that might have helped me. I really can't wrap my brain around what that would have done for me to see any human being, like like a mirror of myself in any way. So to me, being open is for that reason. And you can't tell me that's not worth it. People that say things like that are just being small. They don't understand. And I'm not going to say like it never hurts, but also don't read the comments on anything ever. Just do not read the comments. It's never a good idea. Local news stuff, do not. And I've been there. That's where I've probably gotten most of it, because I do a lot of like front-facing, big, huge artwork and stuff, and some of it is super gay. And then people want to like say all the things about it, and I just can't read the comments because I know it'll make me, drop my head, drop my shoulders. It'll take something away from me, and I don't want something taken away from me. So. I hope that ignore it as much as you can. Consult your gut about it. If you know yourself, you know who you are, and you're surrounding yourself with people who honor who you are and treat you with respect, then ignore all the haters because they don't know what they're talking about. They're just small.
Thank you.
Hey Sassa, it was great meeting with you, especially yesterday, and being able to formally meet you. in the president's office, we read up about you a lot, and it was really fun to see your journey through the internet. And this is a little change of question here. In the historical context, we look back on history, and we can really see how people felt, especially art throughout World War II, those sorts of things. I like looking at art after the wars, during the wars, etc. But my question to you is, where exactly do you see art in Appalachia within the next 5 to 10 years? Because, we have a lot of things going on nationally, but also internationally as well that are affecting our everyday lives. So I just wanted to see if you had any insights on that.
I think art is behind a lot of the community revitalization in Appalachia everywhere. So there's all these cool little towns that are being, and we talked about it today at lunch, like people were talking about here in Fairmont, things that they did never think they would see. And art is always behind that. Like when you go to a cool city that really leaves an impression on you, there's always something creative that's happening there. There's always big murals people want to take their pictures in front of. There's always like something to do that's artistic. So I see Appalachian art just having like a big cultural impact on just cultural change in small little pockets all over the place. And then those little pockets starting to get connected. And Appalachians are resilient. Like absolutely, like I said, can make something out of absolutely nothing, trash. Like we are a very crafty people. We're a very creative group of people. So it makes perfect sense to me that we would like quilt and sculpt and paint our way out of a mess together, kind of. I think that's how I see it changing everything, is just by popping up these really beautiful little pockets. And hopefully that'll be done in ways that it's not extractive to the artists. That would be my highest hope for that. And so my role now with Coalfield is creative placemaking, which is exactly what I'm describing to you, using the arts and culture to kind of revitalize a place and give people a sense of place. And we want to do that in a way that is not extractive. So there's some places where that becomes pretty apparent, like Asheville, I think, is kind of one of those places where the artists made it really cool, but once it got really cool, the landlords made it really expensive, and the artists can't live there anymore. And that's a bunch of baloney. So I think as we're working towards those kind of community revitalization efforts, everybody needs to keep that in mind, that it, like, who's helping to make it this way, and build in like some support systems so it doesn't become extractive.
Anyone else have a question? All right. Well, thank you again.
Can I say something really quick?
You can say anything you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants to send me pictures of their artwork, any of you students that I've helped with your artwork, please do. I love it. I absolutely love it. I have students from 10 years ago that send me stuff. Like they send me, I just got into a master's program I wanted to get into. Like, please message me and let me know where you're at. I would love to see it. I will remember you by the artwork. I will remember your Klimt painting. I'll remember every single thing you ever made and showed me. I might not remember your name, but I'll see your face and remember your paintings and stuff. So send me updates. Send them to me on Instagram or email me or whatever. I'd really love to keep in touch and see what you're up to.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, we have a couple gifts for you. We got a few things for you so you can take some Fairmont State with you. So there you go. So let's have another round of applause. We'll have a reception in a minute. There will be one more presidential speaker series guest at the end of April, beginning of May. So April 30th, we'll have Matt Johnson, who's an international magician. So on the 30th in Gym 1, he'll be doing his illusionist act. And then up here on May 1st, we'll be having a conversation about resilience. Because he'll tell a story even during his act where he sort of talks about how everybody told him he was no good and he would never make it. So we'll have that conversation here on the next day. So we'll have 2 days with Matt Johnson, and that'll be the concluding event for this year's Presidential Speakers Series. So hope to see a lot of you there, and hope to see a lot of you out in the hallway for the reception and all that art. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, we're checking in from the bell. This bell was moved here in 2003 when the center part of campus was redone. They sandblasted at the time, but not since then. So can you imagine how many layers of paint on here? It's a lot of layers, but it's not as many gifts as we're going to get for Day of Giving. So see you at 7 a.m. for Good Morning Fairmont.
Hi, my name is Anik Odom, and I am the artist in residence this year at Fairmont State. I was born and raised in Morgantown, West Virginia, and I do all kinds of things. I am a musician. I play the double bass and the clarinet. That's what I trained to do. I also sing. I play fiddle. And as you might imagine, I also make some visual art. I make crankies. Crankies are moving panoramas that tell a story. Storytelling, I think, is a really central part of the art that I make. I, for a long time, considered myself a classical musician, and I really enjoy playing other people's music, but at a certain point in time, I decided that I was interested in getting to choose the stories that I told, and that kind of evolved into me wanting to tell my own stories and just thinking about storytelling and I guess kind of seeing value in your own story and in the stories of the place that you're from as being something I wanted to dive into. I think that also being a West Virginian, there are a lot of people who tell stories about us. There are also a lot of West Virginians who are telling their own stories, but at least for me as a kid, it wasn't something that I really was aware of. And so actually, when I decided to start diving into storytelling, one of the first people that I came across was Ruth Ann Music, who is very connected to Fairmont State. And she has a bunch of collections of stories. And I actually brought some here. I was living in the Netherlands. And so I had these books I remembered from West Virginia history class, this book, The Telltale Lilac Bush. And so I'm kind of a scaredy cat, and what I like about these books is that they have very short summaries, just like one little paragraph, 2 paragraphs that tell you scary stories, but you don't have to actually get scared when you read them. And so I started going through these, and I actually found some that I really liked and started to use those as the basis of some of the songs that I was writing. And I think that kind of through that and through going through archives, I found my own voice, actually. I think initially as someone who didn't create, but saw myself as an interpreter, that I still am really drawn to curating and to collecting and gathering and kind of from that point of view, finding my own creativity. Some of the most meaningful pieces that I've written or share are things that I've collected and found. And I think it's also been a way for me to feel more connected to community. I think as a musician, a lot of the time that I spend making music is spent by myself and spent in my own head or spent figuring out how to move different parts of my body at the right time and to the right place. And so connecting to storytelling for me meant connecting to community and getting to talk to people and learn about them. And also, like, through the community work that I started to do, I realized that a lot of folks kind of lose their own sense of creativity as they grow up. And I think that getting to work with other people and getting to kind of be a cheerleader for other folks and support them in their creativity, like no matter what level they take it to, or whether they're trying to perform it or just if it's a jam and just playing the bass and being a supportive role so that someone can play a fiddle tune. For me, that's been really an important part of music making and kind of I think actually finding the joy that I initially had as a kid playing music, and that maybe sometimes disappears when you're in school. I think kind of since I've been out of school, connecting to stories, connecting to community has been a really important and energizing aspect for me in my own creativity. Also, so my training initially as a kid and even as a young adult was playing classical music, playing in an orchestra. And so for a lot of my youth, I was really focused on getting out of the state. I wanted to be in Pittsburgh. That was like the dream. I wanted to drive to Pittsburgh, play in the youth symphony, and then who knows where else. But I think because of that, wasn't very aware of the wealth of music and tradition that exists in West Virginia. And so when I moved away, I think this happens to a lot of people. I, kind of got homesick and started looking at things that were West Virginian. And so through that, I found fiddle tunes. And being a classical bassist, I first started playing fiddle tunes on the bass and like really playing the melodies. And then I realized that was a lot of work. And no one really wanted me to do that. So even when I would spend hours trying to learn these fiddle tunes, I would show up to a jam and people would be like, why do you have a bow out? Like, that's not your job as a bassist. So through that, I kind of picked up the fiddle, which I played violin as a kid. But for me, traditional music has become a way to kind of build community, to get to know people who you might not talk to on a daily basis, who have a very different understanding of the world than you, perhaps, who are also older or younger than you are. I think I've been really drawn into the intergenerational aspect of traditional music, of storytelling, of square dancing. I think also through playing fiddle, I got into square dancing, and now I'm a square dance caller. And I think that something I love about square dancing is that it's, I think, one of the few places that you can meet a total stranger and make a fool of yourself, and it's fine. Like everyone, the more the fool you are, I think the more laughter there is, and the better of a square dance it is. So I really enjoy that aspect. Also of kind of, you're not really striving, at least in my perspective, for perfection. You're just trying to have a good time, be respectful of others, and get to know other people, enjoy the music. And I think for me, a jam is also that way. I'm not really, I think as a classical bassist, there's really an expectation that you know exactly what you're gonna play. You practice really hard. You show up to the gig and it's perfect or near perfect. And if you fail, it feels like failure. And I think playing folk music has been, for me as a musician and just as a kind of perfectionist human, a really healthy thing to not know what's coming and to know that it's fine if you mess it up. That like even the best musicians that I know are willing to either mess up a couple times through or sit it out for a little bit and then, jump in on a tune they don't know. And there's not really a performative aspect of that jam. I think it for me has been a really cool way to meet other people, to be okay with making a fool of myself, and actually to get a lot better at skills that I think serve me even as a classical musician, to kind of be more embodied when I'm playing and feel more of a connection to the instrument rather than like to a piece of paper that then is coming back to the instrument. So that, and maybe the last thing I think about when I think about traditional music is that I feel like it's really inclusive to a lot of different styles of playing and a lot of different like people who have different levels or different goals. Like some people, they might never practice at home and they're not trying to play the tune, they just want to hang out. And I think that's really cool that there's a space that you can be really bad at your instrument maybe, but just have a great time. And that those same people can sit in the same circle as someone, who maybe spends all of their hours eating, breathing, dreaming fiddle and knows every tune inside and out. I think it's cool that there's so like kind of a scaffolding of levels that someone who's a beginner can show up and kind of already jump in a little bit. And I really love that Fairmont State has a jam that's happening every month. And it's cool to see I've been to the jam on Fridays. I think it's the last Friday of every month, and it's cool to just meet people in the community that I would never run into otherwise. This spring, I'm going to be teaching a quote-unquote masterclass. I'm really hoping that students from all kinds of different backgrounds are going to sign up for it, not just visual artists, but maybe someone who's never considered themselves creative before, but loves history, or someone who loves machines, someone who loves singing or telling stories, or who thinks that they're pretty funny and could tell a good joke. Any kind of person, I would welcome you to come take this class. We're going to be making crankies, which are these objects that are behind me, and I am really excited because I'm hoping that they'll be collaborative crankies. I think something that I love about making crankies is that everyone can kind of take their own skill set and also dive into something that they maybe haven't tried before in a supportive environment. The one I'm hoping we'll use is this really giant cranky that's back here, and it would be a pretty gargantuan task for one student to make a cranky out of that. So I think, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 20 people working on one cranky. It's really cool to see what you can make when you work together, and when different ideas come together and kind of compromises are made, new ideas are formed. But yeah, I'm hoping that we'll look at some oral histories that are gathered in Fairmont, and they may be from all kinds of folks. If you have other stories that you're interested in working with, that would also be welcome. I'm hoping we'll dive into the archives at the Folklife Center and then come up with a couple of different crankies that we can share at the end of the year. Crankies are moving panoramas. They're long scrolls like this. They can be made out of all kinds of things. They can be made out of paper, out of a material called Tyvek, which is kind of a plasticky material, out of fabric, and they were used a long time ago. I think of them kind of as, like old movies. But they were repopularized by a puppet company in Vermont called Bread and Puppet Theater Company. And they were started to be called crankies then because of the crank mechanism, the turning mechanism. And because they kind of were popularized by this theater company, there's a lot of music that's played with them, a lot of puppetry can be done with them. I really enjoy them because they're a way to kind of what I like is that you can either tell the same story that you're singing or that you're telling, or the way I first got into them was I was interested in kind of a way to tell multiple stories. I sing a lot of songs that are older, and that sometimes I wonder for myself, if I really like the song, or there's sometimes aspects of it, like for instance, murder ballads. There's some that are pretty violent towards women, and they're beautiful songs. They have a strong history, but I don't always love the kind of the actual story itself. And so the first cranky that I made was with a friend, Sarah Schwendeman, who's the visual artist, and we really spent time trying to figure out, like, how could we not change the words, but tell the story of this really upbeat, exciting murder ballad that usually is played at bluegrass jams at a really fast tempo. How could we tell the narrative from the woman's perspective, or at least kind of cast some doubt onto the narrative that's being told by the man? So for me, like, they're a really cool way to get folks to dive into this kind of magical world of these really long old ballads that sometimes feel too long if you're just singing them without anything to kind of pull an audience in. And they're also a way to recontextualize songs or to help. I lived in the Netherlands for a long time, and so having a cranky felt like also a way to sing songs that were in English that maybe were difficult for folks who spoke English as a second language, even if they spoke it really well. Having a visual was kind of a helpful way to get people to not be stressed out about all the words that I was singing to them. But yeah, they're made usually in one big piece, and then sometimes they're taped together, or like put together, depending on what kind of material you're working with. But usually you kind of think of each panel as being one part of the story, and then you just kind of linearly tell the story through the artwork. One Friday evening I went rambling around when I met with that Wild Bill Jones. Walking and talking with my little Donny gal, I bade him to leave her alone. Some say that love is a pleasure, Lord, no pleasure do I see. For the one that I love, as dear as my life, has died and gone back on me. Well, I got mixed up in an awful fight, and I fell into the county jail. The saddest words that ever I heard was when she wouldn't go my bail. I wrote my love a letter, Lord, asking her to pay my fine. Well, she wrote me back in a week or so, saying, darling, please come home sometime. $1 in my pocketbook and a 40 gun in my hand. Well, I'm gonna go and get that gal that I love, or I'm gonna go and get her man. Some say my age is 21, too old for to be controlled. Well, I took my revolver from my side and destroyed that poor boy's soul. So pass around that long neck bottle, my lord, and we'll go out on a spree. For today was the last of that Wild Bill Jones. Tomorrow's the last of me. Hi, my name is Anik Odom, and I live in Morgantown, West Virginia. And today I'm going to share a cranky that was made by a friend of mine, Sarah Schwendeman. She did the artwork, and the song was written by Christine Delphine Hedden. It's called Ivory Bones. Casting lots with ivory bones, acorns, flowers, and old pine cones. You left me here upon the sea, with only angels' wings for company. As I look back at that new year, I cannot find a laugh nor tear. All I see is washed out white, lost in manes of mares that rain the night. In the dark I know I was in pain. Thunderstorms of summer rain, snow and wind upon the trees, drowned out cries to God upon my knees. In the dark I know I was in pain. Far too long I hid the ruins, for fear of being held as weak. Silence stole the words that strength would speak. Of late, I've wondered how to heal all these ruins where once I kneeled. All these stories left untold, all these ivory bones I've come to hold. The healer finds me by surprise, opens up my blinded eyes, gives me strength that I may see. Yours were the hands that wounded me. My ship returns to my homeland, where once I prayed in desert sands. Their healing flows from hands I know, where love is deep, new seeds may grow. I will choose the empty path, marked by neither tear nor laugh. Cast these bones away at sea. Your hands are gone, and I am free.
It only takes one day to make a lifetime of difference. On February 26th, the entire Fairmont State family comes together for Day of Giving 2026. One day, one goal, one Fairmont State.
Thanks to scholarships, I'm the first in my family to go to college. I found my passion here and the confidence to chase it. Your gift, it makes that possible.
Your support fuels more than just opportunity. It powers innovation, community, and the bold dreams of Falcons ready to take flight.
Every class, every friendship, every late night study session, it's shaping who I'm becoming. Donating doesn't only help students like me, but it invests in a future we are all a part of.
On Day of Giving, your gift, no matter the size, supports scholarships, academic programs, student life, and the heart of what makes Fairmont State special. So whether you're a proud alum, a loyal supporter, or making your first ever gift, this is your moment. Make a gift on February 26th and help us reach our goal for Fairmont State Day of Giving. Because together we are one Fairmont State, and together we make an impact that lasts a lifetime. One day, one goal, one Fairmont State.
Hey everybody, 6:30 in the morning. We're a half hour from Good Morning Fairmont. Reminder, Good Morning Fairmont goes from 7 to 10. We'll have the Fairmont State Band, the debate team, honors classes, and other guests. That's followed by Festival of Giving from 11 to 3. Then at 5 o'clock, we'll be in Wallman Hall with the Academy for the Arts, the Maskers, and some of our other friends from over there. Then the community fair, the community carnival, is from 6 to 9. And then at 9 o'clock are the Fearless Fools, which is live improv comedy. And then we'll conclude Day of Giving 2026 with a rush to the end, concluding at 12:01 with a free tuition giveaway for students. Speaking of students, I'm joined by some friends here. Sophie Stewart is our SGA president. Sophie, who else do we have here with us today?
This is Haley Buterwall and Abby Del Signor.
All right, so this is your third Day of Giving.
Yes.
Last year, SGA did great. You hit your goal.
We did.
So what are you excited about for this Day of Giving? Maybe not just SGA stuff, but whatever.
I'm obviously excited about to see where the funds are going to come in, and Dr. Davis has promised to match whoever can guess the closest amount, $1,000, to an organization of their choice. So I'm hoping that somebody in SGA will guess and we can get $1,000 for our organization. That's what I'm most excited about. But also the student events in the evening from 6 to 9. There's a whole bunch of things going on, and I'm excited for all the students to be together in one place.
Awesome. So what other causes on campus are you passionate about?
I'm super passionate about the honors program as another big one for me. We're going to Rome over spring break, and so I'm hoping that they get a lot of funding, but also as student government president, any registered student organization, anytime the organizations of students can get together and do stuff for themselves would make me super happy.
How about you all? What are you excited about?
Well, this will be my first day giving, so I'm really excited just to experience it and be involved with it. You know, it's being promoted everywhere, so it's going to be a really good experience, and I'm just excited to be a part of it this year.
It's also my first day of giving, so I'm also excited for all the activities going on. But I'm excited about athletics. As an athlete myself here at Fairmont State, I'm excited to see the funds that are going to go towards all of our athletic programs.
Awesome. So we will see you all in a little bit less than half an hour for Good Morning Fairmont.
See ya!
Bye!